can just pretend.
I'll read it.
Where the wind stands still, there's an emerald hill. I'm itching my breath, I'm just wondering if it's gonna be better. Better, better. Another story with another end. This can't be all, this can't be all. Can you handle the gravity on us? This is our night.
Reach the clouds in a state of flux. Rolling through the sky, I forget the faces. Do you ever wonder why we try to find these places? Hold my hand and call out my name. We'll go to a land where our hearts can stay. I can see you falling, reaching for a grip. Come with me, I'm rising and I'll never let you slip. No, don't worry, my love. Look to the stars above. I've got you for now, and we are coming down. Falling down and then rising up. Reach the clouds in a state of flux. Rolling through the sky, I forget the faces. Do you ever wonder why we try to find these places? Hold my hand and call out my name. We'll go to a land where our hearts can stay. I can see you falling, reaching for a grip. Come with me, I'm rising and I'll never let you slip. No, don't worry, my love. Look to the stars above. I've got you for now, and we are coming down.
Voices crawl inside your head. Remember all the words you said. Look inside and you will find the strength to carry through it. So I say, never give up, never give in. I want you to do something right, do it to win. Indestructible, yeah, indestructible. Voices crawl inside your head. Remember all the words you said. Look inside and you will find the strength to carry through it. So I say never give up, never give in. I want you to do something right, do it to win. Indestructible, yeah, indestructible.
So hold me back, now you're here. 'Cause I'm mad, show no fear. Wanna let you know just how it felt. Oh no, 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 no. Don't you think we're good? There's no way we could be. No, oh no, 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 no. I know the way you look at me, I know it too well. Now I'm bulletproof, you're my fire gun, but I'm flying high. I'm bulletproof, don't ever touch the ground. You can never bring me down. You can never bring me down. Can never bring me down. 'Cause I'm bulletproof. Yeah, I'm bulletproof. We've been up, we've been down, trying to figure things out. End up losing myself in this. But I'm done being down, gotta end it all now. I won't ever turn around again. Oh no, 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 no. Don't you think we could? There's no way we could be. No, oh no, 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 no. I know the way you look at me, I know you too well. Now I'm bulletproof, you're my fire gun, but I'm flying high.
서둘러라 요원, 한시가 급한 상황이야. 한시가 급한 상황이야.
진정해. 이미 다 생각해놨으니까. 뭘 생각했냐고? 세 번째 에피소드가 시작됐잖아. 나 킬조이가 아니면 아무도 정리 못할걸? 이번 패치에는 모든 요원들이 다 바뀌는데 중요한 친구들만 내가 골라봤어. 먼저 아스트라는 신성파동, 중력의 샘, 그리고 천상계 형상이 변경돼. 구매 단계에서 천상계 형상으로 별을 설치하고 구매 단계 장벽이 사라졌을 때 예전처럼 별을 즉시 활성화할 수가 없어. 그리고 아스트라가 공격팀인데 스파이크가 설치된 상황이면 아스트라는 천상계 형상으로 스파이크 설치 위치를 확인할 수 있지. 다음은 브리치야. 모든 스킬이 변경됐어. 이 스킬 균열은 최대 충전 시간이 감소했고 스킬 사용 범위의 폭이 증가해. 한 번만 폭발하던 여지는 이제 총 3번에 걸쳐서 펑! 궁극기 지진 강타도 더 넓은 범위를 커버할 거야. 비교하면 잘 보라고. 많은 플레이어가 즐겨 쓰는 제트는 전반적으로 너프되었어. 특히 순풍으로 사이퍼의 함정을 더 이상 못 피한다고 하니까 사이퍼가 기분 좋겠는데? 스카이는 정찰자와 인도하는 빛이 바뀌었네. 정찰자는 시야 범위가 더욱 넓어졌고 인도하는 빛을 사용할 때 매를 터뜨리는 스카이의 손동작은 이제 볼 수가 없을 거야. 자, 다들 기다리던 신규 요원 KO도 소개를 해줄게. KO의 기본 스킬은 제로 포인트야. 칼을 던져서 스킬 범위 안에 있는 적들을 제압하는 스킬이지. 제압당한 적은 총을 쏠 수는 있지만 스킬은 사용할 수 없어. Q 스킬은 바로 삥! 플래시 드라이브. 일정 시간 후에 터지는 섬광탄이고 좌클릭으론 멀리, 우클릭으론 가까이 던질 수가 있어. C 스킬은 파편탄. 내 나노 소음과 비슷하다고 생각하면 돼. 하지만 KO의 파편탄은 지면에 닿는 즉시 발동하고 총 4번에 걸쳐서 데미지가 들어와. 궁극기 무력화 명령은 KO를 더욱 강력하게 만들어. 궁을 사용하면 KO가 매우 넓은 범위까지 파동을 방출하고 파동에 맞은 적은 제압에 걸리게 돼. 그리고 궁극기를 사용하던 KO가 죽는다? 한 번에 죽는 일은 없어. 궁을 쓰다가 죽으면 같은 편이 KO를 살릴 수가 있거든. 근데 KO, 너 기계니까 내가 한번 뜯어봐도 돼? 시스템도 꽤 많은 변화가 있어. 이제 경쟁전에서 본인의 실력이 좀 더 중요해지지. 승리했을 때도 라운드 차이가 많이 나면 더 높은 점수를 얻을 수 있게 돼. 게임 내 킬로그도 개선되었어. 네가 킬을 하거나 킬에 관여했으면 킬로그에 노란색 테두리가 뜰 거야. 좀 더 알기 쉽겠지? 다음은 계정 레벨이야. 네가 발로란트에 투자한 시간만큼 계정 레벨로 보상받을 수 있어. 계정 레벨은 게임 내 플레이어 카드에서 확인할 수 있고 레벨에 따라 테두리도 다르니까 다들 노력하라고. 사용자 설정 토너먼트 모드도 잠깐만 볼까? 라운드 롤백 기능이 생겼는데 원하는 라운드를 선택하고 롤백 활성화를 누르면 다시 돌아갈 수 있지. 오늘 할 말은 더 많은데 시간이 없어서 이만 가볼게. 더 많은 요원들의 변경 소식, 그리고 모든 총기들의 이동 시 사격 정확도가 달라진 것도 이번 패치 중 하나니까 홈페이지에서 자세한 내용은 꼭 확인해봐. 맞다! 그리고 이번 주부터 1주년 이벤트 패스, 스쿼드 부스트 등도 시작되니까 다들 꿀빨길 바랄게. 그럼 진짜 간다.
Welcome to Decoded, where we break down the best strats and plays from the Valorant Champion store to help you in your ranked games. Today we're looking at how to execute a perfectly coordinated team fight with an example from Korea Stage 2 Challengers Playoffs winners, Newturn Gaming. In Game 2 of the Grand Finals at Korea Challengers playoffs, Newturn were at match point, but Damwon Kia were quickly catching up. Damwon were only one round away from taking it to OT, which Newturn obviously wanted to avoid. The problem was, they were on a save round while Damwon were pretty much at the full buy. With the odds stacked against them, Newturn had to try something drastic in order to secure this map and move on to match point. As we break this play down, we'll be teaching you some of the essential team play concepts to bring into your own game. Now pay attention. How to communicate efficiently with your team, working around teammates' abilities, and playing selflessly for your team. Keep an eye out for all of these tips as we work our way through it, and you'll be a better teammate in no time. Maybe you won't even be getting flamed in solo queue anymore. With all that said, let's get started.
Just getting ready with the Rolling Thunder. Secrets here, double trap wires set up.
The play begins when Solo places Killjoy ultimate in Garage, breaking the stalemate and committing Newturn to a B-side push. Secret recognizes this and backs up into Defender's spawn to regroup with his team. Lakia immediately soars onto the site using his blast packs and paint shells to try and catch Damwon Kia by surprise. But at this point, the site is empty. Most of Damwon Kia have grouped up in B alley except for Texture, who is holding B Heaven alone. Damwon Kia place a variety of abilities on site to try and make their entry a bit easier. Newturn noticed the abilities coming from Ali, and now they know that some of Damwon Kia players are in that spot. Lakia, Solo, and Allow prepare for Damwon Kia's entry through alley, while Perry covers Heaven and Suggest watches their flanks from outside Garage. Notice how Newturn use information from their opponents to quickly decide how to stack their angles. Damwon's ability usage from alley revealed enough of their players' locations to give Newturn a chance to make an educated guess on how to appropriately cover their entry. Finding nuggets of intel and efficiently communicating them is essential in Valorant. The quicker you can react to a tell from an opponent, the more likely you are to win a fight.
Plant the spike over here by the stairs.
Now it's time for Damwon Kia to make their entrance. Kelly fires off a paranoia to cover them as they push onto site. It blinds Lakia, but it's not enough to stop him from getting that first pick onto Secret, putting Newturn at the man advantage.
Got one.
The rest of Damwon Kia successfully make it to the site. Lakia makes the read that they're swinging around from the other side of Pillar and presumably calls for Suggest to ult from Garage. Before the ult comes through though, Jean-He peeks around the right side of the Pillar, but Lakia is ready and waiting. He scores another pick while only taking a few points of damage. Now Suggest's ult comes through, stunning all three remaining members of Damwon Kia. This was a clutch team play moment for Newturn, who once again effectively shared intel on the enemy's locations to capitalize on a teamfight opportunity. Always be aware of your teammates' abilities and positioning on the map, so you can call for help in a pinch. It could make or break your essential teamfight moments. Now that Damwon Kia are stunned and trapped, it's two more easy picks for Lakia. He grabs Jean-He's dropped Phantom and takes out Eugene and Kelly on site.
On the side, Lakia with 4 kills.
Let's throw it over to Lakia and Suggest real quick to explain how they coordinated this attack.
저희가 이 사이트 진입하기 전에 봉쇄로 진입한 다음에 상대가 리테이크를 할 때 서재영 선수의 지진 강타로 상대 팀의 리테이크를 막자라고 이미 커뮤니케이션을 완료해 놓은 상태였습니다.
이 상황에서 저희가 진입하고 스파이크를 설치를 하였다 해도 상대가 준비되어 있는 리테이크를 할 수 있게 해주면 사이트에서의 홀드가 어려울 것 같다고 생각해서 B메인에서 상대의 리테이크 전략을 카운터했습니다. 일단 상대가 리테이크를 할 수 있는 중요한 스킬 궁극기 같은 거를 가지고 있다면 본대와 같이 사이트를 진입해서 같이 묶이거나 나중에 사이트에서 다 터지는 그런 상황보다는 뒤에서 스킬로 카운터를 해주는 것이 더 좋은 것 같습니다.
만약에 궁극기를 사용했을 때 제가 오른쪽 라인에 죽으면 상대가 궁극기를 안 맞고 진입할 수 있어서 딱 그 타이밍에 맞춰서 확인을 했는데 제 예상대로 상대가 오른쪽 라인에 지르고 있었고 그 상대를 제가 제압해내면서 궁극기가 다 맞은 상대를 제가 다 잡아낼 수 있었던 상황이 아닌가 싶네요.
Thanks, guys.
감사합니다.
Now back to the play. Damwon Kia are down to just Texture, who is still stunned in the corner of hell. Ready to claim the ace, Lakia once again calls for an assist from Suggest, who has just entered the site. Suggest sets up an aftershock in the perfect position. Lakia swings the corner before the aftershock activates and takes the fight with Texture. Texture comes out on top and Lakia is denied his ace, but this wasn't necessarily a mistake from Lakia. His clever decision making to immediately swing the corner forced Texture to stay in place and take the gunfight, rather than dashing or flying away. This essentially put Newturn in a checkmate position against Texture, who would either die from the gunfight with Luckier or by the damage from Suggest's Aftershock. This layered, on-the-fly decision-making from Newturn is part of what makes them an excellent squad. It's a great lesson in how to play selflessly for your team. A lesser player in Lucky's position may have gone for the greedy play in order to get the ace, but Luckier instead chose to take a losable peek for his team in order to guarantee the round.
Suggest gets the final kill.
And that's the play. Now we've broken it all down, let's take a moment to recap what we've learned. Always be on the lookout for tells from your opponents on where they're located. If you communicate this efficiently with your teammates, you can set up some well-coordinated plays. You should run. Being mindful of your teammates' locations and abilities. If you know your teammate can use their abilities to help you win a fight, don't be afraid to ask.
On my mark.
Play selflessly for your team, even if it means sacrificing your stats. In the end, securing the dub is more important than your KDA.
Stay out of my way.
Try bringing these pro strats into your next ranked match and see how your game improves. Thanks for checking out this episode of Decoded. Be sure to tune into the VCT to learn more pro strats to bring into your ranked games. For upcoming matches and schedules, head over to ValorantEsports.com. It's got everything you'd need there. And hopefully we'll be seeing you next time for more tips and tricks direct from the VCT pros.
Yeah, a little bit tough to walk through there, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh my god, it just completely sprays him down. Afina is cracked. The best way, in theory, to play. Beautiful push in here. Blinded, just behind this box. He's going to get that headshot off and kill Casa. So they're going to come around this corner, take a peek.
Oh, but
Immediately
he's
he gets
too
the kill.
quick.
It looks almost like he's going to try to meet Hunt on the way. I love this. Okay, but he whips the shot. He's going to have to back up.
The
Now,
showstopper
this
is out. Yeah, you got to run really far away against this.
This is a Sova. He could position for a vault.
Oh!
Connector right now. Risey dives into the cloudburst.
Gunbolt sent out. Aladrone right behind.
That does end up pinging the Cypher. And that ends up actually working against him here.
Risey with 4 kills so far. Risey with the ace.
UK.
This box. Ooh, gets the kill on the Bingsu. All right. That smoke. Okay. Oh, they actually take one down there.
Spike dropped.
Cobra's in 3 kills.
And they waited too long. It's basically impossible for them to get a plant now.
Here he knows that some of them have entered. Halbay backing up.
Fuse is faked out. Immediately Halbay gets that kill, gets the headshot.
Oh.
The spike still ticks. The Jet gonna come in here.
Only Halbay left over.
Oh!
And gets him. Oh!
Unreal.
Sick clutch there by...
Lately I've been trying. Ooh, yeah, baby, baby. trying. Ooh, yeah, baby. Baby, you've been blaming me. Ooh, yeah, baby. Baby, baby, I've been trying. Ooh, yeah, baby. Baby, you've been blaming me. Ooh, yeah, baby. Baby, I've been trying. Is it really you?
Get ready.
And welcome everybody to the Valorant Challengers Tour Korea. It is the seeding round, the last day of the first stage of the seeding round. I've been thinking about how to say this for quite some time. Paper Thin and Chobra coming at you here. So the way this is working right now is we have 16 teams that came out of the open qualifiers. Right now, they are competing in kind of a mini tournament for their seeding to see where they are going to place going into the actual round of 16.
Yeah, into the group stage. The double elimination group stage is waiting for us. So this is just in place to, I mean, not only, of course, guarantee everyone gets more match time on stage or minimum match time on stage, but also, you know, the open qualifiers, you never know kind of what group you're going to be placed into in the open qualifiers. There's a lot of teams. This gives us an opportunity to try to a bit more appropriately seed them as they get prepared for a double elimination and the main stage of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, everybody's just competing for how they're going to filter out going into the next round of things. And then, of course, there's the playoffs beyond all of that. So still quite a bit of Valorant to go here in Korea. We're just getting started. We're literally in like week 2 of 6 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy how much we've got coming at you. But today, some very, very exciting matches. I can't wait for this. The first match, of course, we get to see the VCT Strikers. Everybody is very excited about this new team. Are we going to get to see Lakia today? What is going to be the lineup that the VS Strikers are going to be?
I know. Well, we got to kind of watch their first match of their new roster, right, in the open qualifiers, and they looked dominant. I mean, it was against a weaker team, but just the style of play they had, it seemed to have evolved from the era of Glow, right? Glow seemed to have really laid the strong foundation of how to look at tac shooters, how to lead, and kind of how to look at Valorant in the beginning. But now, under the IGLing of Stacks, this team seems to have really grown into their own. But as you mentioned, Paper Thin, here's what we're looking at. Of course, all of this leading into champions at the end of the year, but right now we are in stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, we're working our way towards that all-important end of the year event. We're getting there. We're very, very close. There's still, you know, Masters Berlin. Then there's that last chance qualifier for the teams to get through. The last chance qualifier includes teams throughout all of the Asia Pacific region. So I believe that includes Korea and Japan as well. But so 2 teams are going to get through for Korea. Let's focus on this. For Berlin Masters, right, it's your first and second place team from stage 3 here. So that means you have to get to the finals to get to Berlin. So how this all shakes out is very, very important. This seeding round is so important going into the next phase of things.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the fact that if you seed well in this round we're in right now, in the round, the first part of the round of 16, I mean, you get to avoid a lot of these top teams in the group stage, which probably almost guarantees you a round of 8 spot, one step closer, of course, going to Masters. And as you mentioned, it's going to be the first 2 teams of this stage. We only have one Challengers event here in Korea for stage 3, so those 2 teams in the finals will go to Masters. You see that on the right side. Neutron Gaming currently leading in points because of their great performance at Masters 2 in Reykjavik, but of course Vision Strikers, no slouch. They were leading so hard in the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I mean, of course, everybody, remembers the undefeated streak of the Vision Strikers, finally broken by F4Q, who we got to see yesterday, who looked phenomenal.
Yes.
Phenomenal yesterday.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see that team, like, finally come out and say, we're going to try.
I love it.
Until now, they were just like, oh, we just want to take down Vision Strikers, or, oh, we're just clowning around. But now they're like, actually, like, I think we have a chance. We're going to gun it for Berlin, and it showed. I mean,
Yes.
They were playing so well as a team, and you see here, they only have 30 points, but again, they were kind of here just out of pure individual skill.
Yeah.
We'll see how far they get this time around.
They're such a fun team to watch. All right, so this is kind of our schedule and our rules going through all of this thing. We're in the middle of a single elimination thing. It is a single
It's a single
elimination to
bracket.
get to get to the seeding of the next round. So yes, this is single elimination, but if you lose, you're not out of the tournament.
Yes, it's just about seeding. So we have a single bracket for seeding. Once again, just as a reminder, I know it can seem a little confusing at first, but trust me, it's not too bad. And then after this, we're back to the double elimination GSL style group stages in the round of 16. So that's what we're building towards. And we mentioned that the top 2 teams go to Berlin, but the finals will still matter because you get double the prize money if you get first compared to second. So for a lot of these teams, especially, not all of them have orgs, or they're just kind of starting off as a new organization. That's going to help a lot.
Exactly. There's still tons to play for every single time. Your seeding affects the order in which you get to pick your maps and your side of the map, of course, as well. So there's a lot to play for beyond all of the money and everything as well, even going into the next round. Here you can see the results so far. Nothing shocking. Literally everything is kind of as scripted here.
Yeah, you expect all of these names to kind of be in the top 8 out of the 16 teams we have so far, again, just in terms of seeding, but this is why it matters. I mean, if you get the first seed here, as you get to the top 4, then you avoid, any of the other first seeds, and also if you were in the top 2 and you kind of avoid the teams you've already played, so it's going to matter a lot. Now, we're looking at the format that comes afterwards, right? This is where it's going to start to matter, because after the seeding tournament, the single bracket, we go into that double elimination group stage.
Exactly. And that's really where the meat and potatoes of this tournament is going to be, where you're really going to get your work done getting ready for the playoffs. Now, today, of course, Vision Strikers versus Mujik Beksu, which I find to be a hilarious name. I'll let you explain that one, Chobra, in a second. And then Gochugaru versus Rio Gaming, another kind of fun Korean name. But really, I think all eyes on the Vision Strikers today.
Yeah, Vision Strikers playing against Mujik Beksu, which means unemployed and jobless. Literally, that is what it translates to. Mujik is unemployed, Beksu is jobless. And so they are here playing Valorant. They're unemployed and jobless, and they're here in the round of 16. They've made it to the main event, but their first match here to try to see where they land against the other teams is against Vision Strikers. And then you mentioned Gochugaru versus Rio Gaming. For those who don't know, Gochugaru is kind of hot pepper flakes. Obviously a very popular ingredient here in Korea, pretty much in any dish, makes every dish better.
Yep.
And so that's
gochujang, man.
Yeah, that's used everywhere. And then, ooh, here we go. Some points of the match, the recruitment of anger. Wait for us. This is about Lakia. Dude, Vision Strikers is not holding back.
No, well, now that Stax is kind of in charge of the reins of the Vision Strikers in a way, now I expect a lot more trash talk, because that guy loves to talk.
Honestly, I do feel kind of bad for Neutron, because you're already okay, well, we brought in a new player, we're gonna kind of regroup, and then Vision Strikers is like, haha, we got Lakia. They're just shoving it in their face. Jeez. That's rough. And then here we go, Mujik Beksu, first time on the main stage. A happy first win. I don't know about that against Vision Strikers. That's a little hopeful, but hey, at least it looks like they're recognizing they've gotten, as the furthest they ever have, so they're pretty happy about it. Then Gochugaru's like, hey, at least we're group second.
We got here.
At least we're group second. Oh my gosh. Rio's like, are you sure about that? I think on paper Gochugaru has second place pretty much locked in this group.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Gochugaru, and there's a lot of really good players on that team who've done it before, whereas their opponents in Ryu, not nearly as experienced. Again, talented players all around, but things so far here have been pretty one-sided for the most part. I think, yesterday Go Prince got challenged a little bit, or was that 2 days ago? But regardless, they got kind of pushed a little bit. But I think here today, the Vision Strikers lineup is going to be the same as what we saw in the Open Qualifier, so no Lakia yet. Sorry, everybody, but this team is still really, really damn good. What we saw in the Open Qualifiers was near perfection.
No Zest either. Let's not forget about one of the OGs.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
I know Zest. I know Lakia is where the spotlight is, but it looks like this is kind of what they're running as their starting roster going forward, with Mako coming in from Tupul, used to be known as Babo, and then of course you've got Buzz coming in as well from ex-Rio and the old Cloud9 days. So this lineup, I mean, it is just pure talent-based, and then now you've got Stax IGLing, and we all know that he plays a little crazy even on his own, so he's definitely shaking things up. I mean, if Glow was kind of the textbook style, very calm and kind of stable IGL, Stax is kind of the wild scientist.
He is. He really is, and his breach play is something to behold, so maybe we'll get a chance to watch him perform on that agent who is now starting to gain traction because of some of those buffs to his utility. But that's neither here nor there. Let's look at Mujik Beksu, a team that a bunch of relatives unknowns, to be fair. Like,
yes.
Just to be honest, that's what they are.
I mean, listen, we're still in the first year. Obviously, Valorant especially growing still in Korea. Attack shooters in general, not as much traction before, but Valorant's kind of making a big splash. And this team is just trying to see how far they can go. A very young team as well. I believe they said WoW is their youngest player, who was born in 2004. He's the youngest player on stage, actually.
Wow, he's 17. Okay.
In fact, I'm going to have to double check this, but I think
he's 16.
every player on stage was born after 2000.
Oh boy.
We're boomers.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Don't tell me these things.
I moved.
Why have you done this to me, Chobra?
I moved back to America at that time. I was like continuing to learn. But here we are with all the kids playing Valorant on stage. But yeah, Mujik Beksu, like you mentioned, Taborton, I mean, they're relative unknowns, but it looked like they were happy to make it to the main stage. Again, even if they lose today, they're not out of the tournament. This is the way I look at this, like what stage we're at in this tournament right now, Taborton, is that we're just making sure that the seeds we had in the Open Qualifier are correct, right? We're kind of confirming, all right, are the higher seeded teams really still higher seeded? We're having this reaffirmation.
Yeah, and I like it because, again, I pointed this out a lot so far this year, that in the other regions, we've seen some of these Tier 2 teams start to rise up and start to challenge the better teams. So we need to make sure that that's going to be the case here in Korea as well. You can see these guys coming from a couple different groups. Mujik Beksu didn't fare so well against Gochugaru, who's coming up next, but they do take a 2-1 versus the Gehenna Sweepers. And that, I can tell you right now, the Gehenna Sweepers is no slouch of a team. They are quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously, as an organization, they've been around in Valorant for a little bit now here in Korea, and they still have some of those players that had experience. So good job for Mujik Beksu. On the flip side, Vision Strikers, I mean, we got to cast their game against Unknown in the Open Qualifiers. Unknown, another team that has kind of these veteran players that just quickly formed a new team to get into Stage 3, but Vision Strikers just absolutely crushed them, and they just looked like they were having fun. Like, even in game, they just looked so just lighthearted, right? Vision Strikers looked very, very ready. And of course, kind of at the center of that is Buzz, who is now their main jet player.
Look at his clutch percentage from Buzz as well. 50%. That means he was really getting it done in those solo situations. Usually it's like stacks that we see in that situation, but Buzz is first of all, if you guys don't know, like somehow you missed Buzz when he, coming over from Rio. This guy is incredible. He is a very talented player, and this just adds depth to this already strong Vision Strikers roster.
Yeah, and there was always the question that I personally had, because Rio always talked about how they centered around Buzz, right? They were like, all of our players for Buzz to pop off, and I wondered how that would fit in other teams, but so far it's looking really good for Vision Strikers as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think behind Buzz, you kind of, I like the way F4Q was kind of talking about their play yesterday, where they said that they just kind of let 5K and Bunny do what they want, and then the rest of the team kind of plays Valorant.
Yes.
And you can kind of do that in some respects. Let Buzz open space. Like, if his entries, his executes are good, and you can follow up off of that, great. Otherwise, the rest of the team, they work well together. Mako as well, coming in as kind of the smoker and the Viper utility player is a really big boon to this team.
And I think, honestly, for a player like Mako, who kind of had that pressure that he had to hard carry when he was on Tupul, now he can kind of take a second role but play his heart out, right? A little bit more comfortably. We're taking a look at the maps here. We had Bind banned by Vision Strikers. They still hate that map, no big surprise. And then Mujik Beksu not wanting to play Icebox, so it's Haven selected by Vision Strikers, and then Ascent, and then Breeze will be the third map if it gets there. Most likely not.
Yeah, let's just be honest about this. The Vision Strikers have looked incredible. I mean, especially when they went up against Unknown, who was definitely their toughest opponent in the open qualifiers, and they made them look frankly silly. So this is looking pretty interesting. Ascent is, yeah, I like the pick for Mujik Beksu. It is a map that is kind of more classical in terms of tech shooter styles, right? Haven and Breeze are a little bit different in their approaches. So Haven has been Vision Strikers' favorite map for quite some time as well. It's tough to beat them on this, but we've seen in general that Haven has kind of become more of a, I'd say, a toss-up than maybe it used to be, but we'll see what the Vision Strikers do here. This used to be the map that everybody banned against them.
Yeah, this used to be their OG, like, go-to map before, you know, they started having that crazy win rate on Split, and then, of course, they learned Icebox before everyone. Vision Strikers almost always has been ahead of the meta in Korea. Of course, they faltered just a little bit in Stage 2 as New Turn was able to make it to Iceland, but Vision Strikers is back now. They really want to go to Berlin. I mean, we saw it in the opening interviews on day one. You know, Stacks is just like, we're already on the plane to Berlin. You know, I'm like sitting in the plane playing Valorant right now in the Stage 3. They're ready for it, and their new roster proves it.
Yeah, so far so good for the Vision Strikers, and I don't expect much to change here today. Going up against Mujik Beksu, we'll see exactly though. You never know. Again, some teams can rise up, and New Turn's kind of rise to prominence in Korea in the previous stage to me was a lot of just hard work and just like the emergence of like latent talent that was there on the team. Like, it was the team that I always watched and said, man, these guys are pretty nuts. Suggest in particular for a while was kind of the top player to look at, but then Lakia came through as actually maybe the best player in Korea.
Oh my gosh.
And just kind of surprised us all. Just started steamrolling everything.
Yeah, I mean, his hard work definitely paying off as he performed at Reykjavik for Masters. But here we are, Lakia on Vision Strikers, not playing in the current map, but we'll see if we get to see him in the future of Stage 3, going up against Mujik Beksu, who's just trying to see how far they can get in this stage, try to see where they line up against some of these top teams in Korea, and hopefully, if what we've been seeing so far this year is true, everyone's improving together in this region.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing a lot of more standard meta ideas. I'm seeing a lot more Viper play. We're seeing a lot more utility-based kind of decision-making. These kind of things, like the ability to play off your own utility has become oh so important. I want to take a quick look at the agent lineup now here on Haven. M100 is going to be with Killjoy, Jet, Sova, Astra, Raze, and then on the left you have Vision Strikers with Sova, Sage, Omen, Killjoy, Jet. So neither team opting for the Viper here, but there are sticking stacks on the Sage instead of Breach, so we're getting a bit of an interesting look here.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going for any of the kind of classic flashes. You still have the Paranoia from Omen, right? But nothing to really open up an entire site, kind of just looking at angles here with the Omen. I mean, I like it. Stacks' Sage it's just so fitting for him, right? Because of the creative way he's able to play around these abilities, and also he can kind of be that second entry sometimes if he needs to be with the Battle Sage. RB continuing to be that main Sova player now for this new lineup of Vision Strikers. I'm interested to see how this go. Also, Mako on Omen, right? Not Viper, not Astra. Sticking with more of a classic smoker, as we've seen Omen popping up more and more again in this new meta.
Yeah, this looks to me to be Vision Strikers kind of playing around with things, kind of giving teams different looks, showing that they are versatile in not just the lineups that they can bring to the map, but also that the agents they can play individually, right? All right, let's get into it, guys. It is going to be Haven Vision Strikers versus Mujik Beksu to kick things off here on day 4 of the main event.
All right, once again, Vision Strikers will be on attack. We've been seeing a lot of kind of the entries going for those shares, just making sure they can try to get these one-taps right around corners. We'll see if we have that today. Doesn't look like it, not on the attack side. Munghoon on the side of Mujik Beksu on that Jet does seem to be wanting to pick up that Sheriff. Just try to pick them off before they can make any headway into one of the sites. Vision Strikers looks like they're going to start with a default, but Spike is on Stacks towards C. Maybe if they get a pick, they'll make a quick move with the wall.
Well, don't be too surprised if this is a bit of a struggle for the Vision Strikers. They are historically known to be not so great at pistol rounds, but we have seen some improvements in that area as time has gone along. Mako is going to be watching over at Long C, seeing if he can get any information. I don't know if he saw maybe a glimpse.
Spotted, yeah, like an arm, maybe a bit of the elbow on Moon's jet there, peeking right back into the corner. So they're just going to back off right away. I mean, if someone's in the back corner of C like that and it's not, Killjoy with a bunch of other utility, you're expecting at least someone else there. And they're going to read it correctly. 2 people on A. They're going to start making their entry now. Buzz is already in the site.
Yeah, they're going to take down the 2 members. There was a shock dart to soften up Pei a little bit. King's going to finish him off even though there was 1 kill. Dark cover is down. Going for the plant here is going to be in. Mako getting his Hadouken ready there.
His Dark Hadouken. Ryu Gaming's playing in the second match.
Sorry. I gotta save it for then. All right. Bamba gonna shoot through the wall. Placed down by Stacks. King gonna put that alarm bot there, see if he can get anything out of that. Turret as well to kind of give him a little bit of information ahead of time. There's a turret on the ground. Mako comes around the backside, gets taken down by Munghoon. Bamba gets 1. Mako is able to come from hell, finish off Bamba, and now Bulby gonna be taken down. And there you go. Vision Strikers going to take the first round of the match.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like what was going on there, right? King just putting down his utility, even though it's probably going to be seen, he puts down the turret right away to add an extra distraction. But then Bulby's like, okay, so we now know he's in that corner, puts down his turret from heaven, tries to create enough of a distraction for the rest of his teammates to be able to walk through. At the end of the day, Vision Strikers is going to win just more of their duels. I mean, they had a pretty clean entry as well, right? Getting 2 kills in trade for 1. So that's an early plan.
But it gives a lot of information away as well as to what Bulby's thinking from up there,
Yes.
So they know pretty quickly, Mako can even work behind it. Munghoon gonna go for the Marshall, doesn't catch he catches the shot, he doesn't catch the headshot, gets a little bit of damage. That should be able to be healed up, I believe. And now Buzz as well, with a Marshall of his own at Long A. Things slow here to start for the Vision Strikers.
Yeah, just a tad bit. I mean, looks like, especially on Haven, I think they're still going with kind of their old style of let's get all the information we can, draw out some utility, especially now with the utility changes, right? You want to save as much as you can for the executes. Buzz is going to push in a bit too far, gets taken out by the Sheriff.
Yeah, Buzz there, we were talking about how important it is for him to get good entries, but they can follow up with the Spectres. Stacks and RB going to pick up 3 as the Slow Orbs kind of just gumming up the works there at A link. Gonna grab a Spectre of his own. It's the Nerf gun Spectre. That's the best one.
It is the best one. I love
so
that line.
Good.
Yeah. I have the Phantom one. I love it.
Ooh, I'm jelly.
Oh.
I've got the Go Phantom. Oh, nice shot! Munghoon with the headshot on the Marshall. Stacks now rotating towards C. He knows there's somebody back there. Just had his teammate get headshot with a Marshall. So wall gonna go up. Really cuts off a lot of the angles for the entry from that alley position for the defenders. Even throw up a shock dart, I believe, into there from RB. They wait around the corners. Recon dart gonna get dealt with pretty quickly, and Stacks is gonna pick up his 4th kill on the double. Spray down headshots galore for him as usual.
Yep, and now he has his ultimate, right, the Resurrection ready. I liked what they were going for, though. King had already cleared out B, and then he's waiting to cut off anyone lurking back to C. Unfortunately, King gets picked off, but also recognizing that they have the Spectres on the side of Vision Strikers, they just stick close to the plant, just wait for them to push in. They're not trying to go for anything tricky and risk getting caught out as they're, making their tail way out, and they win the duel pretty easily. I mean, this one, even though Buzz gets picked off early, as you mentioned as well, I mean, RB and Stacks are there, and this is what we saw from this team, is that the way they're able to trade now, set up Crossfire, seems to be a lot more crisp than the old Vision Strikers, where the old Vision Strikers was still very much just set plays, right? If this works, it works. And now they're like, all right, we're always ready to trade to go for those extra duels.
But I like that you have, well, let's wait for this.
Oh my.
Munghoon doesn't get the kill. He takes a little bit of damage himself. Buzz is going to go down off screen there over by A. But again, Stacks is already popping off, so the res is available. But one thing I do like about this composition, to tack on to what you're saying, which I fully agree with, is that RB and Stacks used to be kind of the top 2 fraggers on this team. Bulby not able to really connect with much there. But now they're kind of together more often because of the roles that they play. Stacks was always kind of this backline player, but RB used to be the front line. Wow, gonna get Buzz there, but King quickly trades him out. So now you've got so much like backline depth on the Vision Strikers.
Yes, absolutely. A bit stronger on the back line, right? Whereas Glow was more of the strategist before, but not the strongest individual player on the roster. But right now we're looking at Mujik Beksu trying to go for this retake. Stacks is just nasty. He's still on the site with the Spectre. Almost gets another. King has been taken down low, so Bulby is going to get that kill, and that's going to be the first round win. This round was a little weird from Vision Strikers. I think what they're lacking right now, I want to keep an eye on Mako, just because the way he's playing it looks like he wants to mimic the way Glow was lurking on Omen before, right? Trying to lurk a bit deeper, but he's kind of getting pushed away by Bulby pretty easily, and then he's not trying to challenge because he wants to stay alive, of course, for his extra utility towards the end of the round, but that limited a lot of what Vision Strikers could do. They rushed in for the B plant with the Sage Wall. That's taken down pretty handily as well. So good job to Mujik Beksu. I mean, they had the weapons they needed to make that round work, and they do.
Yeah, it's the bonus round for the Vision Strikers there. So every kill they get is just kind of gravy. Taking the guns away from the hands of Mujik Beksu. That's kind of what it's at. Mongoon 1 away from his ult. Pei does have the showstopper for himself as well. So a couple of really powerful ults online here for Mujik Beksu. Could find themselves tying this up. We've already seen some good play from Mongoon. Again, the Jets in Korea just tend to be the best players on their teams. Let's just be honest. That's just the way it tends to shake out.
Yeah, they put a lot of emphasis on that entry, right? Just being able to create space and win a couple extra duels. Mongoon peeks out with his
He's
knives.
like, no.
Yeah,
saw
that
like
was
4 of them there.
That was risky. He saw the turret, 2 people, like their guns pointed right at his head. He's like, oh no! And he just runs back into the smoke. Thankfully, Astra was ready to keep that up. Now, their Astra, all of their utility actually, Killjoy and the Astra for Mujik Beksu for M100, kind of leaning towards B and C. And in fact, they've now kind of just given away the A site. The way they're positioned just tells you that they're just going to go for a retake if it comes to A, right? WoW's not even really peeking into it. He's suspecting someone might already be there for a lurk. In fact, it's going to be all of Vision Strikers.
And I think this is great for Mujik Beksu, at least theoretically. They've got all their utility. They haven't wasted any, basically, to get to this position. So as far as retakes go, you have a decent opportunity. Let's see if they can get it done. It's going to be a lot onto Mongoon with this Blade Storm to start opening up space. Smoke goes down. Wall is up. Going to be quickly shot through as well. He's going to use his own smoke to come through. Buzz is there to take him down. Shock Dart comes in. Catches a little bit of damage. Astra tries to come down, and there's that showstopper taking one down. Bulby around the corner, going to finish off Mako. Now he is done, and the Vision Strikers will claim their 3rd round.
Yeah, Vision Strikers just not taking any chances, right? They had 2 people in hell to make sure they could get 1 extra trade. Of course, you had RB watching the flank, but as soon as they heard kind of all of that utility being used to try to break through from the defender spawn, he comes around for support, and everyone's just kind of waiting in A short, and they peek out at the right time. So, well played by Vision Strikers. I agree, though. M100, I mean, they had a plan. They weren't just going to stretch themselves thin, right, and always stay on default and then get picked off one by one, and then you're, undernumbered in terms of kind of going for that retake, and then you're like, do we save, do we not? And now they're going to push out as they're on a save round.
Oh boy, with the shorty, he has to just go. Mako able to save himself. That's a little bit of a scary one when you got a jet with a shorty, but just able to come in. The other problem for Mujik Beksu is losing that round with ults used and money expended. Is now this round is, well, it's a Fields bad man. It's what if people start calling this the Sheriff and the Eco, the Shiko round? I don't.
The Shiko.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I almost feel like I'm about to say a bad word. So
yeah, wow, that is danger zone right there for casters.
Yeah,
what round are we at? We're in the Shiko round.
Yeah, okay, we got it. It's tough. Ooh, a nice lurk here by Bulby. Gonna find RB just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, he was waiting for the post plant, looks like, but not going to happen. So Vision Strikers just has to hold it in the sight, but now they know. The one last one flipped sides a little bit. Looks like they might be on the hunt on the side of A. I don't think they'll push out too far. Bulby actually, if he's patient, he might get an extra right here.
Oh, Buzz with a little bit late coming out on the gun, but Bulby just not able to respond in time himself. Gonna pick up a 3rd kill. Vision Strikers gonna pick up their 4th win? 5th win?
More wins than M100.
More wins than 1. Yeah, we're 4th win.
4, yeah,
I
there
was
you go,
right.
4
okay.
and 1.
But this is pretty clean so far from the Vision Strikers. But again, I don't mind the ideas that I'm seeing from Mujik Beksu. You're throwing different looks at the Vision Strikers. You're just having a tough time competing with their caliber of player. What are you going to do? They're very smart. They react very quickly. Their headshot percentage is through the roof across the board on the team for the Vision Strikers. So the talent is there. Big round here for Muji Beksu. It is going to be the operator purchased for Munghoon.
Listen, they're unemployed and jobless, and I'm not making fun of them. That's literally their team name. But you know what? Take a leaf out of F4Q's book. Just get as many kills as you can against Vision Strikers and start making YouTube videos, right? And then you can be the next team that cuts off the next win streak of Vision Strikers. And
You can be the next Kingslayers, right?
Oh,
Pay! Gonna pick up 3! Oh!
There you go. That's the first clip on that video. I'm telling you right now.
There it is. Just steps out, catches the Vision Strikers in a line. That might have been a collateral in there. I'm not sure, but that happened real darn fast there for Pei. And now the Vision Strikers down to just Mako and King. Trying to see if they can salvage something out of this. So this is a pretty nice round, regardless of what happens now for Mujik Beksu. You would think they can come through with the win. They've got a lockdown if things get really, really bad. I would hope that they can find a way to maybe save that for a more valuable round, let's put it that way.
Okay, yeah, I think in this case, just because it's 5 versus 2, just generally I'm actually all for kind of aggressive use of ultimates, but in this case, 5 versus 2, you should trust yourselves to win this. Looks like they might, oh, there we go. We're gonna see the gravity will come out, so the plant not going to go through, very well placed. And Munghoon going to pick off King. Mako still staying alive, though, at the back of the site in B.
Now, he's got a tough situation in front of him. The spike is near him, but the other team knows it, and they are waiting in multiple crossfires, and Bolby going to be the one to finish him off as he looks around the corner. Nicely done here by Mujik Beksu, and Pei, yeah, he just got himself a YouTube highlight clip for sure.
Oh, heck yeah. That better be making rounds right now already, right? If you're not a fan of Pei now, you can be the first fan to post his YouTube clips right now and let them know that he took out 3 members of Vision Strikers.
But start the Pei fan club, right?
There you go. You can be the owner of the Pei fan club. I mean, look at that. That's just a monopoly right there. I mean, that was a good push, though, right? Vision Strikers still trying to play it a bit slow. They get caught off guard just a tad bit, and then I was just really glad that M100 didn't push Mako at the end, trying to go for the cleanup, and then they just get clutched 1v3. That would have been terrible.
I mean, they're smart. What I'm seeing from them indicates to me that they have really good ideas on how to approach the game. You're just going up against, you know, arguably the best team in Korea now. So we wait at the garage doors. Bamba sitting up in the window there, but he's going to back off, trying to see if he could bait them into Bolby. So far, no takers from the Vision Strikers, and Buzz senses something's amiss. Somebody spam the VAC in chat, because that was just so smart from them. They knew exactly what that was. When Bamba backed off, the Vision Strikers sniffed that out perfectly. They might have seen a pixel or something, I don't know. And maybe they got some of their information that was happening. But regardless, nicely done here by the Vision Strikers. Hard to fool this team.
Yeah, I mean, you got to watch out with your kind of baits and tells, right? Especially against a team that's as experienced as Vision Strikers. I felt like they dragged that bait out a bit too long. They were just constantly spamming, and you're like, okay, if you really are trying to keep me away from this for that long, what's going on here in this garage? We've got another resurrection coming up from Stack, so Buzz, I mean, that's always a nice feel for your main entry. You can kind of just push out a bit more aggressively, and that's going to be yet another planned 5v3 numbers advantage for Vision Strikers.
Yeah, crossfires are great for the Vision Strikers. Stacks can put up this wall from behind the box, basically. He has to sneak forward a little bit. Quickly going to be shot down. Munghoon up in top with this operator. Tough to find an angle into that corner. Vision Strikers doing a great job being aware of their situation, keeping themselves hidden, and Buzz finds the perfect moment to strike, taking Munghoon down from Heaven. The rest of the Vision Strikers continue to wait. There's going to be another rotation. Bamba going up to Heaven himself here for Mujik Beksu. Just going to grab the operator and run, I think. There's no hope right now, and they know it. Maybe looking for an exit frag.
Yep, just going to wait patiently. Vision Strikers, man, the way they were all hidden at the perfect angles away from that window in Heaven, they knew exactly what they were dealing with. You had the wall, you didn't really have to worry about any other angles. So that's going to be yet another round win for them. But hey, I agree with you. I mean, M100, their brains are in the right place. They're just a bit outskilled. And that's just what it comes down to, right? Let's just say it like it is. And this is going to happen at this point in the tournament, right? We're still early on. We're just making sure that the seeding we had in the open qualifier is correct, right? There's no upsets that we need to watch out for. Just making sure the higher seeded teams remain higher seeded in going into the group stage, the double elimination group stage. But they still have 2 rounds on the board, and they have some nice moves. We'll see if they start to do anything tricky, though, right? Just to try to throw off the pacing of Vision Strikers. Or are they going to just play, you know, kind of close to default as possible? Pushing out on A.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Pei feeling confident once again. He's got the showstopper in hand as well. RB going to spot some members of Mujik Beksu out into C. Mako already in the cubby, thinking about launching some utility forward for this push. Here we go. Buzz gonna let the cloudburst go down, dashes in, but shot right down by Munghoon. Very nicely done there, blocking this entry from the Vision Strikers, but here comes the other 4 all together. Bomba around the corner, too many targets to look at. King spins and hits 2 in a heartbeat. What in the world, King? I want to see that replay from his angle, because that looked like a flick and a half to me. Stack's gonna take the plant down. Lockdown is here as well, coming from King. Pei gonna get Mako on this lurk, but not able to find the shots onto RB. Had the opportunity, not able to connect, and now Vision Strikers looking very solid in this post-plant scenario.
Yep, they've got control of long. It's planted for long. They still have 2 in sight. They've got the turret to let them know. They're pushing in. You hear the op shot. So King wants that out of their hand. King goes for 2 again. He is on point today.
He's nuts. He has been incredible so far from what I've seen here in Stage 3. Already in my book, one of, if not the best Sentinel players in Korea, is getting better. He looks like his mechanics have taken another level up. He is really on point, really accurate, just makes great decisions, great flicks. Always in the right places at the right time, it seems like. Another kind of the third member of this back line of the Vision Strikers with RB and Stacks.
Vision Strikers are just this fortress. You like take down the first wall, that's Buzz, and then you're like, okay, well now there's a bigger wall and it's called RB, and you're like, take that down, it's Mako, and then there's just this great wall behind them, it's Stacks and King. You're like, we're never getting through.
They're the Attack on Titan walls. They just they're too strong. Like, they're tall enough they block Titans. All right, they are just crazy good right now. Buzz gonna take Bulby down initially here on this, but the Vision Strikers looking to maybe rotate back towards C after that, getting that pick into short A. And you do have King. Look at how deep he is onto that B site, but wow, it already gotten through into the window. That catches Buzz by surprise, takes him down with the frenzy. King is still waiting. Pei kind of had a sense that he might be there, but it is going to be King with the better gun, going to wing that again. Another spray down here on to wow. King continues to strike. Stacks there through the garage door. Going to get a headshot as well, and yeah, things not looking good on the eco round here. Munghoon trying to salvage something.
Yeah, just trying to see if he can do a little bit more damage, or maybe even, you know, pick one off, take the gun, maybe save that into the next round. But he's not going to find anyone, but he is still on the hunt. Of course, for Vision Strikers, I mean, you have the numbers advantage, stick together, get the plant, get those extra credits, make sure you're staying ahead in economy momentum. Now they see the turret has spotted him, so RB's ready for him. There we go.
Yeah, easy cleanup there for the Vision Strikers, but the eco round, you know, it is what it is for Mujik Beksu. Now you really look towards this rifle round to see if they can salvage a decent half. 7 rounds, of course, means that this half will be in favor of the Vision Strikers no matter what, but you can string together a couple more wins. Haven seems to be attackers favored these days across all the regions that I've seen. So maybe you can get something done here. Maybe that's why they picked Defenders half first.
Yeah, I thought that was a little interesting generally because of that consensus that Haven's attacker favored, right? We see most teams trying to pick attack. Seeing how they play, though, I like it, right? Instead of having to take risks against Vision Strikers and not know what you're up against, kind of always start default on defense and then rotate and adjust as necessary. That's probably the best shot they had on this map. And again, we've seen Sparkles. They just haven't really connected into Fireworks just yet.
I like the way you put that, man. The Sparklers into Fireworks. That's... We could only have the sparklers in like the lame fireworks in my state. They like the big ones weren't legal. So
isn't that the most
yet.
disappointing when you like hear the loud sparkles and you're like, oh my gosh, the big fireworks coming in, and then just fizzes out. It's like,
or it's just a smoke bomb. You're like, oh, okay. Oh, man. Well, Pei does have the showstopper, and I think, you know, the Vision Strikers have to be somewhat aware of that. Buzz has the Blade Storm, but no real impetus to use it, as he hasn't had to have an eco round or a operator round as they are on attack. And the Vision Strikers typically don't grab an operator on the attacker side of Haven. I haven't seen it too much. You can throw that alarm bot up there. I'm not sure if it caught the Vision or not before it was shot down. Buzz working his way through the smokes onto the site, gets basically a free entry. Stacks his wall there. I can't tell exactly how much that is cutting off with that dark cover. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury here from Bomba to delay the plant for a second. Stacks, though, with a happy beat, doing a good job dodging it. Here we go. Post-plant coming up for the Vision Strikers. Lockdown going to be used here by Bolby. So a good retake possible, but there is the Hunter's Fury from RB, so that's going to take that lockdown down. Now we move forward with this retake. I'm a little bit concerned here. Oh, wow! The good spray, but look, it's Stacks and Buzz lining it up. Mako watching the flank. Buzz going to finish it off for his third. An easy cleanup here for the Vision Strikers.
Man, Stacks using his wall just to make sure they know exactly the angle they want to hold, right? It's not to do any kind of tricky, like, time play. I mean, obviously it does hold them off for a little bit, but what it does is make sure that they literally have even a more narrow angle to come through from the defender's spawn. I love how he's been using that on every site. It's kind of placed that way rather than to create like a tricky plant or, you know, maybe like a vertical wall where they have to break through multiple sections. It's not about that. It's just to make sure they can win more duels, which, again, seems to be the direction Vision Strikers is headed. As we look at this next round, they're still going to kind of set up slow. The spike is next to Mako. Ooh, Mako trying to get an early angle. He's not going to find a kill. Neither side really. Munghoon takes a lot of damage, though.
I'm glad you really keyed in on that wall, because I thought it was quite interesting. A wallbang headshot from King going to take Bomba down. But you can see that Stacks is showing us a lot of different utility kind of looks, whether it be... RB's going to get wow. Whether it be a wall to just block off a link here on A, or these kind of walls to change the angles that, you know, your opponents have to come through to retake the site. And this is just a stomp right now for the Vision Strikers, one by one dismantling Mujik Beksu.
Yeah, we gave them M100 the credit they deserved in the first rounds, and now it's kind of going as expected. So really, I mean, if you're interested in this game, quite frankly, the most exciting thing in this matchup is going to see how is Vision Strikers playing the agents they pick, right? What agents are they picking? What changes are we seeing in this roster? Because, I mean, it's just such a storied brand as they go for a flawless here in round 11, taking their 9th win. And again, we're seeing those changes. Like, we've seen Sage play all across the world, right? It keeps changing. It's about the boost, and then it's about these vertical walls. And now Stacks is just like, what about just standard? But now we win all the duels because we know exactly the window that they're trying to peek into. And it's working out for Vision Strikers. Mako seems to be coming into his own as well. He was a little slow at the start of this map, but he's holding his angles. He's using his paranoia at the right times. He's winning those duels. And this is something we noticed at Reykjavik as well. Korea was kind of lacking in that tactical dueling aspect. Vision Strikers is trying to bring it forward.
Yeah, I'm fully on board, and I like what I'm seeing tactically, strategically. Of course, we know the Vision Strikers are mechanically gifted. Buzz up top. Oh, Pei's going to get King, but the right click from Buzz. Going to take Pei down there. We back off, and we wait things out here. See, there's a Nova Pulse actually coming through to try to soften up the Vision Strikers. Nobody home, but Bomba's going to win his duel. Mako, King, RB quickly take down 3 members of Mujik Beksu. Wow! Gets his 3rd of the round, but there's a lockdown here. He has to wait for it to finish. RB still alive. Going to push on through, grab the spike. Still plenty of time on the clock for RB to make some decisions.
Yep, just trying to fake the plant a little bit, see if there's any movement, but Wow is not biting. He is going for the slow rotate.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh? Oh, no. Oh, yes. Oh, no.
Yes, no, yes, no. Maybe. Yes, he's going to do it. You can see there's some smiles on the face of Mujik Beksu, able to keep their spirits high, to come out with a win, to close out that first half there. But not unsurprisingly, it's Vision Strikers with a 9-3 lead.
Yeah, the lead itself is not surprising at all. Vision Strikers on that last round got a little careless. You know, let's call it out as it is, right? Buzz goes in a little too far ahead, and then the Showstopper, he gets the trade on the Showstopper, but then he's kind of stuck peeking a smoke, not a wall or anything else, right? With his knives out, he tries to switch to the Phantom. Doesn't work out. So well played by Mujik Beksu. As soon as they get a couple of those early kills, they know they can start to file in and abuse the wall against Vision Strikers. But at the end of the day, Vision Strikers still leading.
It kind of feels like Buzz just was like, well, I've been sitting on this ultimate. I might as well use it.
Let's be honest, that's what it was. I mean, he had a Phantom. There was really no particular reason to pull it out.
Yeah, that was just a highlight reel one. The Stack's going to reach out, grab that all-important ult orb for the Sage, get those reses online. He was able to pull out some reses early and often for the Vision Strikers in that first half. A big part of why they're able to be successful in some ways. Although I wouldn't be too surprised if this is just Stacks just showing off his Sage a little bit, and we see him on Breach against different opponents potentially, but we'll see. Bulby gonna check behind that box. He's like, yeah, maybe you guys, I did that, and you guys sniffed it out. Maybe I can do the same, but the Vision Strikers, no sir. They are waiting out in window.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is, I mean, Snacks is playing Sage on Icebox as well, so we know that he knows the agent well. It's just no flashes, right? Or no classic flashes, traditional flashes here on this team. Oh, Pei has already made his way into the site, but there's the wall. Oh, Stacks.
Those orbs don't hurt you, they heal you, or the slow orbs as well. RB with the shock dart, gonna finish off Munghoon. Knifing through the wall is Mujik Beksu. It was a decent entry, but the follow-up not quite. Okay, I take it back. Bulby gonna do the better of RB here. Around the corner is Mako, gonna trade with Bomba. Wow, and then Stacks there at the very end to get the headshot and the finish.
Yeah, that was close, actually. Mujik Beksu was trading really well, making sure they had Crossfire set up, but unfortunately, it's Stacks who's left alive. WoW's still having fun, though. He's still enjoying his time on stage. He's doing all right. He's got 10 kills on the board. Not too bad against Vision Strikers.
Yeah, him and Pei look pretty solid. They've had some good moments there. That movement by Pei to get behind Buzz, very nice. They did a good job of kind of keeping Buzz pinned in short A there and baiting him out. And Pei got through into the A site for free, so not bad. Let's see what the follow-up's going to look like, though, after falling in the follow-up pistol round here in the first half, or the second half.
Yeah, it's just we're going to see one Sheriff for Pei. But otherwise, they're just keeping their classics, right? Not really buying any armor either. Just some utility. And see if, maybe they can at least sneak in a plant. And looks like that might be the plan as they're inching towards B. Ooh, Buzz.
Buzz just took a headshot.
Wow-wee.
That's not happy. All right, well, RB with the Spectre has an opportunity to do some real damage. Gets a little bit done. No kills just yet. Going to be a paint shells to back him out. Nicely executed so far, but RB Shock Dart is also on point. King stepping forward as well. Another Shock Dart kill for RB as this B site push is completely shut down by the Vision Striker. Stacks just cuts off RB's angle there.
Yeah, RB was ready for like a recon and a peek, and Stacks is like, no,
I want this. Oh my god. That is filthy. That is just Stacks is like, no, RB, this is my round. You can see RB's even got a little bit of a smile.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, he got the 2 Shock Dart kills though.
That's pretty nuts.
He was probably sitting there like, wait, this is what all the other agents get to do? It's just like get kills with skills?
I don't even have to like jump in and go at them. Like,
That's
I
crazy.
can just sit back and shoot these arrows.
I love the lineups.
This is why everybody likes Legolas in the Lord of the
He's like
Rings.
subscribing to Lothar's YouTube channel right now. Like, teach me more about the Viper lineups. He's like, I want to get free kills on post plants.
Yeah, teach me. All right, well, it's the slow orb out there. Buzz, I think, okay, the Marshal, but it's going to be Munghoon who gets Stacks down early. So this kind of early aggression towards A for Mujik Beksu paying off in spades right now. They're coming through with 2 big kills early. RB is going to take Pei down there. And RB gets another before he is shut down. Just King left here for the Vision Strikers. Does take Banba. And now Bulby running around the corner. Going to have a duel. And he is going to win that. Killjoy versus Killjoy is going to go the way of Mujik Beksu.
Well, I thought he wasn't going to turn around in time, but I was proven wrong. So, Mujik Beksu with a quick round. Some aggressive entry into A. And that seems to pay off every now and then. I mean, they went for all the Spectres as well, so Works out for them.
You know, it's still a very uphill battle for Mujik Beksu, no doubt about it. As we move into round number 16, you have a few guns in hand now. You get a few of those Vandals, which are very much preferred by a lot of players in Korea overall. There's the gravity well there to try to see if they can mess with the Vigil Striker's alt orb congestion, but not much going to come off of it. Pei sends the Boombot forward, doesn't catch anything off of it, so doesn't opt to push through the smoke just yet. You can see he doesn't really feel comfortable unless that Boombot sniffs something out for him.
Yeah, and there's no reason to necessarily push on your own at this stage. You know that Vision Strikers is going to come back with full buys here. So not taking any risks, just making sure that they're not pushing themselves out. So it looks like Pei's going to kind of remain on this lurk on the A side as Raze, while the rest of the team trying to just sniff something out of Garage. You know, maybe get a pick, and then maybe they'll rotate, you know, if they sense more. There are a lot of people, though. Vision Strikers has a pretty good read on this. Yeah, Vision Strikers got a lot of information off that Owl drone, and Mujik Beksu is opting to still continue the push forward. Mako gonna wallbang Volby because of it. Munghoon diving in here, trying to open up some space onto the C site, just spraying through the darkness, not catching anything, and instead it's a massacre here as quickly 5 players going down. Stacks now trying to cover the angle here for King. Munghoon throwing a smoke down to cut off Stack's angle, but there's not really a lot that Munghoon can do here with this box. He is in a really uncomfortable position, no doubt about it. Now Stacks gets the push on. King comes up and over on a plat, but gets taken down quickly. Munghoon does not get a connection onto Buzz. Buzz gonna finish the round for the Strikers. Yeah, it's weird that M100 decided to still stick it to C, but Vision Strikers, I mean, they had a read on it. They were prepared. You even saw Mako kind of coming in with that paranoia to make sure they didn't have to cover both sides of the site, right, for the rest of his teammates who were already on site, on C. And so he's able to come around and then take people out from the connection from spawn. So well played by Vision Strikers. I mean, they just had a good read, right? They got their early vision. They had pushed out a little bit on A. They didn't see any movement or action, so they said, all right, let's just lean heavily onto the other side of the map. Pays off for them.
All right, well, map point coming up here for the Vigil Strikers. They do catch some members of Mujik Beksu. Buzz gonna shut 1, shut 2 down quickly there. Throws the 1-way to back off after taking a decent amount of damage. Here comes Stacks from behind. The ult from Munghoon shut down with the flank through short, and now Mujik Beksu on their last legs.
Yeah, this isn't looking so good. Bamba just using his Hunter's Fury to see if they can make anything happen, and now they know that they're kind of stuck in attacker spawn, so the hunt begins for... Oh, not anymore for King.
Now, wow, gets one, then gets paranoia, taken down by Mako with the Bulldog on the follow-up. Vigil Strikers going to take the first map here, 13-4. About what you would expect. Very clean, very efficient from the Vigil Strikers. You know, the pistol rounds were good. Everything looked good for them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I had like, Mujik Beksu gave me a little bit more hope. Like, I had like 0.5% hope for them, and then they bumped it up to 1. They like doubled it to 1% with their early round wins. But then it didn't really pay off.
That's one of those like things where you're like, yeah, they did 100% better than I thought they would, and then it's actually like not a lot better.
Yeah, it's like on your resume, you only had like 1 job, but you're like, but I increased everything 200%, and it's like, so you made it 2?
You sold 2 instead of 1? Like, good job, wow. Way to go. Well, I mean, this looked pretty clean, pretty effective from the Vigil Strikers. I mean, other than I'd say the last round of the first half, this is pretty much what you expect from them. Although I will say it is interesting to see Stacks on the Sage here on Haven. This kind of makes me scratch my head a bit. Is this a future plan for the Vigil Strikers, or was this just Stacks being Stacks and just kind of being like, well,
no, I can see it happening with the way they've been playing, with the way they've been trying to adopt more of that kind of tactical duel-based play rather than set plays, or just relying on set plays, I should say. I can see it happening, right? I mean, the Flash Sun Utility Breach brings is great, but also, especially on Haven, you kind of have to commit to one site, right? Once you've used it all up, it has to be used all on one site, right? It's kind of hard to save something for Breach now from one site to the potential other 2, given how big the map is. Whereas Sage, like, you're always going to get use out of that wall, no matter where you place it, right? You know you've cut off an angle, you know you've cut off a connection, so I could see that happening.
Yeah, well, you can see here, Buzz going to be the top player coming through for the Vision Strikers with a 2.0 KDA, but you know, if you look at some of the other KDA's stacks with a 4.8, yeah, you know, it's a little bit misleading in a way.
Yeah. You know what? M100, though, they at least had 2 players above 1.0, so that's good. We've seen some other defeats this week where it did not look as good. So.
Yes. No, I mean, give a lot of credit to Pei and WoW. They looked pretty solid. Munghoon had a couple nice things in there. Banbo, not much to write home about, unfortunately, for the Sova player, but yeah, I mean, the ideas looked good early on until the Vision Strikers just kind of broke them, and you know, at that point, it seemed like your will to kind of mentally power through it can falter rather quickly.
Yes, but again, you're playing against Vision Strikers. This also, you're not eliminated for the tournament. This is just for seeding. So in some ways, hey, you had a chance to play against Vision Strikers. I mean, hey, I would love to play against Vision Strikers. It wouldn't be good, but...
You're really testing your mettle. Well, we'll see what they've got as we have Ascent coming up next, guys. Stay tuned. We'll be right back here with VCT.
Power supreme, from below, it's in my genes. What I like, that's real nice things. Side down before approaching the king. Muscle strong, think money and power. I'm on the track like I hop in the shower. Break out the brick like I'm building a tower. And I'ma do that into my final hour. And my brain growing like a flower. I get to bed, I don't be in it. I'm on my way, doing my flex, running it up, getting my checks. I got the power, give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next. Give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next. Give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next. I flex different than them boys that ain't been grinding strong. You can spot a winner cause his money and his fortune long. But I'ma get my bag every day, it don't matter what you want. Make sure you check yourself, talk about me, but you talking wrong. Respect. I live this life, then on to the next. Give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next. Give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next. Give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next.
We go to New Jersey, your eyes seen, I'll be worried. You said it was nothing, but I know you get buried. The sorrow of us, the sorrow of us. How did we end up here? We used to laugh so hard. When did we stop loving, babe? When did it all go too far? We don't listen when we talk. We fight fire with fire. It's like we don't know how to talk without the phrase getting higher. You hear when I hear me, yeah, nothing else in between, yeah. Try to connect without making a scene, but we don't listen when we talk. We don't listen when we talk. I know you have your reasons to yell at me tonight, baby. Can we see this as a lesson? Then maybe we should open up. The sorrow of us, the sorrow of us. How did we end up here? We used to laugh so hard. When did we stop loving, babe? When did it all go too far? We don't listen when we talk. We fight fire with fire. It's like we don't know how to
talking about how important it is for him to get good entries, but they can get dealt with pretty quickly.
He's still on the site, almost gets another. So yeah, that's wow, that is going to happen. So right here.
Oh, Buzz, you can be the next Kingslayers, right? Oh, Payne! And Buzz sense being aware of their situation, keeping themselves in or all together. Bombo around the corner.
Here's the hop shot. So King wants that out of their hand
With the frenzy, King is still waiting with the better gun. Going to wait. Wow, the good spray, but look, it's Stacks and Buzz. Mako watching the flank. Looks, whether it be your opponent's roster,
because I mean it's just
try to soften up the striker down. 3 members of Mujik back to him.
oh no, oh yes, oh no!
How nicely executed start is also on point. King
Like a recon of peak, and Stacks like no.
No, I want this. And some members of Mujik back to Buzz gonna shut. Wow, gets one, then gets paranoia. Very clean, very efficient. And welcome back, everybody, to VCT Korea. Vision Strikers taking the first map, taking Haven away from Mujik Beksu. That was their pick. Now we move over to the Ascent. But before we get there, I want to talk about, you and I got to see Vision Strikers earlier, well, at least, you know, in the tournament. This was a very different look that we're seeing from them.
Yeah, this was a much more aggressive, duel-heavy Vision Strikers, whereas before, I mean, yeah, we saw them kind of playing a bit more active than they used to, but it was still much more kind of adopting that post-plant meta that we saw from Reykjavik, kind of developing further into Korea. But of course, we're also seeing that meta start to get challenged around the world as well. So the question's up in the air, like, is this just because it's a weaker team and they just kind of want to test out some new things, kind of just shake the dust off a little bit here on stage, or is this really something they want to take forward? Because RB was set up for a couple post-plant lineups, but not too often either. Like, they were always kind of in sight, waiting for duels, holding those close angles rather than trying to play it far off, like down C long or anything like that. So we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully when they get challenged by a stronger team, right, do they start to bring out kind of that slower paced again and post-plan and kind of wait patiently for those advantageous angles?
That I think that's the biggest takeaway here, yeah, is absolutely that the Vision Strikers can do a lot of different things and do it well. And that's what makes them such a strong team, such a scary team, is now we're seeing an evolution, right? It used to be a long time ago that the Vision Strikers were just, you pretty much knew exactly what they were doing going into basically every map. You knew what their agent lineups were going to be. Things were very by the book. But now things are a little bit different, and a lot of that, I think, has to do with this guy right here, who is the unanimous pick. Stacks as our MVP.
You know, I never really thought about it, but when there's 5 Sieges staring at you, doesn't it look like she's judging you?
She always looks like she's judging me.
Oh, does she? She's
That's
like,
how I
you
always
died
feel.
Again.
This is
like,
how I feel when I'm playing Sage, is I'm judging everyone else. They're
You
like,
need to
I
heal
need heal.
again.
And I'm like, you're on the other side of the map. You get out of here. All right, we're defaulting. You picked A, I picked B. All right, I am judging you for asking for a heal right now because you have 0 map awareness.
Let it
But
all
anyway.
out, man.
All
Let
right,
it all
I'm done.
out.
Okay, there it is. That's my paper thin rant of the day.
All right. I'll accept one. I'll accept one. All right. Well, we're here waiting for the second map. I was just thinking about this paper thin. I'm really glad that we start earlier, right, in the day with the broadcast, because more people are in the world.
You're not a
especially in
degenerate,
NA.
yeah.
Yeah, and you're not a degenerate. I'm not like forced to go to sleep at like 5 a.m. But at the same time, Vision Strikers, if they win too fast, I have to eat dinner really early during the break.
Oh,
and
ooh.
that throws off your cycle too.
That's a feels bad, man.
Yeah,
That's true. I didn't thought about that.
no, I don't know about this.
Oh,
I feel like I want this map to go.
What have you done to
13-7.
me? You've broken me, Chobra. I can't focus. No, I mean, it is a little bit weird because Vision Strikers is clearly the better team. And I think going into Ascent, I mean, look, Mujik Beksu at times did stuff that I was like, yes, this is exactly how you should be thinking about this situation. This is how you should be approaching this situation. There's just not that speed, that ferocity, that mechanical ability that you see from the Vision Strikers backing them up.
I mean, yeah. Let's just say it like it is, right?
Yeah.
Vision Strikers are just better. The good news about Mujik Beksu is that they're not just flopping around, right? They clearly have thought about the game, and they've watched some VODs. That's good. you're just a bit outskilled right now, and that's okay. It's Vision Strikers, right? I mean, Korea, again, we have a lot of these teams that are still, you know, it's mostly kind of just players trying to get together, form a roster. They're trying to look for a chance to shine, maybe find an org, maybe find the right chemistry. So it's still all in the works. I'm just happy that we're constantly seeing some new players, some new combinations of rosters being tested out across Korea. And as we see, you know, more players settling in, we saw it with the ex-Muyaho, ex-Rio players, right? They then formed Rio. They continued as Rio as a team. They did really well, and now they seem to have found some homes that fit each of their own styles. So hopefully we continue to see that across the board.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the beginning of all of this. In Korea in particular, it is starting to gain steam again. This game is really starting to be picked up across, you know, it's starting to make its way up the leaderboards of the PC bongs, how much stock you can put in that these days because of, you know, the global pandemic, and a lot of people are now playing more games from home than ever,
Yes.
and especially even in Korea, where, you know, the PC bong was kind of a social thing, kind of a you know, really where the eyes were as to what games were popular. Now things are changing across the globe, and especially in Korea.
Yeah, Korea's finally caught on that video games are not meant to be social. They're meant to be anti-social. And now we're playing from home instead of together in a PC bong. All right, we're finally catching up to the rest of the world, where we're like, nerds aren't meant to be social outdoors. We're supposed to all stay inside with headsets. So Korea's catching on there, but we have the lineups here for Ascent. Mujik Beksu bringing out that Phoenix. We've seen it quite often on Ascent. And Mako for Vision Strikers hopping back over to Astra instead of Omen. Makes sense for this map. No Viper, though, but the Astra, of course, providing some decent value.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's map dependent for Mako, what he's going to be running, really. And he just seems to be more comfortable with Astra on Ascent, which makes a lot of sense. There's just so many opportunities to combo the utility. You know, we saw this the other day where, you know, you can even pair it with the Killjoy, and you use even the Nova Pulse or something like that to soften players up inside of like B main, and then you can just spray them down, you know, get that extra damage in there. But this is kind of what I would expect from the Vision Strikers, let me put it that way. Whereas Haven, it was a little bit different than what I expected. This is 100% the lineup I was expecting.
Yep, yeah, including that Sky coming back out. Of course, Sky has just risen astronomically here in popularity coming into this patch, just all around the world. I mean, the way everything has changed, and then of course the specific changes to Sky and how her abilities work, being able to kind of use it self-sufficiently, you know, even the Tiger having a bit more vision. It's always so weird to me that I have to call it a Tiger in terms of the actual official category of the, isn't it a Tasmanian Tiger? Is that what it is?
You know, everybody tells me something a little bit different, but you're probably right.
Someone's like, it's actually a shark.
Well, like, you got like Tasteless and Artosis who call it the gamer dog.
The gamer dog.
And which is great. And now that's all I can think of it as. It's like anytime there's like a really specific animal or plant or something in a game, I'm like, I can't remember that, guys. Like, I don't know what kind of tree that is.
That
like,
is true. It is impressive that Tastosis have managed to make Sky this gamer farmer, right? She's got like the gamer dog, the gamer hawk, and the gamer cabbages. She's the gamer farmer. She's actually a pro in Farmer Simulator.
Well, she wears the overalls too. It looks like she's a farmer. It makes a lot of sense.
She's like actually an outdoor explorer where like she's just a farmer. Like she just likes a quiet life. Meanwhile, she's
a real nerd, dude. She's actually wanting to stay at home. But she's getting recruited to be out here and be the best agent in this game right now. That's the real like the real tragedy of nerddom. So if you spend enough time at home, eventually you get really good at video games and they force you to come out on stage, man.
No one actually wants to be like, I just want to be at home. You're like, no, but you have to play in front of the lights. And you're like, no, I just want to be at home.
Stop.
Man, you know, I was just thinking as well, I wonder if Stacks at some point is ever going to want to become like, set like a landmark of like the first player to play all the agents.
I think he very well could. He has the opportunity for sure, but we'll see here as we get into Ascent. Vision Strikers versus Mujik Beksu. Vision Strikers lead 1-0. Can Mujik Beksu get it done on their map pick of Ascent?
Now I'm just picturing like a hypothetical meeting they had at Vision Strikers, and their stacks is just like, all right, well, we need a 7-man roster so they can all fill the roles whenever I switch off, so I can play whatever agent I want.
What hasn't he played? Yeah, I've never seen him play Jet.
Yeah, we haven't seen him play Jet or
I haven't seen him play Raze or Omen or Astra.
Yeah, he hasn't played a lot of the smokers.
Or the Sentinels, but he plays everything in between. So we're having a bit of a technical timeout. There's an audio issue.
Wow.
As we get lined up for this, but
we're gonna be able to eat dinner at a proper time now.
I know. They did this. They heard us, and they were like, "Well, let's wait a little bit longer for the lunches to come."
Yeah, the staff
through.
was like, "Oh my gosh, they're right. We're gonna eat too early.
We
Unplug
can't have
one of the
that.
cables."
You can't eat dinner before 5 p.m. That's not possible.
Yeah, honestly, if this map goes very quickly, there's a very real chance that we get served dinner before 5 p.m.
I'm hungry. I don't care.
I
am
4 p.m. Oh, you're living the gamer life.
I live the gamer life.
You haven't eaten yet.
I live the degen life. There is no doubt about it. I did not eat before I came here. The first thing I put in my body was coffee before anything
else. Oh my
else.
gosh, I can't do that anymore, man.
It's not
you
good
are a
for me.
strong human.
No, I'm not.
I like OD'd on caffeine once, like legitimately.
Geez.
Yeah, this is a warning for everyone watching. Like, do not drink that much caffeine. It's actually so bad for you.
It's horrible.
It's so bad.
Why would you do that?
Well, okay, listen. I was in college and I was stupid. Okay, is that what you want to hear?
No, I know about these things. No, college was a time of
that
not
was
smart
also
decisions.
that was also the most attentive I ever have been in a class, but it did not pay off the next
really?
couple of days.
Well,
Yeah.
I could say that my paying attention in college got me not very far.
Not much.
Not much. Let's see if we can get this one started. I think we're just about ready to kick off the pistol round as we open up a Sen. It will be Vision Strikers on defense, Mujik Beksu on attacker side, and looking at the guns, the ghosts are well preferred. Stacks and RB in particular really like that ghost. Buzz has got the frenzy. Nothing out of the ordinary with how this one's going to kick off. There is that one way to kind of contest for that alt orb potentially. You know that typically those Phoenixes are going to be really hungry for those.
Yeah, even just from the first round, right? Instead of all-inning, you almost want to prefer to take those orbs so you can guarantee some better fights and some better wins in the later rounds. So it looks like they just wanted to see if they could maybe snag that. Of course, Phoenix wasn't on the A side, but now Mujik Beksu all going to rotate over. Now, RB's waiting patiently, and he hears some noise, and he puts that down, tags a couple people.
Yeah, it's a great setup there with the Killjoy to follow up off their utility. Headshots galore for the Vision Strikers, along with the Shock Dart, tearing Mujik Beksu asunder. As Wow and Pei trying to hold the angles across the door, but Wow is in literal no man's land. He is completely stuck. Pei is like, yeah, peace out, bro. Good luck, and I'm gonna watch for this. Doesn't matter, Buzz is better. And there you go, the flawless pistol round to kick things off for the Vision Strikers.
Hey, they've changed. They're not afraid of those pistol rounds anymore. But it was a good setup, right? You had the Killjoy to kind of help set you up, and then the Shock Dart to weaken them. And then you've got the Ghost for the headshots, and it stacks. Who's a headshot machine. So it all works out for Vision Strikers. Mujik Beksu, I mean, I think they, after they weren't really allowed to get the orb on the A side, they just said, all right, well, let's just all in, see what happens. Unfortunately, the Astra smoke was there as well, so not going to be able to push through.
Yeah, it's great setups from Mako again, showing why he really prefers Astra. Stack Sky is very powerful as well with the guiding light up and over. Going to reveal that, again, this alt orb is wanting to be contested by Mujik Beksu, and it's going to be Munghoon, who just dives in. He gets one with the classic, but Buzz from Wine can come out there and take him down. Mako gets a headshot. Here's another one for King. This is great observing, just bouncing from one kill to the other with those Spectres, and Pei all alone trying to run away from this Owl Drone, but gonna get spotted out at the last second, and he is probably not long for this particular round. And there it is, the spray down from Mako confirms the second win for Vision Strikers.
Yeah, nothing too surprising there. I mean, Munghoon just rushing and trying to get at least one extra kill works out for him. He gets one trade. But other than that, you didn't have much hope for Mujik Beksu as Vision Strikers leads 2-0. Okay, so now you've got weapons. You have the ability to start contesting for some of these orbs a bit more properly. And here's the thing, is if Vision Strikers is using some of this utility really early to deny an early orb, you can try to use it against them from Mujik Beksu, right? You can try to play time against them and then have some set plays ready because they're not going to have as many stars for Astra.
Yeah, and you can see, again, it's the same utility coming out from the Vision Strikers there over at A, and this time they're pushing through towards short. They are going to have the gun advantage. It is the bonus round for the Vision Strikers, but look at this. Immediately, the Vision Strikers kind of are sensing something's not right. There was a star there. There's the Owl drone coming through, so that's going to alert Vision Strikers that this is at least being toyed with. The dash into the wall for Munghoon. Oh no, makes it easy for Mako. Never even turns towards him, was trying to dash out, and a little bit of a misstep there from him.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a good read from Vision Strikers, right? You made sure they didn't rush for the orb on A long, and you kind of pushed out on B main. You didn't see anyone, so you're ready for a potential entry into Garden. Now, Bulby is going to get a pick against Buzz. Buzz getting just a bit too curious, peeking into A long, but after that, they're going to rotate back. They don't want to draw attention any further to A. They also have taken mid control from Mujik Beksu.
Yeah, the alarm bot is going to let the Vision Strikers know that something's up. That vision is really powerful for King, only able to get one. Pei drops down, gets the headshot onto RB as well. B site is open. Bomba gonna cover the thing for them, and well, now it's looking pretty darn good here as they have 3 in the site. Bulby just gonna set the turret up. Wait, Mako trying to do something as Astra, but there is not much hope. Should be able to play pretty well off this turret. It'll give him the information here in just a second. Mako actually dodges it. Oh, wow. That's pretty clever.
Yeah, he just skirts around. Bulby obviously still ready for it, though, but Mako tries to flick up, doesn't get there in time, and Bulby is going to get the win. I mean, for Mako, right, they were on the bonus round. He had picked up a Vandal. Might as well try to go for some extra duels. So can't really blame him, but Bulby just waiting as patiently as possible and then peeks out at the right moment.
It's a solid round, solid decision-making there, even losing your jet early to kind of a unfortunate tailwind into the wall. Face planting in there. But that's a good trade from Bulby to react to King. King had a potential for a double there. Bomba gets another coming through market, and they're able to kind of defend all the crossfires that Vision Strikers tried to get into quickly. Vision Strikers kind of a bit off kilter with their timings, kind of walking in there one by one. But again, the bonus round for them, it's nothing too disheartening for the Vision Strikers.
Yeah, and Mujik Beksu, they're constantly peeking mid, and then as soon as they confirm Vision Strikers isn't really holding it, they're just holding it with some Killjoy utility, they are pushing up through mid, right? And they kind of secure mid control now. Not going to make the same mistake here for Munghoon, peeking into Garden a bit too early. Mako not taking any chances either. That Nebula will be going away soon. He does have an extra star for any kind of play here if Munghoon wants to come in.
I like the follow-up star as well from Mako, remembering what Munghoon did, but Munghoon playing around it very well. Trailblazer is out, going to get shot down. Mako seeing try if he can pick something up off of it. There's a guiding light behind it. A better dash this time out from Munghoon is going to keep him alive despite the guiding light hitting him in the face. So both of these teams having some really smart back and forth inside this short A tree area. Munghoon going to win, but Mako is there again to take him down. Steps forward. There is a great blind. It's going to get Mako down. Bomba and the rest of Mujik Beksu have pushed through onto A. Spike is down in a 4v3 lockdown here as well for Bulby. Not sure there's much he can do with it just yet in that position he's in. There's some darts. There is the Nano Swarm coming up to the top. RB already has the Odin and is going to be spraying through. Trying to see if he can catch anybody down in hell. Nothing really doing. Turret to try to guide the way. There are those guiding lights up and over from Stacks. Catches some members, but Bomba again gonna get it done. RB with the spray. Pei gonna follow up onto him. Stacks around the corner, gets one, but WoW is there to trade out in the end. Mujik Beksu gonna get 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, well played round by them. I think that was very patiently played, right? As soon as you got some duels over on Garden, you wait until the rest of your teammates can start pushing into long, and then you just pinched at the right time, and you were set up for the trades. Their post-plant setups were pretty good as well. Clearly, they are more practiced on this map, right? This was their map pick, and they look pretty ready for it. Now, I wonder if Vision Strikers at some point is going to have someone set up in mid in their default, or if they're still just going to rely on Killjoy utility and just use it for intel for rotations rather than having control, because they're still relying on that, right? Just 2 people on B and then 3 on A.
Yeah, Stacks, it's a wall bang, even though Buzz goes down. There is this lockdown. going to be utilized here. There's no particular counter available just yet, except for Stacks with a Sheriff. What else do you need here? That's his fourth headshot with the Sheriff on the round.
Oh, no.
Stacks by himself, shutting them down. He is detained here, so that is going to slow things up. King is trying to use him as bait, does not come through. They spray through the wall. I think they might have even caught a little bit of damage onto Bulby there. Bulby now trying to get something open, but is the last one left alive. Shock darts, just in case he's there trying to plant, not going to connect. Stacks could find the ace. He can come around and pop another head. He's going to use the guiding light to open the door. He's going to hit it. Cannot get the finish, though. King there to sweep in and clean up the job. But my word, what a round from Stacks.
Wow, that was not how it was supposed to play out. I mean, Magic Bexu had the lockdown. I think they could have played a bit more patiently off the lockdown, right? Rather than trying to force a detain, just get them out of there. I mean, you had the gun advantage. I mean, you were just going to go with the plant, and then you could have gone for your post plants again, and then maybe, you know, even maybe waited for the lockdown then. But they push in really early here, and Stacks just lines him up. And against this guy, you can't take those risks.
No, you have to be very considered when it comes to playing against him. Now, Buzz has that operator, so they are pushing through into mid like you were talking about earlier here, Chobra. A little bit of a different look coming out for the Vision Strikers to start this, but Munghoon with the Blade Storm, I think he might just be trying to pop up and over, seeing if he can catch somebody. Nothing really doing. In fact, take some damage from the turret for his efforts.
You know, the turret's strong in Korea. The turret is pretty strong out here. And Killjoy now focusing along with Astra on A. They've noticed just how focused Mujik Bexu has been, and then now that they have the operator in mid as well, they feel okay to kind of reverse that stack over to A, make sure they have a bit more delay power. Mujik Bexu is going to still commit to this. They saw the turret, I mean, they see the star, so they should be ready. They're taking a lot of time, though. This gives Vision Strikers all the information they need.
Here come the Seekers. This is now a real problem. Mako through the smoke just mows two of them down. The Seekers giving a little bit of an, kind of a guiding light there, so to speak, in a way, kind of fooling you a little bit. And if you can kind of watch the path they're going and kind of guess what's gonna be the position of your opponents, and that's just really nicely done here. There was so much utility at the front of A for the Vision Strikers. This just looked hopeless for Mujik Bexu.
Yeah, it seemed like it almost seems like most of their prep is on A, and they just didn't really know how to rotate out of it, right? And once they decided to commit, I mean, Vision Strikers, you looked at the time, you didn't see anyone cross mid, you still had no information from B. So you're okay just leaving RB on B and then having everyone else slowly rotate over to A. Use that utility a bit early to just draw out more time, and Mujik Bexu is just caught in the middle of that archway. Mako able to get some early sprays.
It's just very well thought out by the Vision Strikers, but again, Mujik Bexu, I would say that second round win they had, to me, was really impressive. The way that they were playing around with the Vision Strikers in that tree area, kind of the back and forth with the mind games, but right now the Vision Strikers have a solid lead. The economy going to be very much in their favor, as it has to be the Sheriff Eco round for Mujik Bexu. Going to use the turret to check what's going on in mid this time. I think definitely they're trying to figure out where that operator is. And there it is. They found it.
Found him. And not the way you wanted to, but oh, you saw him. Oh, does tag him through the wall. Not gonna get the clean kill.
You can't do that again.
Oh my gosh, wow, what are you doing, man? He was a bit, I mean, I get it, you're on an eco, but at that point it was pretty hopeless. So not gonna happen. Munghoon going to get caught with his pants down a little bit there in Garden. And this should just be a clean round. I mean, again, sure, you were on an eco, but you still want to do damage, right? It's not a throwaway round. It's still an eco round where you can do some damage, change the flow of the economy a little bit, but not gonna happen. Vision Strikers not losing anyone.
Yeah, I mean, the way I've always looked at him is like, right, you get 2 kills on those Sheriff Eagle rounds. That's pretty good. 3 is really like 3 or more is like really good. So 2 is like kind of okay. 1 is 0 is, well, of course, just as bad as it gets. Quite literally. Well, we look forward to the 8th round now. Vision Strikers up 5-2. Now we've got the Phoenix, who's been relatively quiet so far. And was trying to follow up, but not going to be able to get anything going with that Owl drone. No bait being taken.
Yeah, I mean, when you pick a Phoenix and you're not able to actively use Run It Back, you're kind of running into a corner a little bit, right? I mean, that's just so much value that the Asian provides.
Oh, no.
Oh, he still got the kill.
He still got the kill after a little bit of a fumble there. They're going to use the Hunter's Fury to open the door into A. Pay going to get another, making up for his fumble a bit, but Stacks there to clean up the job from Market. Now rotates his way back towards Lumber. A little bit of pre-fire. Nobody home there, though, as the rotate towards A is coming through.
But this is the thing. He had Run It Back. So after the, or even on the first kill, but after the first kill, you had mid control. No one was going to flank you. Why not use Run It Back to peek into B? I mean, that just buys so much more time and space. Instead, you go down, and now there's no threat on B. So everyone's safe to rotate over to A. It is down to a 2v2. But it just seems like Pei is not taking full advantage of what this agent has to offer.
Yeah, this could have been a much easier plant to get down here, for sure. We'll see WoW going to be watching Heaven. Mako going to come around, get shut right down by WoW. Onto Stacks, the cleanup extraordinaire for Vision Strikers. This guy can get it done, no doubt about it. Looking to find some angles with that Phantom. WoW coming through here with the dark cover. Gonna finish it off with some help from Bamba. And there you go, Mujik Beksu. A little bit not clean.
Yeah.
But they got the
mean,
job done.
Right, but here's the thing is that if Pei is able to take a bit more value, and here's the thing, you don't always need to get all the kills with Phoenix. You just need to create space. I mean, you're kind of a, in some ways you're Jet, but you're buying more time because you're not already in the site trying to create space. So if you're able to do that, I feel like Mujik Beksu can probably take the momentum here against Vision Strikers almost. But they're getting some good wins. But if that's not without your full utility, what else could you do? He's pushing forward quite a bit, but it looks like they're all just going to rush it together. Okay, so he uses Run It Back a bit late. It was around the corner, so a bit risky, but thankfully no one on site. So he's just be able to clear it out and buy that space. Now for Mujik Beksu, they're going to get a safe plant down. And now he's back with the team on B main as well.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the Vision Strikers were kind of comfortable to give this up. And here comes Buzz! 2 right clicks, get it, make it 4! The headshots with the Blade Storm looking for the finish, but Bolby with the judge shuts him down, gets sucked in by the Astra, and waiting to see if he can make some kind of miracle play. The guiding light gets kind of jammed in the logs, not able to come through, a literal log jam there, but it doesn't matter. King's gonna come on through, get Bolby down. Vision Strikers are gonna take the win. Buzz with the Blade Storm of his life there. You can see he's laughing about it. He's pumped up, dude.
I mean, that is as great as an open to a retake as you can get. Not only do you get the flank, you get 2 instantly in B main, and then he gets the peek on 2, not just 1. Oh, we have to watch this again. He floats up, and then he just gets 2 right away as he was trying to use his teleport for WoW on that Omen. Almost got the 5th as well, just off by a millimeter there. But Vision Strikers is going to get that win.
And that's, I mean, a little bit kind of funny because if that's not a judge, maybe if that's a rifle, that's actually probably a harder shot for Bolby to make there. So I don't want to say he's unlucky, but it's just, you know, it's kind of one of those funny things that could happen. I really like that the Vision Strikers played off of the site there, knowing the ult situation that Mujik Beksu is in, you know, kind of sensing that, all right, now the Run It Back has to come through, but wow, steps through, takes some damage for his efforts. Stacks does not take any himself, so that push through the smoke does not work much. The TP over, well, it doesn't matter. The dog's hungry, jumps over on him anyway, doesn't really fool anything there. Not that much comes out of it per se.
Yeah, wow, that was unfortunate because WoW wanted to commit there. He definitely wanted to, but he took the damage first, so he tries to just get back into that smoke that he had set up for himself with the dark cover. And they're able to get out for now. Pei's still trying to secure mid control, and he is going to. He gets the pick onto RB.
Ooh, very nice shot there through the wall. King has lockdown. Buzz with an operator, though. Ooh! Does not land the shot. Well, WoW didn't take any damage out of that, but Buzz sure took a lot. Now he's able to get it. Good readjust here by Buzz. Immediately backing off. Here comes the dash. He has his own cloud burst to buy himself some time to get through. This could be the dash here. Stacks is waiting for it. Has to shoot down that recon dart, but Buzz is waiting. Good patience here from the Strikers. And that's going to be Stacks picking up 2 before Pei gets him with the Odin. Gonna try to push through. Buzz is waiting again, though, with that operator. Able to dodge the flash, finish the job. Vision Strikers on a roll once again to start off Ascent.
Yeah, Mujik Beksu, I mean, they had a decent shot there, right? Especially when WoW didn't get picked off the first time. They had a chance, but they had already kind of rotated over. They gave up A control, so they had to commit to B, even knowing the op was there. Buzz had enough time to back off and get the distance and angles he wanted. That's just a bit unfortunate, because had they had a bit more time or maybe still control across the map, they could have maybe rotated back to A. Just no chance there. They had to commit, and Buzz makes it happen.
It's just great, utilization of his caginess by Buzz. This time, though, not much doing, and smart play here by Buzz. This is a dangerous situation very quickly if he tries to push through that dark cover, realizes it, backs right off. Good recognition here by Mujik Beksu. They're going to take stacks down. They're keeping that operator busy. They're trying to push forward onto it. Buzz has got to be quick because he's taking some shots in the back, but Mako is here to cover his teammate, trying to keep that operator safe, and so far so good. Pei goes down. Off screen to King. Still a lot of attention being paid to Tree.
Yep, and trying to fight for that control. I mean, it was a good star setup as well, and then the Cloudburst on top for Buzz to make his escape. But now he's watching mid, and he gets another kill onto Bamba. Now, Bulby has made it through. Is Buzz aware? Not quite, and he's not able to get away in time. The op is now down. Bulby has secured mid control. Spike does go down next to A, though.
Yeah, the dedication here by Mujik Beksu does land them the operator, but at what cost? You do have the lockdown, and you can see that King trying to keep it alive. They're going to shoot through the ground. They haven't taken it out yet.
Oh, no.
King gets his third, and that's a detain as well. Oh, Bulby. Oh, no. I just wasn't able to get the angle.
Oh, man. Oh, that feels bad. They seem to have made the decision just too late to try to just force the issue against that lockdown, try to push it together, but they were already off on their timing, not able to come down together, and they were already late, so they couldn't back out at that point. So not going to happen. That is so unfortunate. I mean, you just kind of lock yourselves in even before the team comes through. The game just turns around, he's like, oh, hello. You're my clone, I see.
They win that clone battle. Now we've got this contestant over the Altorb once again. The one-way from Buzz. Let's see if we can catch anybody from Mujik Beksu over peeking. There is also the Astra Smoke. Nobody fighting just yet, but WoW's going to win a duel versus Mako. Picks up that gun for himself. Going to peace out with that Phantom and be very, very happy about that. Bulby thinks about going mid, doesn't like what he sees, so now it's kind of a movement towards B. We'll see if this gathering is going to actually lead into a push.
Yeah, Buzz spots them, and Stacks is ready for Pei as well. Oh, the stairs get him, though. Those stairs in Ascent, you land on the railing just at the wrong angle, and you get an extra drop. That's a bit unfortunate. But Vision Strikers, I mean, they are reading M100 like a book. Now, RB, is he ready for all of them? Not quite.
Yeah, he had a good opportunity. A lot of weakened members. Here comes Buzz, just spraying through the utility. Has a member behind the boxes. He's going to switch guns quick. Didn't like the bullet situation there. Throws one behind him knowing there's going to be pressure coming. He has to get something going. There's the right click. Immediately, it is blades out. Pei right in his face, though. Going to get the job done. Takes him down. Wait a minute. And that's the half. Okay.
Yeah, we all got scared for a second there.
Yeah, I was like, the run it back just, no, okay.
Yeah, so 4 rounds for Mujik Beksu. I mean, they were able to win it as they were able to push together at the same time. But, Vision Strikers, the point that really stands out is whenever Mujik Beksu gets a pick, they seem to always rotate to the other side, right? And they're like, well, and that's kind of the step one of the mind games, right? You get a pick and you're like, oh, they think we're now pushing this side, so we'll push the other side. But if you do it every round, I mean, you saw Vision Strikers, they had 2 members pushing out from Tree right away. They said, okay, they're probably rotating, and they tried to cover each other's backs. Unfortunately, Stacks kind of landing on the wrong foot on those steps, not able to keep his aim, and Pei's able to take advantage of that. But, Vision Strikers, I think Mujik Beksu came with some plans. Vision Strikers is reading them quite well, but M100 definitely much more prepared here.
Yeah, their curveball around the corner. Buzz gonna lead the way, gets one, but quickly Mujik Beksu trading out. Stacks gonna get down by Bamba. Now they've got eyes into the bell tower, onto King, and they are going to push around the corner and take him down. RB, the last one alive for Vision Strikers, trying to work top mid. And he hasn't taken any damage just yet. Going to use that utility. A shock dart doesn't connect onto him. There's a dark cover as well. And the spike is down in front of RB. He's going to take some damage. Able to avoid that shock dart, but shoots. Ooh. Really nice reaction there. Onto the nanostorm. Somebody clipped him with a little bit more damage. And RB in dire straits. Has a couple shock darts himself, but might just think about using them. Yeah, that paranoia might just be the end of it here. He gets one. Can he get two?
Oh
no, Bomba able to recover just in time.
I was a little scared there. You know, they try to push through on the paranoia. Almost gets taken out, but the numbers advantage pays off.
Ba la 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 Bomba. You know that song? Ba la 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 Bomba.
I was like, where are you going with this? You started humming. All right.
I don't know the rest of that song. That's all I got.
Either. That's probably the only part everybody knows. We'll just go with that.
That works. Yeah. That's the only one I had up for today. That's my dad joke for the day.
What? That's it?
That's so far.
Man.
Maybe another one will come to me.
I can't cast anymore, man.
Just
my
get
feel's
out.
out. I run on dad jokes. I'm sorry.
Put the headsets down and hang it up. All right. Well, Buzz gonna get caught here. A little bit from the hot hands. Not substantial amount of damage, but it is going to be a full-time eco round here. All classics for the Vision Strikers. So nothing out of the ordinary in terms of them maybe trying to push the envelope a little bit with their buys. On the other side of things, 4 Spectres in the hands for Mujik Beksu. Going to take stacks down around the corner. And they're looking, and is that even a... That's not a Phantom. I hate the guns that kind of look like Phantoms.
Yes,
I hate that. I'm like, what?
Some of the skins kind of, you're like, okay, how big is that gun in your hand right now? But it is going to be Spectres here for most of Mujik Beksu. And Vision Strikers, they make their way into B. They haven't cleared boathouses yet. They're going to know someone's there. And Bolby is ready with the Spectre. Gets one.
Yeah, looking for the second. King gets down in the boat. Takes Bolby down. It's a real tough task ahead of him, though. He's like trying to see if he can get away with a cheeky plant. Not going to be allowed. Good shock dart from La Bamba. Gonna take him down. And there you go.
I challenge you to say it that way every time you have to say his name
no,
for the
no,
rest
no,
of the
no,
map.
no. I know I'm not actually saying the proper conjugation of bailar, which is the infinitive for to dance in Spanish, and I don't even want to think about it. But look, it's good. Hey, look, Bama struggled a little bit on Haven, and he's having a couple good rounds here to start the defensive side. So let's give him that.
All right, we'll celebrate.
Let's
focus
celebrate
on Bamba. All right, we'll celebrate Bamba a little bit. I'm down with that. You know, they have 6 rounds on the board. It's not a bad start to the second half here for Mujik Beksu. Now, of course, Vision Strikers trying to come back with their full buys. See if Mujik Beksu has some ideas on how to hold them off with their Spectres coming into this bonus round.
Yeah, they're pressed pretty deep into B main. Vision Strikers kind of poking and prodding at things, seeing what's going on. RB not going to get much out of this Aldrone until he comes into market. Is going to see the Jet. And immediately the Vision Strikers changing their plans as they start to make their way into short A. Going to lead the way with the Trailblazer, try to follow it up. It gets shot out right away. Guiding out is late. Doesn't matter. RB takes Volbeat down. Buzz just spraying to cover the push. And successfully taking the site are the Vision Strikers, at least for now. You can see Bamba up in the top there, along with Monghoon. Shock Dart comes through, does not connect. And now we get some interesting kind of setups here for the Vision Strikers. All 5 members alive for this post plant.
Yep, they've got their flank covered as well, so they're all well positioned to cover all the angles. RB barely dodges that paranoia, so he's still on site to cover for his teammates, but not able to get the kill soon enough.
Now, it's a little help from King and Stacks behind him. We're gonna clean the angles, give him the opportunity to kind of, fix that mistake that he made with his spray there a little bit, able to readjust and take Bamba down. And that's gonna be a clean win for the Vision Strikers, which, again, bonus round here for Mujik Beksu. Now, this is probably the most important round of the match. Can Mujik Beksu, on their buy round, get this done and kind of right the ship? Because if they can right here, then things get real interesting real fast.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if they get the win here, you're stalling Vision Strikers for a little bit. You're probably going to catch up, actually, almost in round score. Now, it's not looking too great as we see Bolby having to stick with a judge. Munghoon having that Sheriff now only 1 point away from the Blade Storm, so we'll see if he's able to secure that. So Bulby's going to push up since he has the Judge. I wouldn't push out further than that, though.
Munghoon just took a whole bunch of damage.
Yeah.
And that's a real problem because now, you know, you're hoping that you can maybe get an Alt Orb or get a kill to do what you were just talking about, get that Blade Storm going to try to save up, bank a little bit of money for the future. They're playing the long game here, but they might not even get there. I think that's another reason that they go for the Judge with Bulby is they're just trying to bank up some extra money. Now that's huge. Pei's going to get the headshot on to Mako. Problems abound for the Vision Strikers as the door is shut. Good timing there on the flash. Nobody home for it, though. Wall things off a bit with the smoke. Bulby in the back with that Judge. Still gets a little bit of damage, but not a lot. The Vision Strikers push into him, and they're going to pay the price. They do lose 1 for that exchange.
All right, well, we still got 4 members, well, 3.5. Munghoon with only 3 HP. See how much he can contribute on this retake as King holds main.
Yeah, King with a great angle here. Gets some more damage into WoW. Well, going to take him down, though. Here come the Seekers, quickly kind of dealt with, so not much going to be found off the backs of those. The push is on. Paranoia comes out. Bomba follows up right away with a kill onto RB. It's on to Stacks. 1. Can he find the other? That's 2. Here's the third. No, it is going to be WoW. Who's going to get him in the end? Jumps down, crouches, and sprays him with the Phantom. Very well done here by Mujik Beksu. Close as it gets.
Yeah, super close, but good on WoW to just be patient right at the end, make sure he knows exactly where he wants to aim as he lands, and he's going to catch Stacks just a bit by surprise with that extra crouch, and he clutches the round for Mujik Beksu. I mean, that we talked about it, right? It was so important, but now that you had the Judge, you did lose 4 members, so you're not exactly getting ahead in economy, but you are able to continue your own momentum while Vision Strikers most likely going to hold back just a tad bit. So close for Stacks, though, and I mean, usually he's the guy that he would clutch those situations, so
I was ready for it. I'm not going to lie, I was ready to make the call, but it's a good little cheeky maneuver there by WoW, and a Phantom is a great gun to have in that situation when you're coming down off that wall. So he takes advantage of it. Very nicely done. But yeah, the quick push for the Vision Strikers takes control of A. Nobody lost, no damage done in the process. And yeah, you were right. It is kind of a half buy here for the Vision Strikers in a lot of ways. Yeah, Stacks had enough money, but Buzz has got a Judge, and he's waiting at the door. And that is going to send a full retreat for Mujik Beksu right now. The Blade Storm just completely whipped.
Unfortunate.
Oh, no, no, no.
That is, I mean, that was Munghoon's weapon this round, so unfortunately, he's just stuck with the classic here. Buzz still here with the Judge. Now, I like that Pei tried to open it up with the run it back earlier. Unfortunately, got shut down by Buzz. He has made it through the site, and he's going to get that first kill.
The time is running out here for Mujik Beksu. You got Munghoon spraying through the smoke, seeing if they can get this defuse. Mako gonna spray one down. Stacks steps up and secures the win. Really nicely done here by the Vision Striker. Stacks does end up dying to the bomb, but secures the point. That's what really matters here in the long run. It just took too long for Mujik Beksu to get situated.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz just kind of holding that door all on his own with the Judge really shut things down. Mujik Beksu had the right idea. You had the run it back. You were playing for the retake. You had that ultimate. Great idea. Unfortunately, shut down simply by Buzz's strong hold on the door. And now we are going to see Mujik Beksu going back to mostly Sheriffs. We're going to see one Stinger as Bulby. Okay.
Jeez. All right, well, Pei at least returns the favor, gets the payback. There it is. There's the dad jokes. They're coming back to me. King trying to spray around the corner. Turns right onto Bulby's head. Very nicely done with the Phantom at close range. Now, seeing if they can get a push on to B with 2 members down. Make it 3. RB doming Munghoon. B site has been pried open. 2 members left on the defender's side. They're pretty close to the defender's spawn as well. Pei thinking about maybe making his way through Market. There's going to be an Astra Star placed there. Some smokes going up. Stack's going to be watching the cross there. Wow, the Sheriff does get the headshot on the Stacks. The Stacks never really able to get those shots going. Now there's a decent opportunity for Mujik Beksu. Mako going to plant it in the corner. King waiting in B main. They're going to smoke that off. Mujik Beksu, good ideas. Pre-firing into that smoke, knowing that King is going to be lurking, but then oh no, Pei gets spotted out. RB trying to shoot him through the wall. The Vision Strikers can just kind of wait for this, but that's a problem. Mako down on the crossfire. That's going to bring King alive. Going to get the kill onto Pei. Turret to watch his backside. mosey through, see if he can get this done. Wow, gonna inch forward through his sight lines, through the wall. King gonna finish the job.
Yeah, I love that King was patient within that dark cover, right? When it comes through, he first pushes it just to make sure that they're not trying to get a cheeky peek, and then he just stays in it. He knows they have still 2 members on site, no reason to do an early peek, and once the fighting begins, he's able to cover for his teammates, come back and secure the round for Vision Strikers.
Yeah, Buzz there, kind of funnily enough, he bought a Bulldog, but he also had the Blade Storm, so I was kind of wondering if he was kind of hedging his bets in a way. You know, maybe I'll need the Blade Storm.
Yeah.
The Bulldog's pretty good right now. A lot of people favoring that to, you know, eke out a little bit of extra economy.
Yeah, the Bulldogs seems to be getting into a better spot in terms of, you know, holding its own value here in Valorant. Now we see the early Hunters. And Munghoon pushing off the back.
Oh, gets the third.
Wow.
Great setup with the Hunter's Fury. That's 2 times we've seen it on this map where they're able to follow up off these Hunter's Fury. And wow, catches the head of Buzz coming down from top mid. Well done here by Mujik Beksu. This is very well thought out. Catching the Vision Strikers very off guard. Stax is barely gonna win that duel. Finally taken down with the 4th kill for Munghoon. Man, oh man, that aggression there from Mujik Beksu was really, really well thought out.
It was super good. I'm so glad to see Korean players and teams using the Hunter's Fury a bit more aggressively, and even just as a scouting mechanic, right, or just to create space. It used to always only be used to take care of the lockdown, but you're starting to realize, okay, well, do we just take the early momentum, right, and then we can maybe try to still take care of the lockdown just by time or whatever else you might have. You have other ways to deal with the lockdown, and this use of the Hunter's Fury has really opened things up for, I was going to say Lockheed players, for Sova players here in Korea. That's just how good he is at Sova, okay?
Yeah, he's instantly the first person you think of. No, it's absolutely true here in Korea. I did like that follow-up off that recon dart as well. It made it really hard for Vision Strikers to react to that in any way, shape, or form, and made it so Munghoon really had kind of all the time in the world to do what he needed to do, get in there and get some kills. Now, here is that Blade Storm from Buzz. Pushing his way, but Pei waiting right at the double stack box. Is he going to see it? Time? No, he's not! Pei with the double make it 3! What? Patience by Pei, and it pays off.
Oh, and they had that timing down as well on that smoke. That was so well done by Pei. He was just waiting. He had that trigger ready to go as it dissipated. And so now they're able to get the spike down in mid. They have full control over it. They just need to hold their angles. Pei making sure to not take any chances as we have King all alone outside of B main. Not much he can do. Munghoon is getting a little antsy. Okay. Yeah, well, you know, he had his teammates there, so I get it, but he did. They're laughing a little bit. They're like, oh yeah,
you were trying to shoot that turret, and you didn't even get that, bro. Well, it's like the legs of your opponent are there, and then the turret's there, and you're trying to figure out which to shoot. And
you're like just dancing back and forth.
Yeah, you're just kind of spraying, hoping it all connects. This was fantastic from Pei. We've seen a couple big, multi kills from him in this series, and this is a nice little setup now. Mujik Beksu doing a pretty good job putting the Vision Strikers economically on the ropes if they lose this round.
Yeah, and now Mujik Beksu expected something a little funky, right? They had 3 people stacked up on tree. They hear the guiding light coming through long, though, so they're prepared to try to hold off on A. Now, they have the run it back again. They have the lockdown again. They can have a good retake. I don't think they need to rush anything, especially as Vision Strikers has stacked all 5 onto A side.
Yeah, Buzz has gotten in here. Here comes the Cosmic Divide. There's the suck, and Pei gonna lose the run it back onto it. That's not too bad, though. Now you kind of know what's going on. Buzz gonna try to use this Cosmic Divide right at the edge of it. How ready for this is Mujik Beksu gonna be? Very! Munghoon catches him with the blade. RB and Mako there on a great crossfire, though, and they are smothering the retake attempt here from Mujik Beksu. Hunter's Fury as well, just to buy even more time. Things looking dire. Munghoon with that operator. How much can he get done? The Blade Storm as well. The Bull Bee is down. It's all just up to him. Stax is going to flash him. Now there's just not a lot he can do. He needs to get out of here with that gun. Mako realizes it, seeing if he can catch him through window, but out towards the defender's spawn he goes. His Vision Striker is going to be able to grab this gun.
Oh, Stax wants it. Stax wants it so bad. Is he going to push in further? No, it doesn't look like it. They don't want to take... I mean, they lost a couple rounds right before this, right? So they're not taking any chances. I like to see that kind of self-restraint. But well played by Vision Strikers. I mean, both sides had a lot of their ultimates. They used it as they should have. It's just that Vision Strikers came out on top with that crossfire you called out.
Yeah, it's just the Vision Strikers, if you give them a site for free, particularly a site, it looks like that Mujik Beksu just doesn't have it in their playbook to overcome that, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
because Mujik Beksu will sometimes give up A for free, and I think that's fine if you're ready for the retake. They just haven't really been able to put it together.
Yeah, they haven't. Well, here's the other thing. They don't really have too many ways of clearing out these corners early, as you might if you had something like a Raze, right? Or even a Sky where you can try to get some better angles with the guiding light. You don't really have as much control, so they kind of just have to go for these duels, and if you're not ready for it, you know, the team defending that spike plant is going to win, and so far Vision Strikers taking advantage of that.
And this time, arguably your best player, at least so far on this map, Pei, way over on B, going to be coming late on the rotation. You know, no ult for him available this time. Buzz is able to kind of spray through. They're even op-shotting down into hell. See if they get real lucky. Okay, they've got some vision onto King. Great utilization of his utility by Bomba, but Buzz is right here to pick up one. Gets traded out. RB there to trade for him, though. Good follow-ups for the Vision Strikers so far, and Stax catches. Wow, RB. They can see him. Mako running around, and Stax is just locking this down. This could be the map. This could be the match here for the Vision Strikers. Munghoon, nothing he can really do, especially with Mako lurking around the corner, gonna finish the job. Vision Strikers take Ascent 13-9, take the match 2-0, but I will say, Mujik Beksu looking solid, particularly on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell why they picked that map, right? And we often see this with some of the weaker teams, some of the amateur teams, where the map they pick, they're clearly more practiced on, they clearly have more ideas, they're clearly able to read the opponents a bit more as well, and they proved it. So once again, I mean, the maps they did practice and they did come prepared with, they could keep up with some of the other teams. I mean, it is Vision Strikers. We have to keep that in mind as well. But unfortunately, they will go down 0-2. Vision Strikers taking that clean sweep, as most people would expect.
Yeah, it wasn't maybe as crystal clear as maybe you would have liked from the Vision Strikers on Ascent, but definitely has never been their best map, to be frank. And they came through and held it down, but I'm really impressed with some of the plays we saw from Mujik Beksu. Some of the ideas they had were quite good. I mean, again, I don't mind playing for retakes there, but the Vision Strikers were just too good with the crossfires, too strong on their holds, and like you said, I think very well pointed out, that the utility was just not particularly strong enough for Mujik Beksu to really take full advantage of those retakes on the A side.
Yeah, so well played by Vision Strikers as well. We got to be honest with ourselves. They definitely did not kind of show their true form here today, right? You can kind of just tell a lot of their play was sloppier even compared to the open qualifiers, right, where there was arguably maybe a little bit less at stake there. They were playing against unknown, so I think they were just a bit more prepared against the veteran players on that roster. But I think Vision Strikers still has much more to show us this stage.
Yeah, I definitely think so, and the Haven still looks good no matter what agent comp they're running with, so clearly that's a feather in the cap for Vision Strikers, no doubt about it, and this Ascent leaves a little bit to be desired, but maybe this just wasn't their most forceful effort. I don't know how to quite put it. This was, but still, Mujik Beksu, man, I mean, Pei had some really impressive moments, Munghoon with a few things here and there. Bomba stepped it up a bit more on Ascent than he did on Haven. So this was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I would agree. Mujik Beksu, I mean, I'm curious to see kind of how they match up against some of those other teams, right? Some of those teams that are kind of teetering on that edge of tier like 1.5, right? Such as Go and Go Prince. Like, would that be a much closer match, or would it still only be Ascent, for instance, that they can put up numbers on? We'll have to see. Now, Pei, I know I called out his, Phoenix being a bit timid early on in the map, but they definitely pulled it together towards the end. He had some bright ideas with the run it back. They just unfortunately didn't have much else utility to kind of clear out the corners to give them more advantageous duels. And this is, again, what we talked about before Pei Within, about Korea not really using utility to create better fights, more just for set plays.
Exactly, and I think you hit the nail on the head with Pei that early on he didn't seem quite prepared to fully utilize Phoenix's abilities. There was even kind of that oopsie with the curveball that he flashed himself. He still ended up getting the kill on a Buzz. I don't know how, but
I mean, to be fair, there are some tricky things you can do with the curveball. That was not it. That one was not it. It did not quite make it through at all. But we've seen some other crazy uses for curveballs before as well.
yeah, I like the one where you throw it behind you.
Yes.
The backflash doesn't hurt you
It's
as bad
so
anymore.
good now. It's such a good use.
All right, well, there are going to be your MVPs. Stacks on the first, King on the second, and these two continue to be solid lockdown players for the Vision Strikers.
This is kind of nice. It's great that we get to hear from some of the OG players here on their first match. Stacks and King also not always getting those MVPs in the past stages, just because they kind of went with the set plays and the duelists. Like RB would generally always get more kills, but now that we're voting and also that they kind of have more of a even spread across the team in terms of their roles, it's nice to see them up there.
And it's an even spread in the stat lines as well when I look down at it. And yeah, RB is not particularly popping off, but that he's the Sova in some ways he doesn't need to. He still had 9 assists along with 11 kills on that. So let's get the interview here with the Vision Strikers. Chobra, I'm going to leave this one to you. Take it away.
Oh, that's so nice. You're giving me a chance. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
I'm here to translate the interviews for you guys. I did have to switch headsets, so there was a little bit of effort put into this row swap coming into the interview. But we're going to get to hear from Stacks and King as they got the MVPs for their two maps. Let's hear from you guys first, just how you feel about the win. Stacks? Well, we had a couple roster changes, and this is our first match on stage. And we thought we would have a pretty easy win, but we still won. So there was some disappointment, but we're still happy. King, what about you? I'm just happy we won, and I just want to go back and rest. No, I just want to go home. King, pretty honest there. Fair enough. Well, okay, as you mentioned, coming into the stage, you guys had 3 new players join the roster. Sometimes some people might think that if there's too many changes at once, it might be a bit hard to make it work. So how has that been working out for you? Has it been hard to kind of build that chemistry? I think originally we had some of those players, they came in from other teams, so they're used to other styles. So we were hoping that they would be able to adapt to our style of Vision Strikers as quickly as possible. But quite frankly, I think we built our chemistry in like 2 or 3 days. I mean, they just blended in immediately, and we haven't lost a single time in scrim so far, so we're feeling great. So, do you have any of the players that you're particularly excited for on your own roster coming into the stage? I mean, I think Mako and Buzz, you have to give the spotlight to them. So we got to look forward to them. I mean, King and I, we're kind of the boomers of the team now, so we're on our way out. So put the spotlight on Mako and Buzz, the fresh blood coming into Vision Strikers. All right, well, King, what about you? How are the matches for you today? For me, I think it kind of went as expected. We were a bit surprised on Ascent. We definitely gave more rounds than we had expected or hoped for. So I think we kind of tensed up a little bit as the map went on. Yeah, it did seem like M100 seemed a bit more prepared than people would have thought. What was the hardest part?
B가 없는 줄 알았거든요, 저희는. 그래가지고 가보니까
we were
그 뒤에 그냥 있으신 거예요. 그래가지고
as we were playing the game, we didn't think that
좀 그랬어요, 네.
they would be at a certain site or something like that, and then we got there, and then they would just be there. And I think we were just kind of underprepared for how much they had set up and got caught off guard a little bit. Okay, so overall, it feels like Vision Strikers has changed in terms of style a little bit coming into Stage 3. So Stacks, what are some of those changes you made? I think beforehand, Vision Strikers was a very strategic team, right? We came in with a playbook, and we had set plays, whereas coming into this stage, were much more about just communication and kind of building it out, playing it by ear, but kind of playing off of each other. And then, you know, we have players with great aim. You know, as you can see on our shoulder, we've got our little sponsor going with the aim lab. So I think we can just rely on them quite a bit, and there's a lot more we can do with that aim. Overall, I think our roster's just been upgraded coming into this stage. Okay, well, I mean, you guys weren't able to get the aces today. You had teammates, kind of bothering you a little bit. Stacks, did you want that ace? You know, this guy right here, King, like he told me just to shut up. He was like, "Don't go for it. Like you didn't deserve it anyway." He was like, he's trying to shut me down. And next time I'll get that ace. Okay, well, last stage, you guys had your first loss, so obviously that was a bit shocking. What's your kind of mindset and motto coming into stage 3? I feel like things might be a bit different for you as a team. King? I think for us, we're not going to lose to a Korean team. We're not going to lose to a Korean team. That's our goal that we want to go forward. Stacks, what about you? You know, I'm sure there are some fans that, you know, maybe we're a bit disappointed or sad about the roster changes since it's not the same roster. But we have cuter players now, we have younger players now, so you can look forward to our roster. And please give a lot of love to our sponsor, Aim Lab. That's how we get good aim. Hopefully you guys can continue to support us on Midget Strikers.
All right, well, thank you very much, Chobra, as you switch headsets and I sit here and talk to myself for a few minutes. First of all, the fact that Stacks is now the boomer makes me feel even older than I already do.
I love how in the interview he was just like, well, you know, these kids. He's like 2 years older than them. He's like, you know, these kids, they're on our roster now.
Also, I wanna thank Mujik Beksu for making that ascent very competitive. Because now we're like right around dinner time. It's like 5 p.m. here in Korea, so we nailed it. A great interview there as well. Really fleshed out a lot of the ideas. And Stacks is a talker, always fun to listen to him and see what he has to say. And yeah, you can't let him have those aces, man. I like what King is going for there. You got to take those away at every opportunity. You can't let that teammate get that ego.
Stacks didn't even hesitate as soon as the question ended. He was like, King, he just wouldn't let me.
All right, well, Vision Strikers move along here as things go by the script so far here at Valorant Challengers Korea. Now, up next, Gochugaru and Ryu Gaming. A matchup that I think has the potential to be one of the closer so far here in this seeding round, guys. We are going to take a break. It's going to be a bit of a long one, so stay tuned. Check that countdown timer. We'll be back soon with more VCT Korea. Yeah, it's a great setup there with the Killjoy to follow up. No, that something's up. That Vision is as well. B site in.
Oh, but Mako, information they need.
Here come the Seekers. This is now.
You know how to rotate out of it, right? And once it
there is, there's
get the clean kill. You can't bliss, so not gonna happen.
Felt like the Vision Strikers were kind of comfortable to give this up. And here comes Buzz to right clicks. Get it. That, but Buzz sure took a lot. Has to shoot down that recon dart, but Buzz is waiting. Good patience here. Push through. Buzz is. There's going to be pressure coming. He has to get with a kill onto RB. It's on to Stacks. 1. Can he find the other? That's 2. Here's the back to me. King trying to spray around the corner. On to B with 2 members lost there. Wow, with a see-throughs. He can get this done.
Here in Valorant, now we see the early hunt. They're able to follow up off these hunters.
He's going to win that duel at the double stack box. Is he going to see it time? No, he's not! Hey, with the double vision of his utility, he can really do, especially with Mako. But I will say,
Darling, I would die for you. Tell 1,000 lies for you. You say you need a timeout, think you mean a buyout, cause it's pretty clear you're on your way out. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. Say it to my face. You're sorry. And I quit my job for you, even quit some friends for you, cause you couldn't stand it, me all independent, so you had to have me for yourself. That was when I trusted you, when I could add up 2 and 2, when you promised we'd be together, you, me, forever. Now there's nothing left to lose. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. Say it to my face. You're sorry. This time I think I get it. This love was overrated. No more infatuated, and I blame it on you. I blame it on you. Yeah. This time I hope you get it. In love you shouldn't fake it. No, I'm old enough to take it. So just say it to me. Say it to me. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. Say it to my face. You're sorry.
You can say what you want to. I'm not going anywhere. Shut me out, I'll beat the door down. I've seen it all and I'm not scared. But don't make this harder than it has to be. Press into you, press in.
this harder than it has to be. We're not going down. 'Cause I'm a fighter, I'm gonna win your heart again. Whatever it takes, every day, I'll do it every day. We fall 9 times and dust it off for number 10. Whatever it takes, every day, I'll do it every day. I'll do it every day. You didn't ask for this love, you bear it. In my defense, neither did I. Well, see right through that smile you're wearing. Well, it's okay to not be fine. Just don't make it harder than it has to be. I'll press into you, press into me. Don't make this harder than it has to be. We're not going down. No, we're not going down. 'Cause I'm a fighter, I'm gonna win your heart again. Whatever it takes, every day, I'll do it every day. We fall 9 times and dust it off for number 10. Whatever it takes, every day, I'll do it every day. Well, we're not perfect, but you're worth it. Girl, your hand belongs in mine. The highest mountains, deepest valleys, we will make it every time. We will make it every time. 'Cause I'm a fighter, I'm gonna win your heart again. Whatever it takes, every day, I'll do it every day. We fall 9 times and dust it off for number 10. Whatever it takes, every day, I'll do it every day. Whatever it takes, every day, I'll do it every day. I'll do it every day.
She could look pretty, shine like the city, make him stop and stare. She can cross his path, hope he does the math, that 1 + 1 is 2. But he's gotta be the one to reach out and take her hand, play his part and protect her heart. That's what makes a man. He's gotta woo her. He's gotta woo her. He's gotta woo her into love. She was patient, though it was blatant. They were quite the match. After a while, he made the move, dial 7 keys to get then he wooed her, then he wooed her as he should. Protect me from you, my thief. It's getting later and it's harder to leave. I'm trying to heal, I'm trying to mend. Someone please come to my defense. Or will you sweeten upon your return? Silly baby, will I ever learn? I come down for you from heaven above. Take me back, I can't get enough. Send a signal from the little room. The moon is big, the night will fall soon. And you try to remember, you run it through your mind. It feels like forever since the last time. Hide me underneath your clothes. Let me be your compass rose. Through a storm, I follow wherever you go. I'm breaking all my promises now. Send a signal from the little room. The moon is big, the night will fall soon. And you try to remember, you run it through your mind. It feels like forever since the last time. When you're hiding things, might as well be lies. Can you ever get it right? How long will I let this lie? Hit up my girls, pull up, I'm outside, waiting by the curb. Too upset to drive, you getting on my nerves. We gon' get lit on this ride. I look too good to fight. Don't expect me to come home tonight. Don't worry about me, see you in the morning. Bet you never thought that I would leave. Think I had about enough. I mean, hold up, you could call me on my bluff. I ain't coming, don't wait up. You gon' miss this body, too late, oh I'm sorry. Bet you never thought that I would leave. Had about enough. Hold up, call me on my bluff. I ain't coming, don't wait up. I ain't coming, don't wait up. Tryna get you to wake up. I ain't coming, don't wait up. Can't ignore my intuition, baby. I know you're typing every game you try to play. too upset to drive it, getting on my nerves. So we gon' get lit on this ride. I look too good tonight, and I just wanna have a good time. Don't worry about me, see you in the morning. Bet you never thought that I would leave. Think I had about enough. I mean, hold up, you could call me on my bluff. I ain't coming, don't wait up. You gon' miss this body. Too late, oh, I'm sorry. Bet you never thought that I would leave. Had about enough. Hold up, call me on my bluff. I ain't coming, don't wait up. I ain't coming, don't wait up.
A shame, think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No, you blame things that you do on somebody else. No, but they all see is you need help. Oh, but still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Give it.
한시가 급한 상황이야. 한시가 급한 상황이야.
진정해. 이미 다 생각해놨으니까. 뭘 생각했냐고? 세 번째 에피소드가 시작됐잖아. 나 킬조이가 아니면 아무도 정리 못할걸? 이번 패치에는 모든 요원들이 다 바뀌는데 중요한 친구들만 내가 골라봤어. 먼저 아스트라는 신성파동, 중력의 샘, 그리고 천상계 형상이 변경돼. 구매 단계에서 천상계 형상으로 별을 설치하고 구매 단계 장벽이 사라졌을 때 예전처럼 별을 즉시 활성화할 수가 없어. 그리고 아스트라가 공격팀인데 스파이크가 설치된 상황이면 아스트라는 천상계 형상으로 스파이크 설치 위치를 확인할 수 있지. 다음은 브리치야. 모든 스킬이 변경됐어. 이 스킬 균열은 최대 충전 시간이 감소했고 스킬 사용 범위의 폭이 증가해. 한 번만 폭발하던 여지는 이제 총 3번에 걸쳐서 펑! 궁극기 지진 강타도 더 넓은 범위를 커버할 거야. 비교하면 잘 보라고. 많은 플레이어가 즐겨 쓰는 제트는 전반적으로 너프되었어. 특히 순풍으로 사이퍼의 함정을 더 이상 못 피한다고 하니까 사이퍼가 기분 좋겠는데? 스카이는 정찰자와 인도하는 빛이 바뀌었네. 정찰자는 시야 범위가 더욱 넓어졌고 인도하는 빛을 사용할 때 매를 터뜨리는 스카이의 손동작은 이제 볼 수가 없을 거야. 자, 다들 기다리던 신규 요원 KO도 소개를 해줄게. KO의 기본 스킬은 제로 포인트야. 칼을 던져서 스킬 범위 안에 있는 적들을 제압하는 스킬이지. 제압당한 적은 총을 쏠 수는 있지만 스킬은 사용할 수 없어. Q 스킬은 바로 삥! 플래시 드라이브. 일정 시간 후에 터지는 섬광탄이고 좌클릭으론 멀리, 우클릭으론 가까이 던질 수가 있어. C 스킬은 파편탄. 내 나노 소환과 비슷하다고 생각하면 돼. 하지만 KO의 파편탄은 지면에 닿는 즉시 발동하고 총 4번에 걸쳐서 데미지가 들어와. 궁극기 무력화 명령은 KO를 더욱 강력하게 만들어. 궁을 사용하면 KO가 매우 넓은 범위까지 파동을 방출하고 파동에 맞은 적은 제압에 걸리게 돼. 그리고 궁극기를 사용하던 KO가 죽는다? 한 번에 죽는 일은 없어. 궁을 쓰다가 죽으면 같은 편이 KO를 살릴 수가 있거든. 근데 KO, 너 기계니까 내가 한번 뜯어봐도 돼? 시스템도 꽤 많은 변화가 있어. 이제 경쟁전에서 본인의 실력이 좀 더 중요해지지. 승리했을 때도 라운드 차이가 많이 나면 더 높은 점수를 얻을 수 있게 돼. 게임 내 킬로그도 개선되었어. 네가 킬을 하거나 킬에 관여했으면 킬로그에 노란색 테두리가 뜰 거야. 좀 더 알기 쉽겠지? 다음은 계정 레벨이야. 네가 발로란트에 투자한 시간만큼 계정 레벨로 보상받을 수 있어. 계정 레벨은 게임 내 플레이어 카드에서 확인할 수 있고 레벨에 따라 테두리도 다르니까 다들 노력하라고. 사용자 설정 토너먼트 모드도 잠깐만 볼까? 라운드 롤백 기능이 생겼는데 원하는 라운드를 선택하고 롤백 활성화를 누르면 다시 돌아갈 수 있지. 오늘 할 말은 더 많은데 시간이 없어서 이만 가볼게. 더 많은 요원들의 변경 소식, 그리고 모든 총기들의 이동 시 사격 정확도가 달라진 것도 이번 패치 중 하나니까 홈페이지에서 자세한 내용은 꼭 확인해봐. 맞다! 그리고 이번 주부터 1주년 이벤트 패스, 스쿼드 부스트 등도 시작되니까 다들 꿀 빨길 바랄게. 그럼 진짜 간다.
With that ace.
Welcome to Decoded, where we break down the best strats and plays from the Valorant Champions Tour to help you in your ranked games. Today we're looking at how to execute a perfectly coordinated team fight with an example from Korea Stage 2 Challengers Playoffs winners, Newturn Gaming. In Game 2 of the Grand Finals at Korea Challengers Playoffs, Newturn were at match point, but Damwon Kia were quickly catching up. Damwon were only one round away from taking it to OT, which Newturn obviously wanted to avoid. The problem was, they were on a save round while Damwon were pretty much at the full buy. With the odds stacked against them, Newturn had to try something drastic in order to secure this map and move on to match point. As we break this play down, we'll be teaching you some of the essential team play concepts to bring into your own game. Now pay attention. How to communicate efficiently with your team, working around teammates' abilities, and playing selflessly for your team. Keep an eye out for all of these tips as we work our way through it, and you'll be a better teammate in no time. Maybe you won't even be getting flamed in solo queue anymore. With all that said, let's get started.
Just getting ready with the Rolling Thunder.
Secrets here, double trap wires set up.
The play begins when Solo places Killjoy Ultimate in Garage, breaking the stalemate and committing Newturn to a B-side push. Secret recognizes this and backs up into Defender's spawn to regroup with his team. Lakia immediately soars onto the site using his blast packs and pain shells to try and catch Damwon Kia by surprise. But at this point, the site is empty. Most of Damwon Kia have grouped up in B alley except for Texture, who is holding B heaven alone. Damwon Kia place a variety of abilities on site to try and make their entry a bit easier. Newturn noticed the abilities coming from Ali, and now they know that some of Damwon Kia players are in that spot. Lakia, Solo, and Allow prepare for Damwon Kia's entry through alley, while Perry covers Heaven and Suggest watches their flanks from outside Garage. Notice how Newturn use information from their opponents to quickly decide how to stack their angles. Damwon's ability usage from alley revealed enough of their players' locations to give Newturn a chance to make an educated guess on how to appropriately cover their entry. Finding nuggets of intel and efficiently communicating them is essential in Valorant. The quicker you can react to a tell from an opponent, the more likely you are to win a fight.
Plant the spike over here by the stairs.
Now it's time for Damwon Kia to make their entrance. Kelly fires off a paranoia to cover them as they push onto site. It blinds Lakia, but it's not enough to stop him from getting that first pick onto Secret, putting Newturn at the man advantage.
Got one!
The rest of Damwon Kia successfully make it to the site. Lakia makes the read that they're swinging around from the other side of pillar and presumably calls for Suggest to ult from garage. Before the ult comes through though, Johnny peeks around the right side of the pillar, but Lakia is ready and waiting. He scores another pick while only taking a few points of damage. Now Suggest's ult comes through, stunning all 3 remaining members of Damwon Kia. This was a clutch team play moment for Newturn, who once again effectively shared intel on the enemy's locations to capitalize on a teamfight opportunity. Always be aware of your teammates' abilities and positioning on the map, so you can call for help in a pinch. It could make or break your essential teamfight moments. Now that Damwon Kia are stunned and trapped, it's 2 more easy picks for Lakia. He grabs Zhonghe's dropped Phantom and takes out Eugene and Kelly on site.
Trying to side Lakia with 4 kills.
Let's throw it over to Lakia and Suggest real quick to explain how they coordinated this attack.
저희가 사이트 진입하기 전에 봉쇄로 진입한 다음에 상대가 리테이크를 할 때 서재영 선수의 지진 강타로 상대 팀의 리테이크를 막자라고 이미 커뮤니케이션을 완료해 놓은 상태였습니다.
이 상황에서 저희가 진입하고 스파이크를 설치를 하였다 해도 상대가 준비되어 있는 리테이크를 할 수 있게 해주면 사이트에서의 홀드가 어려울 것 같다고 생각해서 B메인에서 상대의 리테이크 전략을 카운터했습니다. 일단 상대가 리테이크를 할 수 있는 중요한 스킬 궁극기 같은 거를 가지고 있다면 본대와 같이 사이트를 진입해서 같이 묶이거나 나중에 사이트에서 다 터지는 그런 상황보다는 뒤에서 스킬로 카운터를 해주는 것이 더 좋은 것 같습니다.
만약에 궁극기를 사용했을 때 제가 오른쪽 라인에 죽으면 상대가 궁극기를 안 맞고 진입할 수 있어서 딱 그 타이밍에 맞춰서 확인을 했는데 제 예상대로 상대가 오른쪽 라인에 지르고 있었고 그 상대를 제가 제압해내면서 궁극기가 다 맞은 상대를 제가 다 잡아낼 수 있었던 상황이 아닌가 싶네요.
Thanks guys.
감사합니다.
Now back to the play. Damwon Kia are down to just Texture, who is still stunned in the corner of hell. Ready to claim the ace, Lakia once again calls for an assist from Suggest, who has just entered the site. Suggest sets up an aftershock in the perfect position. Lakia swings the corner before the aftershock activates and takes the fight with Texture. Texture comes out on top and Lakia is denied his ace, but this wasn't necessarily a mistake from Lakia. His clever decision making to immediately swing the corner forced Texture to stay in place and take the gunfight, rather than dashing or flying away. This essentially put Newturn in a checkmate position against Texture, who would either die from the gunfight with Lakia or by the damage from Suggest's aftershock. This layered, on-the-fly decision-making from Newturn is part of what makes them an excellent squad. It's a great lesson in how to play selflessly for your team. A lesser player in Lakia's position may have gone for the greedy play in order to get the ace, but Lakia instead chose to take a losable peek for his team in order to guarantee the round.
Suggest gets the final kill.
And that's the play. Now we've broken it all down, let's take a moment to recap what we've learned. Always be on the lookout for tells from your opponents on where they're located. If you communicate this efficiently with your teammates, you can set up some well-coordinated plays. You should run. Being mindful of your teammates' locations and abilities. If you know your teammate can use their abilities to help you win a fight, don't be afraid to ask.
On my mark.
Play selflessly for your team, even if it means sacrificing your stats. In the end, securing the dub is more important than your KDA.
Stay out of my way.
Try bringing these pro strats into your next ranks match and see how your game improves. Thanks for checking out this episode of Decoded. Be sure to tune into the VCT to learn more pro strats to bring into your ranked games. For upcoming matches and schedules, head over to ValorantEsports.com. It's got everything you'd need there. And hopefully we'll be seeing you next time for more tips and tricks direct from the VCT pros.
Get ready.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Korea. The Vision Strikers have defeated Mujik Baeksu 2-0. Now we move on to our final match of this round of 16 of this seeding round. It's so hard to find the right words to explain where we are in this format. But basically, if you're just tuning in, this is entirely a seeding round for the round of 16 coming up next weekend, starting next Saturday. And right now, we're just working our way to find out where these teams are going to fall. So Vision Strikers continue to dominate here, not dropping a map yet. Although Mujik Baeksu had a pretty solid ascent, I would say now we move over to Gochugaru versus Ryu Gaming. I would say of the 8 matches we have here, this one on paper seems to be the closest.
Yeah, I can see that. I would agree with that. I mean, both teams not really having that deep of an experience pool, right? I mean, Gochugaru a bit ahead in terms of kind of where they're coming from. All of their players having experience from the previous stages, but not really making it too far deep into the tournament. But I would also wager that Gochugaru is, out of all the teams that are, kind of in that tier 2, 2.5 category here in Korea, they're probably one of the more promising ones so far.
Yeah, I would agree with you a lot. There's players on Gochugaru that I'm definitely confident in their ability to get stuff done from time to time. Chibop, of course, is going to be the first name that comes to everyone's lips. The Nakji, Godko, Climax, Slash have all been there on various different teams. So this is definitely a solid team. But really, Ryu, they had a tough run to get here, to be honest. When you look at their open qualifiers, it was a lot of 2-1s. But they did take down the Gehenna Sweepers, who's not a slouching team by any stretch of the imagination. I think this one has the potential, of all of them, to go to the third map more so than any of the others. Of course, it's been 2-0s the whole way down.
Yeah.
Maybe this one might be our final third map.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, again, we're in this first part of the seeding tournament, so it's been kind of one-sided. As expected, this is to kind of differentiate kind of the seed 3s versus seed 1 or 2, and then, next week we'll see who gets to actually become seed 1 out of each part of the bracket, and then get into their groups as the top seed. But right now we're looking at the roster for Gochugaru, and these should all be familiar names if you've been following Korea. They've all been on different teams before. Slash coming from Go and Go Prince. Chibab, of course, used to play for Damwon. Nakji for Spear, and then Godko and Climax, kind of the core remnants of I Need Girlfriend, which was a fan favorite team name.
The best team name ever.
Do you think they...
But now you've gone to Gochugaru, which is a kind of a cute name, but...
The Gochugaru, actually, I wonder if they meant this. So it means like hot pepper flakes, but it's also kind of part of a, like a slang... where if you can say like you're spraying Gochugaru, which is like hot pepper flakes, which is like playing spoiler.
Oh,
yeah. I'll take one down with me, kind of thing.
Interesting.
So I wonder if that's what they're saying. Like we're strong enough to play spoiler.
I mean, they can. This is a team, yeah, like you said, players from a lot of the tier 1 or tier 1.5 Korean teams coming together to make this. And yeah, absolutely a very strong team. This here, right here, Ryu. I mean, first of all, Sore Wrist is maybe the best name ever for a gamer. I mean, now, like, my initial thought was, all right, what other gamer problems can I come up here? Like sore back.
Sore back.
Yeah,
we should have Team Sore.
Butthurt. Eye strain.
My God.
What other names can I come up with to fit into his role? But really, this team had a tough run to get here, so I will say sometimes there's something to be said about that. If you run a gauntlet, you at least have a lot of experience and a lot of extra time prepping for this, I guess, in a way, like real match experience.
Yeah, for sure. You want to be challenged at some point during your tournament run, right? Because if you kind of cruise through, I mean, that was the problem Korea used to have for a while. Now more teams are challenging each other, so they're continuing to grow. But before, it used to just be like Vision Strikers and TNL, and the Vision Strikers and New Turn.
Exactly. Now, if there's anything to take out of this, Gochugaru also 2-0'd Buchik Peksu. So, you know.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, definitely heavily favored to Gochugaru here. There's no doubt about it. Oh, excuse me, it was Gochugaru who beat the Gen Supers. Why did I think the Ryu did? I thought.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were in a different group in the open qualifiers.
Am I in?
No, it might have just been kind of a mix-up there. No, I mean, at the end of the day, though, Gochugaru kind of proving that they're not at the kind of lowest tier out of the round of 16, right? They're definitely a step above. They're probably trying to compete to be at least remembered as like a strong tier 2 team here within Korea. Ryu not able to take a map off of Go and Go Prince, it looks like, during their open qualifiers, but they did still make it here into this round of 16. Now, in the seeding tournament, if they beat Gochugaru here, I mean, sure, Vision Strikers is next, but that means you're seed 2 going into the group stage, and these seeds matter because then you have the choice of whether you pick map first or side first, right?
Exactly.
Which can give you an advantage even in map 3 because you'll still be able to choose a side depending on kind of which order you decide to go on, and that's a very big advantage.
Exactly, and that's what we're playing for here beyond just the getting to those higher seeds. So every match means something, and Neil X has been a phenomenal Jet player. It occasionally pulls out the Viper, but for the most part, he is going to be the Jet, just like Chibop is basically always 100% Jet. Well known to be an incredible Jet player. That's why Damu and Kia had brought him in for a while, but now as things kind of shake out and move around, as everybody is trying to position themselves, not just for Berlin, but beyond that. Personally, I've had a few conversations behind the scenes with teams and players who are already preparing for next year. They want to really, they think that Valorant has a bright future, and I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about it anymore.
No.
With how great the games are, with how great Masters has been, I've been really excited. Let's look at the map pick here. Banning Icebox is Gochugaru and Ascent for Ryu.
Yeah, that not too surprising here. Split going to be selected by Ryu, so normally kind of Split might be the other band that a lot of these teams go for instead of Ascent. Looks like they prefer kind of those choke points, the tight-knit map of Split, and then Bind going to be selected by Gochugaru, which does leave Breeze as an available map, and it is in fact going to be the third map here should we go there. And again, I mean, I think, as you mentioned, Paper Thin, if any of the matches were to go to map 3, it would be this one.
This seems to have the makings, at least in my mind, especially with Split and Bind. Those two can, because they're such old maps, that there's a lot of kind of preparedness for them, and occasionally you see a team that comes into Split with a really kind of new idea and new lineup, like now that KO is available. You and I were just talking about this before during the break, that Split seems like a good map for that agent.
Oh yeah, I mean, just given, especially the way that the 0 point, the knife works, right? The suppression works through walls. There's so many walls you can cross over on that map. It's such a small map in terms of corners and choke points, so there's a lot of coverage and value that you can get. I mean, all of his abilities basically can instantly shut down one alley, right? All on his own. So I think there's a lot of value to be had. Of course, KO is available in Korea right now, as we have one kind of extended challenger stage compared to some of the other regions. So KO already activated. We've seen it a couple times. We didn't see it in the earlier match today, but I expect at least one of the teams will pick it up here on Split.
I think there's an opportunity, and I'm sure, when he came out, that a lot of the players were really probably keen to try this agent out, as they are with all of them, and he seems to have a kit that's a little more, it fits into the competitive Valorant scene a little bit better than I'd say, for example, Yoru when he came out.
Yeah, well, it's also, I think all of his abilities are pretty straightforward in terms of timing, right? More than anything. There's no kind of weird delay on any of his abilities. They're kind of balanced in a very straightforward way in the current, version at least. So I think it's also easier to kind of try to fit him into a new role within your roster rather than, I mean, Yoru takes such a different mindset to play, both as a player and as a team, to work around that agent. So we don't see a lot of teams wanting to experiment with that. I know Stacks on Vision Strikers notoriously dislikes Yoru. He just doesn't like that agent, doesn't think it's worth trying to make it work for their team. But KO, we've seen, lots of pros already experimenting here in Korea.
And I think with good reason. I think KO is a bit stronger. Yeah, in a team sense. Like, he can work with his team a lot more, and I mean, those suppression, between the null command and the 0 point make it really interesting. They give you information. I really liked what Tasteless and Artosis were talking about yesterday, that you get information one way or another.
Yeah.
With the knife. You're either going to find out somebody's there or not. And if there is somebody there, you get the added benefit of them being suppressed. The ult clears out space like nobody's business. It is real tough to deal with that.
I mean, we've seen when it was picked earlier in this stage so far here in Korea, we've seen players kind of just instantly kind of panic and shuffle backwards as soon as the no command comes out, because you're used to be able to maybe catch a close angle with your abilities, and you don't really have that anymore. So you have to fall back, try to get a wider angle, and there it is. Looks like we're going to get 2 KOs. Okay, that might cause some chaos here, but KO being picked up on both sides, and is it actually no, we have an Omen versus an Astra. But otherwise, it looks to be the same. We've got Sage, of course, has become quite the staple here on Split. And then the Cyphers as well. So while both teams preferring their Jets, the Cyphers will have to keep an eye on those tripwire placements, since Jet can't just break through them anymore.
Right, exactly. And that's kind of the interesting thing is a lot of, especially over in EU, which is the one I can watch a little bit more often. NA tends to be on while I'm sleeping. For the other regions watching, but Cypher has definitely picked up in popularity again.
Yeah, it's good to see. I think, especially between Cypher and Killjoy, which are kind of the main, obviously, go-to Sentinels, I think they offer such different advantages, especially based on the map. So it's nice to see a lot of these players bounce back and forth, depending on the meta, depending on how the economy shakes up. So we'll see how that works out.
Okay, guys, we are getting into it. Gochugaru versus Ryu Gaming. It'll be split to start the match. 0-0 as they get ready to try to find their place in the round. Of 16. Sorry.
You're just getting ready for a friggin' mainline TV, man. That's how they do timings on everything on TV. You're like, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I wanted to wait that one out. It felt good. All right, pistol round coming through. It is going to be Ryu on the attacker side. Gochugaru going to be on the defenders, and Split, typically a defender side of map, but you can get damage done on the attacker side, all the better. Wall immediately going to go down through the mid area, kind of the stock standard setup. There is a smoke there as well to really obscure if Gochugaru was doing anything. Right now they haven't changed any position off of that, but it at least kind of makes Ryu double think what they're doing.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, especially in a pistol round, right? You just buy enough time. They're going to have to kind of spam all of their bullets in the initial clips with the pistols to try to break through. They are going to break through at least one, so that we have Gochugaru still having to pay attention to mid, but both teams happy enough to back off right now. Nocchi's pushed up on the box for a close angle. He is going to get taken out, though.
Yeah, Neil X is the star for Ryu, no doubt about it, and you can see there why. He comes through with that frenzy. And waiting patiently, heal me! Across the map, one of the few spots where I'm like, all right, you're all the way on the other side of the map. Yeah, come back. I'll give you the heal, no problem. That one's pretty easy, but we wait by the coffee shop and seeing if maybe, you can catch Gochugaru getting a little bit aggressive, but nobody on Gochugaru is even thinking. In fact, it's a full rotate towards B right now for Gochugaru, so a bit of a misread here for them, and Ryu going to take this site more or less for free depending on what Climax does. They are going to take a little bit of damage from him in the trade, but set up your cameras and the other things. Get ready for this retake. Spike attempted to be put down. There we go.
All right, now they did not keep control of ramp there, so they're going to have to kind of watch both angles. Their camera is set up for screens, but they have quite a few players here. Chibop.
Chibop! Chibop with 3! Chibop, can he find the last one? No, Slash is going to get in there, and there is one more, but Bright Blue going to get 3 of his own. Gakko sticks the plant, not going to finish it off. The camera there to get Bright Blue the 4th. What a comeback. It looked like Chibop had busted the door down, and the police were there to raid everybody, but a window was open, and Bright Blue gets out.
I like it. I mean,
no cuffs.
Chibop, I was surprised he got both there with the headshot. He just one-taps both of them. But, the camera working out, I was a little afraid that they were going to lose entire control of ramp and they wouldn't have all their angles covered. But Bright Blue just waits patiently, holds the close angle, and then once they get through for the plant, he can just check patiently with his camera Doesn't have to go for an early peek on that defuse.
I like that Chibop was not fooled by that wall that NeilX was going to be behind. I mean, Chibop was really ready for that. Now NeilX on the entry again, gets up onto the rafters. Inted is just going to kind of spray up and in there. And again, A-Site going to be taken for free, but as we saw in the last round, not the end of the world in terms of potential for Gochugaru.
Oh my gosh, there's two things I really like at the start of this round. One was the 0 point over A landing in elbow all the way in the back to make sure if the Cypher was there, all of his utility would be shut down. But then here's Gochugaru, 4 members flanking through sewers, and they're now trying to push up the ramp.
Well, Bright Blue already has the Neural Theft available if he were to so choose. I don't think there's going to be any opportunity to use it this round. Knife is right next to him, but taken care of rather quickly. Gets flashed, but they don't quite know where he is yet. And there's a great crossfire between him and Sore Wrist. All falling apart here. And Bright Blue with another 4K.
Wow.
Taking it down. What a start here for Ryu, particularly the Cypher.
Yeah, Bright Blue just showing up. I mean, not hiding away as that Cypher, really holding his ground. And he's able to, look at that, 8-0 for him within those 2 rounds. An excellent start.
Look at his ACS, 619.
Oh my gosh,
that
is insane.
Is that even real?
Stop the game right now, he set a record.
Yeah, stop the game.
Well, Ryu, I mean, this is exactly the start you wanted. They're just waiting patiently. Where's the 0 point going to go this time?
Heaven?
Yeah, just going to clear out Heaven. And he is going to attack Climax. So Climax, none of his utility kind of active for now, gives NeilX a great way to enter the site.
Now look where Chibop's hiding this time, though. NeilX is kind of checking it. They're going to bump into each other, but Chibop sees his feetsies, takes him down. Inted now trying to cover that angle. While Ryu has pushed the site, they are pretty well pinned in, and they're actually trying to escape. And what a great camera placement there. That's going to open the floodgates here for Gochugaru. They take 2 down. Now the spike is able to be planted, but at what cost? With a stinger. Sore Wrist as well picking up one here. Oh my goodness! Bayohan almost disaster striking for Gochugaru. A 2v1. Sore Wrist gets one. Can he get the second? He does! Ryu on the bonus!
What?
Let's go!
You know, I was simply thinking, all right, well, you still got the plant down. Maybe you take out, 1 trade each on your way out. You're okay with that bonus round, but he's able to clutch it out. Gochugaru, this is not looking like at the start you wanted. And you know what I'm really loving is Inted is kind of having a read on where Climax is setting up, how he's setting up, and this opens up that jet, right? Normally the Cypher holds their jet back, but now with the appearance of KO, Cypher is not really a problem anymore on the site you want to strike.
That's really well thought out by them, yeah.
Yeah, just really, really smart play.
All right, now they're thinking about B, and with the eco round having to come through again for Gochugaru because the rifle round did not go well. Flash over, nobody there, so you got to play expecting up close and personal tactics from Gochugaru on this round, and Ryu is respecting that right now. You do have a couple in mid. Through the sewers comes Chibop. That is a up and over. Where in the world is that going to land?
Right on the pillar.
On the pillar. Oh my god, right on the sight side of it.
Yeah, and the fragment into the back corner as well. He has practiced his lineups for that KO, and Ryu, they're going to lose quite a few members, though. Ooh.
Thrifty.
I mean, this is what you warned about, though, right? They cleared out the far angles, but they still weren't ready for the close ones, and they get picked off one by one as they're trying to push through. A bit unfortunate.
Yeah, and not really gaining any value that time out of those lineups from the KO. So, but again, this is, I think, true that the KO fragment, for example, has the same lineups as the Nano Swarm. Like, it's the same actual, basically the same object in flight.
Yes.
And so a lot of the lineups are pretty easy for the pros to kind of pick up on. The knife's a little bit different, but it seems like that, right now, Ryu at least has really well prepared for how they're going to utilize the 0 point.
Yeah, I'm loving these kind of high angles just to try to get more information rather than just clearing the close entry, right? And this is kind of the natural evolution of an ability. And it looks like we are going to see a little bit of suppression coming out.
And they catch 2 there even with that one. So that gives them a ton of info that there were 2 up on B heaven. So immediately they want to swing over towards A. Climax is waiting. Chibop's got the operator, shuts Bright Blue down. Smoke is going to allow them to cross Plaz. They want Neil X to be the one, of course, to lead the way. But Climax, you know, getting a ton of information with that camera, with his own positioning. Going to throw out the Cyber Cage. See if he can maybe gum up the works a little bit here. They're going to pre-fire through the box. Godco has stepped up. Going to play the front line with that Phantom. Gets frashed briefly, but turns on a dime. Shuts him down with a little help from Climax. Finally, Bayohan is able to shut 2 down with his Sheriff. Going for the third, not going to happen. Slash going to take him down. And quickly, it is going to be a punchback for Gochugaru.
Yeah, you gotta watch out with KO, because if you left-click that flash drive, it takes a very long time to go off. I think a lot of people were a little caught off by that when it first came out. When he first came out, because you do the short distance with the right click, it's pretty quick, but the left click, it does take just longer than you think it will. So they didn't have as much of a surprise. Godco just quickly able to turn his back, and then he flicks back around, holds his ground. Gochugaru comes back with another win. It's still 3-2 lead for Ryu, though.
All right, Ryu thinking about trying a pretty similar A push to what we saw a couple rounds ago. There is the gravity well to buy a little bit of time. Neil X actually gets caught by a suppress from Nakji this time. Nakji waiting things out.
Yep, and Bayohan has used From the Shadows to go into the spawn, kind of the standard classic way of using the Omen ultimate, but I like it, right? A lot of times we kind of see that From the Shadows just being thrown away or not used at all, because there's not really great opportunities unless you use it hyper aggressively. This time he is ready for any of those crossing over through spawn. He can also get information from vents. So we'll see if they can make something happen here. No noise or movement from Gochugaru, though.
Yeah, nobody's really able to do much off of this. It's kind of stalemated everything because nobody on Gochugaru wants to press forward. Godco was ready for this, does end up just barely besting Bayohan. Bayohan had an opportunity, just wasn't able to convert. So at the end of the day, not a bad idea, just the execution not quite there. Neil X is going to be able to push up along. Climax continues to be a real problem. Nakji around the box, takes down Sore Wrist, and it is falling apart here for Ryu. Neil X all on his lonesome, trying to see if he can pull off the miracle. Around the corner is a double peeking Gochugaru. It might just be time to piece out of here, but there is that tripwire there, which makes things oh so difficult.
He's kind of stuck here in vents. They have that information. Just waiting to see if someone's going to push him.
Should have heard it. There's a fragment.
Yeah, that's it for him. Yeah, Gochugaru, I mean, once they're not able to get these early strikes, it seems like they're being held off just a little bit. Like earlier, they got this on this one, they got the 0 point up on Heaven against the KO, which didn't help too much. I mean, you got the information on KO, but that's not exactly the suppression you wanted. You wanted the Cypher, of course, every time in this situation. And they're going to go for early tactics. I like this. We don't see enough teams in Korea using the tactical timeout to really change the pace, right? They always wait until the end of the half. I'm liking this choice.
Yeah, and I think for Ryu, now's a really good time to do this because you came out, swinging on your attacker side. You get the pistol, you get the follow-up, you get the bonus even. So you got 3 there. That's huge, but then you give up that thrifty. The momentum quickly swung to Gochugaru's favor. And you need to turn it around. The attacker's side is so valuable. Every win you can get, so precious on Split.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, they are going to be a little starved, so they're going to go for this eco round. Mostly all Sheriffs. Neil X going to stick with the Classic. Probably will use his Blade Storm. See if they can maybe turn things around that way. And as we work for that timeout to end. That was unfortunate. I mean, Bayohan waited so patiently to where you were in their heads, right? Because they heard From the Shadows. They hadn't seen him yet, but the timing just a bit off for him.
It was such a good idea, and it really made Gochugaru just completely pause. Like, nobody left their positions. Chibop up front, gonna miss that shot. That's a whiff from Chibop there. That's one he would definitely think, 99% of the time he should be landing that one. But this time it is going to be Godco. Or, excuse me, not Godco. Sore Wrist getting away with his right. There is that Blade Storm you were talking about. Up and over the tripwire. Just barely. Neil X is going to pop on through right into the back to screens. And he is going to wait around the corner looking probably for a right click. Nobody's coming yet. They really are going to have a tough time with this. I feel like if they can't maintain control of this area where Neil X is, this retake could be potentially, I think, pretty successful for Gochugaru.
Yeah, and it looks like Gochugaru might have an idea here. They're sending multiple people for the double peek. Neelix is going to get one, but he peeks a little too early. Doesn't get the second.
Chibop there looking to go through the wall, see if he can get anything. Climax suppressed, but he's still got a gun. Slash is going to pick one up as well. Chibop going to get shut down. Right behind him is Slash as they continue to flood into the site and finish the job. Well done here by Gochugaru. All right, well, I'll let you talk about Ryu here. They get the plant, they have 5 alive, but they can't lock it down.
Yeah, well, their execute onto the site was good, right? It was speedy. You need it to be when you're on that eco if you're going to push early like that. They had the right ideas. You push the jet all the way into screen, so you take full control, but they were a bit afraid. So they have everyone enter the site. Now you don't have a way back out to set up for the post plant. 4 members stuck in the site with sheriffs. Not a good feeling. Now you got to cover all 3 angles. Neelix gets taken out early. He just got a little greedy on that reset, right? He could have just waited, maybe try to get for the reset on the tailwind as well. Not going to happen. So unfortunately, it falls apart. They do get the plant though. Here's that 0 point again for the back here on the elbow. Not going to find anyone.
Yeah, that's a good one there. You can see Intit is okay to walk through this, and you can just dash over it. And again, they're going to take a relatively free. Now, what I would like to see is some ramp control.
Yes.
From Ryu.
We've been lacking that quite a bit. It looks like this time, actually, they're just going to wall it off. Now, they've cleared it out with the null command from Intit as well.
Yeah, and you can see Gochugaru did have 2 people peeking, but then they're able to follow. Oh, Climax. Oh, my word. Neelix just shut down there, and that's going to give the neural theft to him as well. They know that all 3 are left on the site, so they can take their time. The trap art has revealed somebody, but Climax is ready for Bright Blue there. Bayohan takes down 2 here. Climax has an opportunity for a 1vx, but it's going to be Bayohan with his 3rd kill. Nicely handled here by Ryu to tie it up 4-4.
Yeah, again, I like it. You send the 0 point back and then use a null command to clear the front. They have good entries, and they realize that Gochugaru is kind of playing it back. They're playing for retakes on A. It's mostly just a Cypher, maybe the KO. If you suppress them, those 2 agents are kind of out of the picture. They're not able to do much. So you are entering, you're getting the plants this time. They had at least the idea that the ramp was a bit lacking, so they wall it off with Sage. It's a little tricky duels in screens, but they play it out. Thankfully, Bayohan is on point with his aim, and I think he kind of needed that boost after that from the shadows. So good job for Ryu Gaming.
I liked also that Intit pushed a little bit past screens and kind of caught Gochugaru a little off guard and kind of slowed up their tempo and made it way more difficult for them to kind of time their retake together.
Yeah.
So I would say, yeah, the changes that Gochugaru made on the fly here are good, and once again, it's going to be Intit taking down his counterpart in Nakji. Slash gets spotted, but not in any danger just yet. But this, once again, opens things up. There's the neural theft. Climax is going to take Bright Blue down, though. And once again, you know, things are not going according to script for Ryu in this round.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. I think the flash drive was a bit mistimed as well. Looks like Bright Blue might have caught that right before he was able to just turn around. Now, Ryu, I was almost hoping that they would just play that as a fake on A and then push into B at the right time. Unfortunately, they tried to commit to the rotate. Now they have to come all the way back for B.
Well, Bayohan, shrouded step forward. Gonna have to set up the wall to block the alley entrance, which means Bayohan has to be...
Okay,
you know, you can just plant it there anyway. That's fine. It just delays it for a second. It's not the end of the world there for Ryu. Couple ults available here. Godco does have the res. Slash has the Cosmic Divide if he so chooses. Chibop gonna come up and over spots out the corner of Sore Wrist. Gonna get suppressed though, so can't use any abilities. A trade comes through on the site. 3 up here, a 1 hit point. Chibop though around the corner has a good idea of where Bayohan is. It shuts him down through the smoke. Well done here, Chibop showing why he is a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, absolutely, and good use of the Astra's ultimate as well. Gets that wall up the Cosmic Divide, and that really just separates the entire team of Ryu. They now have to commit into the wall if they all want to have a use of their weapons, and that's what catches them off guard. So good retake. I like that they also didn't really try to save any of their utility there or their ultimates, right? They just went ahead and decided to go for the retake. Very good use. And Chibop just good sense here, making sure to cover for his teammates through the smoke.
Yeah, you're kind of in a precarious position if you're Gochugaru because 4 rounds have already been taken by Ryu. That's not a bad. That's already an acceptable attacker's half, I'd say.
It's
on
not
split.
bad. Yeah,
it's okay.
It's something you can work with, right? It's not just done for. Obviously, you want at least 5, maybe maybe a bit more, depending on kind of the matchup. But right here, we're seeing this was Ryu's pick, by the way, so it definitely shows that they've come quite prepared. They're very aggressive on split. Now they're trying to strike through Mail up on B Heaven. Ooh, Godko going to take 2 down with him.
Yeah, Ryu is going to answer back and pick up 2 of their own. Godko and Slash do fall. And now they have the opportunity for another attempt at a B site. But Nakji from main going to shut him down. It's going to be Neil X who catches Climax, kind of trying to lurk through the alley area. Chibop has the Blade Storm, going to jump right over, misses the right click.
No.
The Stinger from Bayon takes him down. Neil X picks up his 3rd, and it's a thrifty for Ryu. Back and forth we go here. I mean, this is an exciting first half.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not only is it back and forth, Ryu's just not letting up the pressure. Now, Chibob, got a little antsy there. I mean, you could tell that Nakji was trying to figure out how he wanted to use his flash drive. Looks like a bit lack of communication. Now, this was definitely a bit hyper-aggressive on that entry onto the site. Godko was ready for it. But unfortunately, Nakji and Chibob not able to pinch at the same time. And, I mean, Chibob just not getting that kill is really what shut that momentum down.
Yeah, if Chibob is able to take down Bayohan there, it's probably a completely different result.
Yes.
Sometimes you just whiff. The idea I'm fine with from Chibop in that moment. I mean, really, Bayohan isn't the one who's able to react to that, usually. But because he whiffed, then, yeah, you have all the time in the world. It takes a while for you to pull that gun out after the Blade Storm goes down. Well, let's see. A little bit of attention being paid towards mid this time for Ryu.
Yeah, and Inted had yet another 0-point lined up over onto B Heaven. Like, this looks like maybe the roof or right at the doorway there as Chibob gets a shot onto Bright Blue, takes him out. So that notified Gochugaru to try to watch out for Mail. They've already put up the Sage Wall as soon as the suppression ended. But here it comes again off of that cooldown. Godko going to get tagged again, so they know the Sage is still there.
Yeah, and this, because Chibop shuts down Bright Blue there, it kind of forces this B push. Nakji falling right back. That is a huge suppression, catching a lot of people there. So now things get slowed up even more as both teams trying to work through. Finally, the suppression is going to wear off. Nakji going to continue to work the pillar. There is the wall here, and there is a flash that comes over, smokes up as well to try to continue to push forward. Nakji having none of it. Slash trying to work up with his teammates, kind of looks around at the wrong time. Sore wrist takes advantage of it. Nakji going to try to shoot through the wall. Godko throw a heal down. Here comes a flash up and over. Godko does finally pop that res as well. That flash from Nakji, it gets a little bit done. Godko able to take Bayohan down. Sore wrist and Inted, the last 2 Fs. Inted gets the wall bang, but Slash gets one, Climax gets the other. And that's going to be a solid retake for Gochugaru.
Yeah, that was starting to look a little dicey as they didn't have much utility to try to break through that smoke, but fortunately enough, they were still able to try to strike from both sides on that retake. They're going to be able to get it. Now, what we did see, though, was that Chibob wanted to get aggressive with that op, and then the second suppression came, or the third suppression actually, came from Inted, so he didn't have the utility to try to push through and then tailwind out, right? So he holds back a little bit longer. These are all the things. I mean, KO just really changes the pace for any agent.
It really does. Everybody has such a feels bad man moment when you get suppressed. Like, you're really just kind of stuck with, like, well, I have a gun and WASD, and that's like it. And you're kind of, you feel a little naked going with that.
And here we go. There's a 0-point onto the site, and then the null command again. Now, this is the last round of the half. If Ryu can make it 6-6, it feels really good. Now, they're already all onto the site. They've already walled off the doorway into Defender's spawn. This should be an easy plant. They get it down. Now, how do they hold it? You've got that Blade Storm up on the rafters. You also have the res for Sore Wrist. Is he going to play it safe? He's playing it back in B main.
All right, well, Neo, he's got a good angle here to do some damage if somebody comes either Heaven or Alley there with that Judge. There's another suppress, though, so right over to that Judge. There's the Nova Pulse in the back. We quickly trade it out is Chibop. Godko, he's going to win that Slash. Looking good here. Climax as well. Climax picking up 2. And it's going to finish the job. Fast and furious on the retake is Gochugaru. They're going to get a 7-5 first half.
Man, I mean, I get where Ryu's coming from. With the comp they had, they can't just all hang back with the long. They don't have great, post-plant lineups or anything like that. No mollies to work with other than that fragment. So you know, you try to hold these close angles, but it looked like some of their abilities were maybe just a bit too close for comfort, right? They had that tripwire, but it was already too late by the time Gochugaru was swinging around onto that site. So a bit unfortunate, but you know what? 7-5, this is kind of the standard scoreline you expect in the first half here on Split.
Sure, this is, for Ryu, I'm fine with this. On my attacker side, you know, on like you said, I think an agent lineup that isn't particularly attacker side heavy in some ways, because like you said, there aren't a lot of post plant lineups to really utilize. So now this is the real test, right? Like, if you come out and you can win this pistol round as Ryu, I'm feeling pretty confident about this half. You can really set the tone, change things up. Now a whole bunch of Ryu is going to get suppressed there briefly, and Chibop is going to use that opportunity to try to push through Mail. And he's going to let his teammates go. Some flashes are in their faces, but nobody is really slowed up too much just yet. Chibop being effective, checking the corners, but right now, it seems like Ryu is just going to be playing for the retake. This kind of caught them a bit off, a bit off guard, this hard push through mid.
Yeah, and this is what I was thinking about when the side switch came, is that with the Astra, I think Gochugaru does have a bit of an advantage here in attack, just because you can cover all the alleys you want, right? You have 3 here on Split mainly. Wow.
Ryu is decimating them right now. That was in a heartbeat, a great paranoia to open up the space and up into heaven, and down goes Slash. Well done here on this retake.
Yeah, it's super well done. And this is kind of that difference, the Omen and the Astra, right? The Astra is going to maybe allow them to get a bit more information, or at least enter the sites in a simpler way. But at the same time, you know, with the paranoia and then the dark covers, you just kind of save it for the retake. It's not a bad idea for Ryu. After that, they're kind of on even ground. And if you can try to maybe draw out some early Sage Walls from either team, that's another utility down. So I'm interested to see if Ryu continues to kind of play it slow, as we see Gochugaru stacking on A. It looks like they might want to just wall this off with that. So you look at that, her arms are ready, and there you go. Good read coming in from Ryu.
I think that might have stopped the knife, too.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Or is that their own knife? That might have been their own knife, actually. Regardless.
Oh yeah, no, they just flipped knives over.
Yeah. Okay. It's a little hard to tell whose knife is whose. But yeah, so for Gochugaru as well, they did expend a little extra money here on, this anti-eco round. Typically, you don't see the Spectres coming out from the team that lost the pistol, but I think the pressure is being felt by Gochugaru a bit.
Yeah, well, I think they also, again, they had the stack in mind on A. You push through with the Spectres, that's kind of 2 surprises in 1, and then you were able to win those early duels close quarters, and then you kind of hold those angles in heaven. That's a really good execute. Unfortunately, it gets slowed down. So now what do? I think some of those Spectres were probably heard on that break on the wall, so Ryu quite well aware. They're all trying to keep their distance from these close corners, wary of that suppression. Doesn't look like it catches anyone, and Inted pops right over those ropes.
Yeah, nicely done here by Inted, being chased by Slash, and he's gonna outduel Slash, catches the head. Finally, Climax able to shut him down, but sore wrist. The wall, who stalled it all. Nakji versus him. Nakji's got the better gun, and Nakji is going to get the exchange 1 in his favor. Climax now swinging past screens, looking into the back alleys, catches a shot, but takes some damage himself. That's going to push him back. Wall going to come up, but not to any great effect there from Godco. Neelex going to get the job done with those 2. 1 more left, just Nakji. When he comes around the corner, Nakji is able to spray him down, so Nakji being a real nuisance here in ropes. If he can get another, no, just barely. Bae-Yohan able to get it done.
Yeah, and I like Neelex just sticking it, right? You had some of your sound mass, and then you had Bae-Yohan covering for you up on Heaven, so just committing to that defuse of the spike. A pretty good retake coming in from Ryu. I mean, they had the initial stall done as well, so they're going to be able to even things out now. 7-7. Ryu's feeling good.
Ryu's got to be feeling real good. I mean, Ryu won both pistol rounds, and that's a huge part of why this is going their way. And good plays top to bottom. Neelex, great timing there on his movement. Now you've got Marshals. Okay, I was going to say, just 2 Marshals? No, Climax is just toying with us. It's just 1 from Chibop. Chibop is a nutty good sniper. We've seen it time and again. He's going to be following up behind Climax here, who's going to get blocked by that one-way. Great headshot from Chibop. Now some space is open, but Neelex is right there to pick them both up. Great follow-up from Neil.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good play from the players of Gochugaru, right? Climax holds that close right under the one-way smoke, so Chibop gets a free angle on the wide one. But Ryu's ready, and Intid ready for his counterpart once again. Intid just the better bot.
The better bot.
He's just the better bot.
The programmers were just a bit better on that one. They've got the they've got the Microsoft. I don't know. I don't know who actually has good
Intid is
programmers.
the one who secured the 3080 in his bot.
Yeah,
Okay,
there you go.
that's-
Yeah. That's the GitHub programmers are on the other side. All right, Neil X is going to pick a 4 here. The double
Wow.
dink for the finish on the round. Patience pays off. And Ryu looking real strong. Takes the first 3 of the half again, but this is the moment where Gochugaru was able to right the ship on their defender side. Can they do it here?
Yeah, that is true. Now, they have been kind of toying with their economy a little bit. I'm curious to see where things land. I mean, Chibab did get that kill, so they are still all able to get all their buys. So that's good news. They've able to still balance it out. I mean, they got so many kills in those rounds as well. So some of that half commitment, not really biting them back. But now this one, of course, you have to win. Because at this point, you lose it, you're just kind of, ooh, Neil X, where are you going?
Neil, hello. Neil gets way too aggressive, and Chibop is going to shut him down. Then Intid on the follow-up, trying to get this, follow-up on his own suppress there, but not really able to do it. There goes the suppress from Nocchi. And now Chibop still trying to get things done, get some damage at least. Nocchi tries to follow up a Bailon with the cheeky angle, comes up, picks up 2. Just completely dashing the hopes of Gochugaru's execute. It falls apart, and now Slash and Climax have to go to ropes, try to see if they can readjust towards A. But the good news is A is wide open.
Yeah, and I think Ryu just not wanting to take any chances of being picked off, just going to play this slow. They have the numbers advantage, so they can try to play for the retake here. Nothing too crazy. It's not like the Sage Wall is there. You can expect kind of how that utility will be used. Now they know they're going through. You see the pings furiously coming out from Gochugaru, making sure they don't get picked off on screens. It's going to be planted in the back corner.
I like the setup, ramp and elbow. Really give yourself an opportunity for good crossfires on Ryu's entry. And there's also the smoke at screens to buy some time. And Bright Blue going to try to get around it with the camera. Not going to find any information off of it. Slash is in such a interesting spot. They are not going to be ready for this. I don't think he comes around, gets 2, gets all 3! Slash! The 5-head play gives him the win! And there it is. History repeats itself. The 4th round goes to Gochugaru.
Oh, that is unfortunate. They tried to set up the camera through the smoke. They just covering as many angles as they could, but Slash just held his ground. Sprays down all 3 as they line up for him. That is a round that Gochugaru needed. Now, I was thinking about this play right here, Neil X. I think part of it was probably...
Do you think he was thinking about it? Because... just kind of went out. And
listen, whether you agree it was a good move or not, I think it was just simply that they were still on their Spectres. He had his Blade Storm. If I lose it, I lose it. Yeah, try to push out. Ideally, you want to get, at least some more information before you go down. But okay, I'll give it to him. If they win this round, I'll give it to him. If they lose, we're gonna go back in history and say it was a bad play.
I don't mind the attempt because it does at least keep things honest, and even though it doesn't fool Gochugaru, you can't. Sometimes you can't just sit back the whole time and play for retakes and defense.
And the other thing we should note is that there was that tripwire to kind of stall any sort of aggressive push from the defender's side. So if it wasn't for that, I think he would have just pushed all the way through, try to get a quick right click. Unfortunately, Neil X was stopped in his tracks. Now this time we have Chibab with his Blade Storm.
Yeah, there is, the 0 point opening up a little bit of space. Gochugaru, now they're thinking about going towards B heaven. Chibop has the blades out this time, throws a smoke over in the corner to allow him to enter the site. Intid taken down by Nocchi. Really good entry here on the backs of Chibop and Nocchi. B site is theirs for now. Plant should be coming through here. They're going to plant for B main on this one, it looks like, on that side corner. They do have the Cypher watching the back end, so this is really smart. I love this setup from Gochugaru.
Yeah, and Bayohan using his From the Shadows to go to A at that moment. I think they heard some noise in vents, but that seemed a bit risky. Now they have to try to retake in these choke points. Sorwrist has control of Raptors, though.
Well, it does fall apart as the rest of his teammates were gunned down as he was trying to move up there. Had they gotten a kill or two, they might have been able to pull it off, but the time ticks away, and it is indeed looking to be a win as Neil looks for some exit kills, gets one, does not get the follow-up. Gochugaru will take their 9th round and breaks the gridlock at 8-8. So we move on, and that is just a really well planned out kind of readjustment on the fly there. And then they have so much utility to delay, does Gochugaru.
Yes, yeah, that was a pretty good post-plant setup. I mean, they just made sure that they were all funneled in, and then you didn't have time, so you kind of have to rush in. Good play. It's just unfortunate. I'm still a little confused from Ryu because Inted had his ultimate, it looked like, as he was going down. He might have just gotten it after that round there. But with that, I mean, from the shadows being used that early to rotate over to the other side of the map, just a bit poor timing. I think as soon as they heard that, they were just ready to move in. Looks like Gochugaru going to go for that deep 0 point again.
It just landed right on the site. It is going to catch the jet there. It is going to catch Neil X, so he has to continue to kind of hang back there. It doesn't matter. Inted steps up, gets a sheriff kill. Neil X has been found out. Godko going to revive Chibop here. Noxy thinking about a flash potentially, but going to go over his gun. Wrong timing there. Has to jump behind the box. Fortunately, the connection doesn't come through right away, but Bayohan with the Marshall headshot. It's going to be a 1-for-1 because of the res here for Gochugaru, so that's why they still have 4 members up. Wow, there's a lot of people on ramps right now. If they can spray him down, Godko gets one. It is going to be Sorist who's going to find him. Climax trying to step through, but there's smokes everywhere. It's kind of the duality here between the Cyber Cage and he's going to get that headshot with the Vandal, though. Dark cover still remains. He's going to back up off of that, use his camera to check what's going on. Sorist, last one alive, trying to see if he can displace Climax. He sees him, gets him, but the time, I don't think even if he ran there with his knife out, he'd have enough to get it. He's going to back off.
Yep, just going to keep that one rifle for himself. The other members on Gochugaru, they'll be able to save 2, but they will get the round win as they have planted the spike and it has gone off. So now they've taken, this is exactly how the first half played out.
Yeah, you're right. 3 and then 3 for each side. Now, if they win the next one, does Gochugaru, then I'm starting to get a little bit too much for my, like I feel like we've glitched in the Matrix then. Where are the black cats? What did you do with them, Chobra? You bring them?
Oh man. Well, Ryu desperately needs this. We look at their money, they're spending kind of everything they've got here for one more full buy round.
That guy outside in the black trench coat, which pill did you take? I went for the blue one.
Oh yeah?
I like living in my imaginary fun land, okay? All right, well, let's see what's going on. Some attention being paid to mid, the Astra Smoke. Making things at least a little bit challenging for Sorist to kind of get any information. There was the knife thrown in towards Mail as well. I don't think that suppress landed onto anybody. So Gochugaru is using this opportunity to really gain a lot of ground, and Climax is gaining A for free. There is Inted above him, but Inted is busy dealing with ropes right now, and he can back them off at least with the fragment, and Gochugaru realizes they don't have much opportunity. But look at this. This is all a bait. This is all a bait for Climax, who's about to get the freest kill of his life. He has to back up so he doesn't get... Neil turns and sees him! No, Climax waits too long!
Oh my God!
Disaster for Gochugaru! Oh, no.
Okay, so I don't think he was going for like a knife or anything. I think he just wanted to make sure he knew where other people were because it looked like Inted was so preoccupied, which was fine. But man, Neil X turns around right as he is shown behind Inted, and Climax not able to flake back, doesn't go for the easy kill either, and he doesn't get a single one.
Bright Brew gonna trade underneath the ropes. Chibop trying to push in, get this site open. No sir. See a couple taken down. Oh, Chibop is get that kill. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, we just
our observer swung over and I thought he died. He did not. He actually got a kill. Make it 2 there. Inted goes down as well. Neil X here trying to push through. A weakened Gochugaru on the defense now as Neil X making sure the corners.
Yes.
Oh, very nicely done here by Neil X. Catches the head of Chibop. Chibop gonna get a kill onto Inted though. What?
Well, Inted was down.
Oh,
for
Inted
the
was down with
reboot.
his.
So,
Oh,
so
God.
that Inted communicated. If you watch this camera, he communicates as Chibab crosses over again, which allowed NeoX to wrap back around, get the quick shot, and then you had Slash kind of in no man's land. He wasn't sure which corner to check. That's a really good play. I mean, Inted going down right at the doorway gave him so much vision, because when you're down, for those who haven't played KO, your screen it's flashing. I mean, it's kind of trying to give you a seizure, but you do see it, right? Your head's kind of down, and your vision's right there. You can still see about a 45-degree angle in front of you. So I think Inted just got a glimpse of Chibab's feet. Chibab, I mean, they didn't want to, spend all their bullets and time taking care of him, but they didn't account for that extra vision.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of awkward to. I haven't really seen that situation arise yet with KO, where we've had that come into play. So that was why I was thrown off. I was
I see you are not a cheese extraordinaire like
no,
me. I just go in with KO.
That's because you're a Viper player. All you know is cheese.
I go down and I'm like, it's okay. I'm still a free spy cam. I'm helping.
No, I love it though. That's so smart. Such great utilization of that ult there. And let's watch this again from Climax. 'Cause look at that. He dodges all that utility, and then, it's all for naught.
Things would have been very different for that round had he had gotten the double there. Unfortunately, not able to. NeoX just playing very patiently in that 1v1.
NeoX looking really, really good here on Split so far in general. A lot of ults here. Sorwist has his revive, so they can afford a loss.
I don't know how I feel about Ryu just giving free control of mid. I mean, it doesn't do too much on Split because you still have to go through so many choice points, and you're kind of expecting that 0 point to come through. You're avoiding it. That's fine. You've got the tripwires, etc. And so now you've got notified events. They're being wary. Oh, dashes right in.
Oh no, Chibop not really able to connect. Now 2 go down, make it 3. 4 go Jugaru, 2 left, 4 up. I'll make that 3 up. 4 Ryu. And so far, this push not going well. Ult expended. NeoX absolutely on fire right now. Taps Climax, puts him down. Godco still alive, still seeing if he could salvage something. A 1v3 to try to close out this round, but we might be tied up at 10-10. Okay, it's the head of NeoX, just barely able to outduel him with the Phantom. Now, watches the corner. This is a really tight spot for him. He has to check so many angles as he's coming around into screens, but Bright Blue never pushes off of it. Waits for it, doesn't even hit a shot. That's going to give him the opportunity to put up the wall and pretty well know that he's enough time to at least get this plant down. Sure, the paranoia hits him. Can he get this one? Yes. He has to reload, though. Is able to back up just enough and heal himself.
No.
Why are you giving him the time?
Okay.
And Bayohan just barely. He got dinked in the head. 10 health left. Gets it done, but gives Godco every opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, that slow orb really threw out their plans. They got the paranoia and they were trying to rotate as fast as possible with that audio muffled, but unfortunately not able to get there at the same time. And then with the slow orb, Bayohan kind of, you can tell he's like, oh, should I have double peeked with him? Should I not have? I would have been stuck in the slow orb. Thankfully, he's able to clutch it out. Otherwise, that could have been a very sour round for Ryu.
Oh, yeah. Look at NeoX's scoreline right now. Chibop here. I'm surprised he didn't right-click.
Yeah.
That was close enough that I thought,
it was super close.
Might as well. Well, it is what it is. Look at that. Godco even got the dink on that bullet.
That was so scary.
Oh, my goodness.
And Godco would have been a hero if he had clutched that round. We're going to see an early wall just get absolutely dismantled.
Yeah, look at that. Gochugar was like, no, we hate that wall. You used it once. Okay, congratulations. You got it done. Second time, we're not going to be fooled again. Chibop just barely winning that duel again against Saurus. Cosmic Divide is up there, so a lot of those angles cut off now. I really like this Cosmic Divide, actually. This makes it really, really difficult to retake.
Yep, so they had to wait until that all goes out. Now, Gochigawa, they do have people on ramp as well, so they're pretty well set up. They're a bit crowded on the site, but they're able to cover multiple angles.
Nakji looks like he's on the chair. Climax is going to kill Bright Blue. Chibop continues to wait at elbow, but there are the smokes that come down. He did get a bullet or 2 to catch. I don't know if that's a fragment. It is a great fragment from Nakji. Inted comes in and is taken down. 2 for Nakji. NeoX now trying to do everything he can to shut this down. Has to spin between a couple different angles, and every time he peeks out, somebody's waiting. Completely pinned in. The timer's ticking down. He is going to go down. And it is going to be Nakji picking up his 3rd, 11th win for Gochugaru.
Oh boy, this is close, favorite then. 11-10. Gochugaru is leading just by a thread, but I mean, this one, that was the round they meant to win. You know, they just went in for that execute right away, used the Astra ultimate up on Heaven. They were able to clear out the site, get the early plant. All 5 members already positioned for the post plant. And so good play by them, but what else do they have? Now, Ryu, looks like their economy, they're going to have to hold off just a bit, so they're going to have to play for overtime.
That Cosmic Divide reminded me of the old toxic screen that you could set from remember you could like cut off like before they fixed it. That actually reminded me of that, and I liked the way it was used. Now Ryu, okay, Bright Blue, that's nice. Nakji needs to connect onto something here.
Oh no,
it's Bright Blue again, getting 2 with the Sheriff. Godko at least gets 1 and gets the res onto Nakji. So disaster averted for now for Gochugaru. Forget it, Inted sprays up onto Climax from a bad angle, takes him down. Now rushing through sewers is Ryu. Gochugaru throwing everything in the kitchen sink at their tail ends, trying to block him in here. Here comes the utility.
Oh my gosh.
And it is landing, and it is very effective, but the spike is there. This is the most bizarre fight I've ever seen on this map. Quickly, 2 go down for Gochugaru, make it 3 here as things fall apart. 4, you're gonna finish off the KO, and Bright Blue, who had such a great start to this round, is all alone with a Sheriff and a Dream.
That is one of the silliest rounds we've ever seen. I've never seen a 4v4 sewer
in the
fight.
sewers? Yeah.
What the heck?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh boy. Oh man. I mean, Ryu, they got the spike down, so they had to stay there. They didn't have much of a choice. Bright Blue just trying to do what else he can to get damage done before this potential last round. I mean, that's such an explosive start, but unfortunately they just weren't able to. I think they were just kind of panicking. They knew they had the worst weapons. They had that one Phantom. So he peeks out with his null command, which I thought was a really good play, right? Because he's still going to go down. He can kind of shield some of those bullets for his teammates. But unfortunately, the rest of his teammates not able to finish the job with their pistols. And now Gochugaru on match point. Ryu is back to a full buy, though.
Yeah, you do have the null command available now for Nakji on the other side, and it is kind of interesting when you have that, when you have the Sage ult and the KO ult up, like how tanky that combo is. Like you can really just kind of survive for days and be a real nuisance with that. So Nakji, knife, thinking about throwing it somewhere, waiting for the timing on that lineup. And where does that fall? My suspicion is on the backside of B, not like the back corner, but by the door. All right, push it. Oh no, nobody checked the corner!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you cannot. Bayo on. Gonna get the shutdown. Now Nakji is in his knocked state. Chibop swings in, does get Bayo on here. Bright Blue's looking right at him, doesn't quite realize it. Chibop doesn't know he's there, gets taken down with a headshot. Sore wrist here, trying to push out from under ropes. Not gonna happen. Slash gonna shut him down. Slash waiting around the corner. Neil X here, not able to do it. Slash finding some really good angles and lineups with his crosshairs as they back the heck out. Not really thrilled with what they're seeing. And they do have the spike, so you know what? You could fake it or you could go for it, and it is going to be, I think, a fake? What are they?
Yeah, I think they're just going for. Oh, what?
No, they're going. They're going all the way over to A. This is wild.
No.
They're completely disjointed.
Yeah, I don't know. In a 2v1, why would you split? This is just not really worth any risk here. The timing may work out for Climax. Uh-oh, but
Slash can't die.
Yeah, Climax has to come for support. Bright Blue has no idea. Oh, that was. I mean, if Bright Blue got that kill and the headshot right away, that would have been absolute disaster for Gochugaru.
And that one definitely had me sweating a little bit, but it is going to be Gochugaru with a narrow 13-10 victory over our opposing team, Ryu Gaming, on split. This was Ryu Gaming's choice of maps, so they gave a real fight. Neil X looked phenomenal here, 22 and 18. What a round for him on this, but at the end of the day, it is just a slightly deeper roster for Gochugaru. I think that makes the difference in the long run. I loved the ideas we saw from Ryu, though.
Yeah, Ryu came prepared. They came prepared. They had the comp ready in mind. And they had some really fast executes as well when they were on the attacking side. This does make you just wonder, like, oh man, if they had only gotten one of those rounds on their attacker side, would things have been a little different with the economy and the momentum they would have had? But Gochugaru, I think the big story here is we expected Gochugaru to win. They were floundering a little bit, but they were able to focus. And this is something that a lot of the weaker teams in Korea need to work on, is being able to regroup, halfway through a map.
That's a really good point. I was impressed with the tenacity from both of these teams. It was a really back and forth match, and both of them kind of took big swings at each other, and then they would counterpunch and find some really good moments. Overall, I think Chibop, his entries are quite good. They're very tough to deal with. He's very fast. His placements of, his smokes are very good to follow up on the back of them. I will say that causes real issues. Now, he is want to whiff from time to time, as we saw. If he can clean those up, then Chibop is a real force to be reckoned with.
He's a bit too hyper-aggressive, right? That's what kind of sets him apart from some of those top jets in Korea, where the consistency seems to fall off now and then. But when he pops off, he pops off. You've mentioned Neolex. He started a bit slow, but obviously he put up the numbers by the end, came online for Ryu. I mean, listen, Ryu set up a very, very good first map, and while this was their pick, if they're still pretty prepared on Bind, which is map 2, I think this could still go to map 3.
Absolutely. With what I saw from Ryu, the ideas, the angles that they were able to hold, kind of the corners they would put themselves in, oftentimes caught Gochugaru completely by surprise. So for sure the ideas are good from Ryu. It's just now we move over to Bind. This was their pick on the split. They weren't able to convert it. Can they find the success on Bind? Guys, we got to take a short break. We will be right back with map number 2.
Sheriff in town, I get a little reckless. Mr. Memo, go check the message. I ain't then came back for seconds. I hate seeing your fake little necklace. Lifestyle decrepit, I should probably expect this. Too much game for your league. I'm Hussein with Steve, or Hussein on these. Legendary, I'm everything you aim to be. I'm insane and free, you can't tame the beast.
Friend of me, enemy. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. Friend of me, enemy. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a
players here. Chiba.
Oh, Chiba, yeah, boom! Chiba! Flash is gonna get in there, and there is Land. Not gonna finish it off the land.
Right on the pill. Few members, though.
Climaxes with that Phantom, gets thrashed briefly, but turns on a dime, shuts him down with a little help from Klein.
Or might have an idea. People for the double take. Nealis is gonna get right.
3 up here, a 1 hit point. Chibop, though, around the corner, has a good idea of where Baohan is.
Doesn't look like it catches anyone in it.
By Inted being chased, all gonna come up, but not to any great effect there from God. GitHub programmers are on the other side. All right, Neil, they are not gonna be ready for this. I don't think he comes around, gets the back up, so he doesn't
He sees
corners.
them.
Yeah,
Inted communicated. If you watch his camera,
there are the smokes to come down. He didn't get a bullet or two to catch. I don't think he is going to go down. This is the most bizarre fight I've ever seen on this map. Quickly, 2 go down, 4 go down.
They didn't have much of a choice, right?
Is in his knocked state, push out from under rope.
Climax has to come for support. Pride Blue has no answer for Gochugaru.
And that one. And welcome back, everybody, to VCT Korea. As we look towards our second map of this match between Gochugaru and Ryu Gaming. Will it be the final map, or can we kind of turn the tables a bit and finally get a third map? Can we do it, Chobra? Actually, my hopes are high with what I saw from Ryu there on Split.
Yeah, that was a lot closer than I'd expected. And not just because, Ryu's new or whatever, but just because Gochugaru seemed to be pretty well put together, for one of these weaker teams in Korea. They seemed like they were kind of ready to try to start challenging into the main stage. But unfortunately, Ryu just came with a plan on Split.
And they looked really good, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just a few kind of mistakes here and there from both teams, to be frank, but I think the firepower just a little bit too strong there from Gochugaru, and since they ran basically the same agent lineups, I mean, you swap the Omen, the Astra, and I think I think there's a couple rounds that actually made a difference. That Cosmic Divide can be very useful if used at the right times in the right places.
Now that you brought up those agents, I keep thinking back to that round where the Omen from the shadows to the other side, oh man, because that was one of those rounds.
Somewhere Tasteless grinned and rubbed his hands together as he saw. He's like, yes, that is how you play Omen.
Wait, I didn't vote for Chiba.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Don't lie to me.
Oh my gosh, it's all a lie.
Oh, you didn't.
I didn't.
You voted for Climax.
I did vote for Climax.
You went for the Cyphers. I got to give both of the Cyphers credit.
It's not so much that, I mean, that just game in general is so back and forth and kind of, a new player shining every round. But it was more so I just felt like Climax held his ground a bit more, whereas Chiba, he was kind of shaky on some of those rounds, and you expected Jet to get kills. It wasn't just about the kills. So, but it was a hard game to really pick out just one player, right? It was kind of team versus team in terms of aggression and strategy.
Yeah, and also think about Bright Blue there had a couple rounds, especially at the beginning. Remember, he went 8-0 to start that.
That's true.
He looked incredible, and he had a couple good Sheriff rounds in there, but he wasn't consistent enough to really kind of help his team do more than win a couple rounds, which is still, of course, very important. I mean, going 8-0 in 2 rounds is absolutely ridiculous, no matter where you are. But yeah, Bind coming up next, selected by Gochugaru, and they will start on the attack as well.
Yep, so it looks like we got Ryu choosing defense on Bind. No big surprise here. Now, Bind it's another map where we've seen some KO consideration coming in. Again, we were talking about this during the break. I mean, Bind, of course, we're all very familiar with this map by now, but it's a weird map, right? Because it's size-wise, it's pretty big, but it's just 4 choke points, right? And then there's the teleporters, obviously, to consider. So in terms of kind of what agents work, it's a weird mix.
That's true, and I think it is a map where KO can be very powerful. He can control a lot of space in those choke points you're talking about, and even beyond them a little bit into U-Haul and into Elbow onto the sites. It can be rather powerful as well. Particularly his ult, the null command, just basically opens up, a lot of space.
Yes.
And so we'll see if anybody does end up going for it.
Well, we do have Gochugaru leading 1-0. That is the expected scoreline, but can Ryu try to bring it to a map 3? From what we saw in Split, you mentioned it earlier, Paper Thin. I wholeheartedly agree. I think there's a strong chance The question, I mean, when it's the weaker teams, the question always is how many maps have they prepared, right? That's really just what it comes down to. It's more so about their depth as a team rather than, you know, individual skill or anything like that.
True. Yeah, very true. And that's why we do these reseeding qualifiers, right? We want to make sure everybody's kind of in their right spot. The open qualifier sometimes, you know, somebody gets a kind of unlucky group, and you know, like you end up, you know, you're like unknown, and you end up in a group with Vision Strikers. Like,
right.
Well,
yeah, that's a bit unfortunate sometimes. So I'm glad we're doing this, right? Make sure when we go into the group stage that it is kind of the appropriate seeding in the moment, right, on the current match. You know, you might argue, well, doesn't that kind of make it maybe a bit more one-sided? Maybe, but it's also really giving credit where credit is due for the teams that are preparing, and it's still double elimination, so it's not kind of a toss-up.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, exactly. So let's see what the agent lineups are going to look like. We've got Skies. It is going to be Omen and Astra being swapped between Slash and Bayohan. Sovas and a Raze. Okay, interesting. A Raze and a Reyna is going to be the other swap. Intit going to be on the Reyna, Nocchi on the Raze. Nocchi does like to play Raze from time to time. So not too surprising there. And of course, Neelex and Shibop, you know, they only know how to hold W and throw cloud bursts.
We are back on those Jets. You know, I'm really liking the Reyna showing up quite more often here in Korea.
Yeah.
You know, how much of an effect did TenZ have on it? We're not so sure, but it's coming out quite a bit, and just given how some of these teams and players play, I think it works out quite well. I feel like, especially on some of these bigger maps, oftentimes Reyna tends to create more space just because of how she's able to manipulate, right, those angles for herself. But there's always the caveat that you have to get the first kill.
I love what you're saying, and that's why I think part of the reason, for sure, why we saw her a lot on Breeze here in Korea so far, that you can kind of use those abilities from extreme ranges, and regardless, if you're getting kills as Reyna, you're probably dictating the pace of the round. But we'll see how it goes here for Gochugaru versus Ryu Gaming. Fine! The second map coming up. Can they get it done here? Can Ryu turn it around?
All right, Ryu Gaming. Can they give us our third map of the main stage here for VCT Korea? Ryu Gaming, 100%. Just one game. But Gochugaru is also 100% with
what?
2 games.
How is this possible? 100%
wins.
plus 100%. You can't add those two numbers together. What is this math?
I love that we still have those stats for, like, even if it's just one map, though, because it starts to build up, right? If you see the same teams kind of come back again and again. Obviously, right here, both of these teams, pretty much just their open qualifiers, as even Gochugaru, while their players are not new, it's kind of a new roster from different teams previously. So we see Inted holding a forward position here as Reyna, making sure there's no rush into A short.
Man. This is a really disciplined pistol round, I'll put it that way.
Yes.
Neither team really just kind of going for it. A lot of times in Korea, how do I put this? The pistol rounds are fast and furious. Like, the attacking team just kind of goes for it sometimes. Now, I think once the execute is called for, Chibop is going to dash in there. Bright Blue on his own into elbow is going to be on the role of just buying as much time as he can and getting his teammates over here effectively. There is a deep lurk from Inted as well. Climax here, gonna throw this Hawk around the corner. No, boy, there's a lot of people in this. It's going to be Gochugaru that comes through with 2. Sore Wrist able to pick up 1. Pushing on in with that Ghost. Bayohan as well, trying to help in here. That flash is really good. Hits a lot of Gochugaru, but only able to pick up 1 kill off of it. Nocchi has to back off. Here comes Inted from behind. Gets 2 with the Frenzy. Gonna be able to heal him back self up with that Devour. Now, he's gonna go for it. The defuse, taps it. Godko in the back, gonna have to tap it again to really try to drag him out. Godko being very patient, very well done. Now Inted has to push
Only
forward.
3 bullets?
There's not enough time and not enough bullets. Oh no, he's gonna come around and not even get the kill. Oh, it was so good. It was so well thought out by Inted to come through on that wide flank. Gets to elbow, but isn't able to clutch it out.
Oh, man, you could tell the panic after the reload there. I was so afraid of that because he switched weapons to try to gain a bit more ground with that movement speed, and then he forgets where his clip is at. Only has 3, has to reload, and then his aim is just everywhere as he's trying to get that panic kill right at the end. Unfortunate, but I mean, what a way to open that round, right? Everyone just crowding around Elbow, and it just becomes a sky fight with those guiding lights.
I do appreciate, in a way, that that's kind of where that fight took place, because Elbow is such an important piece of the B-site puzzle. You know, you really, if you can control Elbow, you're giving yourself a really good chance to win that, no matter which side of the coin you're on, whether you're on attackers or defenders. Slash trying to follow up off the Owl drone. They do catch sight of Neil X there, and they're going to throw a grenade to displace him. Back into U-Haul. Everybody falls, and Neil X finally flushed out. Some great utility usage here.
That was so good. Using those paint shells where he's going to land, and then Nocchi pushes all the way through the site, gets the flank on Lamps. But let's go back to that push out on Neil X. I mean, the paint shells, and then... Ooh,
Nocchi!
Wow.
4 kills in the flawless.
Yeah, so, you know, they catch him in the corner, they dart him, and then Nocchi's ready. I thought he was going to paint shell right away, but he paint shells where he's going to tailwind into. Just really good awareness, and then he has to run away again out into the open. That takes him down, and then Nocchi doesn't waste any time going around.
I think there was a guiding light from Climax that came up and over the truck as well to add insult to the injury and all that mess. This is so well done, and then Nocchi just blast packs in, gives himself a little bit of speed, some crossfire. And this is fantastic work here to finish the job with that 4th kill.
And I think we just saw the the gamer dog go into Lamp at the same time as well. Just really good communication and timing.
I like how you can't even say it without laughing.
Because that was like the first term that popped up in my head. I was like, I can't imagine that's the
Yeah, you're like
thing.
Trailblazer, Tasmanian Tiger. No, gamer dog, definitely the better word. Oh no, bright blue. Oh, Chibop, what are you doing? That was an awkward timing. That smoke came down and left him wide open. Now, it's still only a 1-for-1 in the trades. Neil X gets the headshot. Neil X finds 2. Neil X finds 3! Great shooting with the Vandal.
Yeah, and you want this round, right? You've got your full buys. This was the bonus round for Gochugaru. They're not going to be able to take it. Ryu comes back with a win and a good hold from Neil X. I mean, he was kind of caught in that gravity well earlier. He's able to dash out, not get caught out in baths, and then he continues to get a triple.
And this is what's impressed me with Ryu is they do adapt. Like, they change things up round to round. They try to give different looks to Gochugaru. They're not making the same mistakes twice. Let's put it that way. And that, to me, leads me to believe that there's a lot of potential, regardless of how this particular match shakes out, that going forward, there's a lot of potential for these players, particularly Neil X. This guy is something else.
Yeah, he definitely seems to be that star here for Ryu. Now we're seeing Chibop trying to push into Hookah here. Inted was ready for him, though.
Oh, great flick right on the Chibop's head. It wasn't much of a flick, but it was enough. And there you go. Nocchi going to use a lot of utility to try to push forward along with the gravity well, just in case somebody's stuck behind that box. It's good clearing out of Hookah. It opens up this space for you. They're also going to get some sight. It's going to get flash. That's going to reveal that he's up there. I don't think that was confusing too many people. Good shooting by Climax there. But here comes the push. Nocchi with the showstopper into the corner. Doesn't get the kill on the Neil X. Gets a little bit of difference, but he is all alone on this and tries to back off. He's going to avoid this Owl drone. Does have the spike as well, so he can rotate here.
Yeah, and he has some time, so he's not taking the teleporter just so he can have a bit more leisure as he fans himself walking through the desert here. But Nocchi going to try to rotate to A. Okay, yeah, not going for any kind of weird fake. That is going to kind of tip off Bae-Johan, right? Just it's been so much time, so he's just keeping an eye on maybe, you know, a weird flank pick. I mean, they have 3 members. There's no reason to try to pick a fight here at a off angle. You can kind of wait for the retake.
Yeah, wait it out. No need to get over-aggressive on this. And I mean, I don't... I think you could maybe try a different angle there, but
yeah,
why not? I mean,
I think Bae-Johan's just kind of caught in the middle. He was like, should I have pushed further? Should I not have? I guess I'm just holding this angle now. But oh, Nocchi going to plant for the back of sight. This may come back to bite him as everyone's rotating through defender spawn.
He's ready for that around the corner, but so is Bright Blue, so nobody fooled. Paranoia is going to hit him and stall things up. Bright Blue going to throw the dart out as well. I think they've got it pretty well sussed out, but he hits a great shot. It's a follow-up. It's going to take Neil X coming through after Nocchi hits 2 headshots. Neil X, again, there to save the day and get the defuse.
That was pretty scary. I mean, Nakji was ready for that timing as he tried to go for the pinch. So props to him, but unfortunately, it was 3 instead of 2 members. So we are going to see Ryu Gaming be able to take round 4.
Nakji 8-3 already. I mean, he is looking good on the Rays so far. He did such a great job clearing out Hookah, being patient up there, getting into the site. His showstopper just missed onto Neil X, I think it was.
Yep.
Neil got out of there and ends up being the one who cleans up the round. So think about that. If he hits that showstopper onto Neil, all of a sudden things could be different. Now I didn't catch. Did Neil tailwind away from that, or did he just run? I missed. It was all happening so fast.
I think he tailwinded.
Okay.
I want to say maybe we'll get a catch of it right here.
All right. Let me. I'm gonna watch this like real closely, but I got boomer eyes.
Yeah, here we go.
We got debated.
You'll never know. Delete the VOD. They'll never find out.
Guys.
But honestly, Nakji, I mean, this is the power of Raze, right? She can control places like Hookah, right, or Bats all on her own because she can clear every corner before she's able to hop in.
Yeah, bit of an audio issue for the tech timeout, guys, so we're going to try to get that resolved as quickly as it can and then move forward. Now, again, dual marshals. That doesn't mean anything yet. We're still in the tech. Okay, I think we're actually going to go.
We're rolling.
The countdown's good. Dual marshals, are we really doing it this time, or is it another bait from Gochugaru?
I think we're doing it. I mean, those are the members with the most money. So instead of sheriffs, they're going for the marshals.
I'm fine with it in the hands of Chibop. Now, this could get real dicey real fast for Neil if he can't get the first one. They back off, though. That gives him an opportunity. He dashes. One right click. There's this follow-up. Blade to the face for Slash. Intit as well picks up one. Nakji trying to corner check now. Neil X down to just a couple more blades. Not able to connect
just
again.
One.
Oh, look at that paranoia. Sweeps in there. Now, Climax did find a kill with his Marshall. Boombot out. And then it's just going to drive down there and then drive back and not see anything.
Yeah, now they do have the spike down, right, outside of that teleporter on A side. So Ryu doesn't have to push the issue any further. Neil is very confident in this single knife that is left. I would almost wager that he should switch back to his pistol, but he's going to stick with it. He also doesn't seem to have picked up any of the guns lying out here.
Climax just a bit off there, tries to follow up. He knows the guiding light didn't hit Neil and tries a quick follow up off of it. Well, there
you go.
Now that knife's gone one way or another. Bayohan does get Nakji, and Climax just needs a bullet. Whoa, catches the head here, trying to run away, but it's going to be sore wrist from the side, taking him down. And a pretty good hold, but it was a save round for Gochugaru, so to be expected. They do pick up some kills in there, though, and it wasn't the end of the world.
Yeah, it's always interesting as well to see teams have different preferences when the enemy's on a save round, right? Some teams will always be scared of kind of that wild card. They'll always hang back, go default. And then you have teams like this where they're like, all right, why don't we flip it on its head and we'll push forward with something like the Blade Storm. Wow, that was the highlight you picked. Replay editor, that's brutal. But yeah, Neil X getting that double, and it was the spike carrier as well. I mean, that was a huge opening for Ryu.
Low lights are a type of highlight, right?
You know what? Okay, yeah.
All right, well, Chibop gonna win that duel against Intit. Intit pushes out of Hookah, gets taken down for his troubles. Heal gonna come through, and basically back up to full, although no armor for Chibop. And Nakji gonna let the Roomba do a little bit of scouting for him. He's gonna sit and wait. It is gonna detect somebody.
Yeah.
Trailblazer taken down. It takes itself out in the face of Chibop. Stuns him up momentarily. Chibop does have his ult, but of course with the rifle there, you're probably not gonna see it pulled out yet. Money could play, a factor into the next round with that if they lose this. But Seekers are out into elbow, so they know somebody's there. And oh my God, Chibop has such a good idea of where they're standing. He gets some pretty good damage into Bright Blue. Now there's the heal there from Sore Wrist. Top him back up, but that could have been real scary real fast. Seekers here for Sore Wrist available as well. One-way smoke to cover the door. Ryu having a tough time finding their footing for the retake. Seekers gonna attempt to be used to lead the way. There's that Cosmic Divide. That's gonna block those bullets there. That doesn't really matter. I think he was a bit off anyway. See if they can make this happen. Climax takes down one. Sore Wrist trades. Neil with the shorty. gets a kill somewhere.
Oh.
There's Nakji using that angle along the wall with some help from Slash. We're gonna take the win.
Yeah, good call on that Astra Ultimate. Using that Cosmic Divide to make sure there's no other chances there, especially to kind of counteract the Seekers coming through, right? There's no follow-up on getting those surprise angles. So Gochugaru able to secure that tied round. Now it's tied 3-3. I mean, Ryu Gaming, I think Intid seems to be trying to push a bit too far. Again, it's always tough with Reyna because you need that first kill. But him going down is really, really giving up a lot of space on this map.
I agree. That hurts, especially when he's the only one in hookah. It makes B a lot more difficult to retake and defend, because then you're just stuck coming from alley, trying to push into elbow from alley. Really, you're kind of like at an 1.5 angles to come from, right? Like, you know, like you have that one door at alley, and then you're trying to push through elbow because you have no control over the attacker's side of the site. Chibop in and trying to see what that Trailblazer finds out before he gets ready. I don't know if Bright Blue got spotted by it or not. I assume it did, but Bright Blue not wanting any of this. A lot of utility being pushed in his face to send him back into Link.
Now there's 2 members still in Baz, and they haven't seen anyone else roaming the site, so they have a pretty good idea that they're still in there. They heard 2 weapons as well, so that's confirmed that they're both there, but Neolex pops out at the perfect time.
The cover just moved out at the wrong moment there. You got to be covering him when he's planting. If you think they're in showers like that, you got to hold that angle. It falls apart, and now the round could be coming to a close. There's Inted from the side. Godco does trade him out quickly, but Godco, the only one left with the Vandal, and it's going to be Neolex with his 4th kill of the round. Another multi-kill for him.
Neolex is coming strong into this map to make sure that Ryu stays in the fight, getting these early kills, opening things up for his team so they have a bit more space to work with as they're moving around that site. But they were so patient in Baz, and you know, I kind of liked the idea from Gochugaru of like, all right, we know they're in there, so let's not fight them right at these weird close angles. Let's just go for the plant. But like you mentioned, I mean, yeah, Climax just,
and he looks away right as the spike's going down.
That's
yeah.
I think he thought it was enough time that but even then, like, you want to be sure when you're going for a plant like that. You knew they were in there. Very, very unfortunate for Gochugaru.
Well, now Rio is pushing down towards the fountain, but Climax is ready. Shuts Inted down again. They're going for that, and now they're trying to punish this. Well done. Neolex and Bayoan catch them kind of slipping a bit there as they want that ult orb so desperately, but you know, you could tell their Ryu is not having any of it, pushing out from both sides this time.
Yeah, and now Gochugaru looks like they're ready to strike onto B. There is only 1 member so far. Sorris has to stay alive.
You know, I'm not sure if that was which Astra utility got used off of that star. I couldn't tell if it was a Nova Pulse or Gravity Well. I think it was Gravity Well. Chibop here, still waiting for Sore Wrist. Sore Wrist has a guiding light, and he's kind of trying to pop around the corner. He's going to win the battle anyway. Just dry peeks it, gets it done. Can't heal himself, of course, but whatever. Job done. Chibop gone. Now Climax on the site, going to get shot down by Bright Blue. There is the Sova arrow coming in there. He's going to see the Omen. Bayohan gets spotted, but not much can be done off of it. It's a decent crossfire here from Godco and Slash. Slash gets taken down, though. So now it's on Godco. 1. Godco looking for the 2nd. Great shock dart idea, but Bayohan's going to hold. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury that forces him off. Sorris trying to get in. Godco gets him. Sorris, down he goes. What a hold from Godco.
Godco played that so patiently, so unfortunate for Ryu, but Godco throwing everything he had onto that spike, and just, I mean, getting that shock dart early and then forcing off with the initial Hunter's Fury shot was all he needed, and then he secures it by getting the kill.
That was fantastically played.
That was really well played by him. I mean, it was looking a bit dire, quite frankly, for Gochugaru as it came down to a 2v1.
And poor Sore Wrist is trying to get up in his face while this Hunter's Fear. I mean, I love the idea, you know, but it's so hard to get up into that window fast enough. And Godco is aware of, you know, the timing and the movement there. It's so smart.
Yeah, Godco just backing off as he's shooting. Really, really smart choice. Now Gochugaru once again prioritizing this ult orb in Baz. They're going to hand it over to Nakji.
I think Nakji heard that ult. That's why he pushed it forward, but Neil plays him like a fiddle, takes him down, trying to push through, gets one, I think, knife to connect there, but now he's stunned up and trying to back off. Still has a bit available. Bright Blue, his turn to have the Hunter's Fury. There is also the Empress for Inted. 3 down for Gochugaru, 4 up for Ryu, and they're in firm control of this round right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see Ryu seems to always be happier to retake on B, which I don't know. B's so tricky sometimes just because of kind of the obvious ways to enter from defender spawn, as long as you're not afraid of a flank. If you have someone covering that. Now we're going to see Sore Wrist rotating someone back. Neolex gets another right onto Godko's head.
He is
wow,
cracked, dude. He is just out of his mind this game. I mean, there are some of these players that this is like their first time right out here on a stage, right? And they just they feed off. And Neolex seems to be one of those. He is.
Inted just spammed him through the corner. I was so afraid for Inted for a second, but he had the right sense. He wasn't going to take any chances on someone waiting there behind the wall, and he gets that kill. But yeah, I think Neolex is feeding off that adrenaline, right? Some players just perform better on stage. Some people take some time to warm up. Some people never adapt to the stage, and you know, it just depends.
Where in the... Okay, I want to point this out as well. Bayohan got a kill from heaven with the Odin, and it wallbanged. What in the...
Oh, wow.
What was he spraying at? Anyway, that
must have been short through those boxes.
Yeah, I think you're right. Still, regardless, things going really good. Neolex is just feeling it right now. If he can tap another head here, he's got to be real careful. I think he might want to get out, but he shoots that down. He has so much confidence. He's getting somebody through the teleporter, but Inted gets shut down.
Oh
he's doing it again. The headshot on the climax. He knows it's an eco round as well. That's why he's sticking around. Shibop and Godko. Now, all he needs is one more shot. There's one. Can he get another? It is.
Oh my gosh.
The 4th kill for Neolex. The man is unstoppable right now.
I mean, sure, it was a sheriff round for Gochugaru, but when you're allowing Neolex to single-handedly control bats like that without using utility, and that is insane value for. Look at his score.
19 and 5.
I mean, this is what happens when you go into like a low rank game and there's just one person who's not supposed to be there.
This is like that time that I was playing in pub in like the normals, and I kid you not, Cobra showed up. The actual just like destroyed.
Oh wow!
This is like what it looks like right now. I was like, why am I stuck in this lobby with? Unfortunately, he was on my team, so I was like, why is he here? Look, no, this is like. This is just incredible what he's doing right now. I mean, granted, yes, that was an eco round, but still.
Well, but that was several rounds in a row, right? We have to recognize that,
right.
Where he's able to lock it down as a Jet single-handedly. We've often seen Allow do that from New Turn, which gives him a lot of space to work with. And look at what it's done. Now Gochugaru, they've given up on A completely. They're set their minds onto B, but do they have the right timing to execute onto this? No one in Hookah to stop them.
They got to clear out main as well. This is going to be a real problem. Even though Chibop's on the site, he's kind of cut them in half, but he's got to stay alive. He's got to be cagey. Nocchi is going to get inted, so that's a good start. Sore Wrist, Hunter's Fury. He's dodging his own teammates, Hunter's Fury there, but Slash is going to take him down. Nocchi has to switch over to the other gun, but Slash is there to help anyway. Godko picks up Bayohan, and this round looking very, very good. Bright Blue all on his lonesome. It's a pretty decent shock dart, counter shock dart in return. Catches him for a bit, gets the wall bang headshot on to Nocchi. Slash gonna think about coming around the corner, saw him, didn't go for the wall bang, had the opportunity. Bright Blue pops around. He has a good time to get to it. No, Slash is gonna outduel him, take it, and now we're back to one round separating these two teams.
Wow, yeah, this is close. I mean, it was on that first map on Split as well. Now, this is starting to show the cracks a little bit for Ryu, though. The Inted used to hold Hookah on his own as Reyna, but he would oftentimes push out a little bit too early, gets picked off. They give up on Hookah, and that gave, I mean, Gochugaru all the room. If that Raze doesn't have to use everything she has to clear that room out, it is a free entry into B, and Gochugaru took advantage of it.
Yeah, it's really smart. And again, the fact that Chibop gets in the middle of all of these B defenses, more or less for free, causes real problems. Into this time.
Okay.
There you go. That's what you need out of that Reyna. Very nicely done. Throws a leer back there even to try to get himself out and into the corner. Well done. You know, takes a little bit of damage, but what? Oh, jeez, never mind. Well, Slash just shuts him down with a headshot. I'm so sorry. Caster Curse was real. My B.
Oh, and the Seekers, they know exactly where she is. Unfortunate timing. Kind of hesitated on using that. Bayohan's still going to hold his ground, though. Does get the headshot onto Climax. He's going to back up. Bright Blue tries to challenge against Slash. He goes down. We're going to see the From the Shadows come for backup from Elbow, but there you go. You see the Tracers coming out of that smoke, and Nocchi was ready for Neelix's Blade Storm.
Yeah, clean again for them to finish out the half. 6-6. All right, well, how do you feel about that? I'll let you go first. I have thoughts.
Oh yeah, you have thoughts?
No, there's actually not a lot.
No, I just think, I mean, it's very clear that Ryu, they're just not as comfortable, right? Just seeing how they kind of give up hookah control, right? They're very good on bats thanks to Neelex, but other than that, they're not able to lock down the entire map with a default, right? And if you can't do that, you kind of always have to take this risk, is what we saw in defense. I think it took Gochugaru a little bit too long to figure that out. They were so persistent on A, and maybe that's just where they had more set plays.
Can I vote for Neelex for MVP even if they don't win?
I mean, I
think the MVP has to be from the winning team, right? When we get to vote. Look, I mean, and here's the other thing that I'm kind of concerned about for Ryu. If it's not for Neelex just playing out of his mind, this would not be going well.
You have to call it out. I mean, this is Neelex hard carrying the team right now. Not that they were all floundering otherwise, but he was just opening up rounds so aggressively that Gochugaru didn't really have much of an opportunity, and the rest of his teammates didn't have much of an opportunity to do much else either. Now Ryu Gaming is on the attack.
Yeah, all right, let's see if they can get this done. Taking a little bit of damage is Inted. He can find a kill. Well, there's the opening. Neelex is going to get it. Can maybe get that Devour going off of that. Neelex has to dash in. He's able to cleanly, well, mostly cleanly get through, but Climax comes through the side, gets into the smoke, and is causing problems. Godco able to play off of it. Finally, they're shut down. But a decent defense at least gives them an opportunity for a 2-2, and here comes Nocchi with the shorty, Slash with the classic. Finally gets it done with the dancing Inted. Just barely gets it done.
Oh my goodness, what a mess of a round to end it. Oh, Ryu, that's gotta feel bad. Soros trying to swap his weapons, and that's what catches him off guard against that shorty. He doesn't have his weapon up. He tries to turn around. It's still gonna connect just enough. I mean, they had a good entry, but then Climax hiding in that smoke, right? He stayed alive for so long that he was able to do tons of damage. And look at this. You're pointing it out, Nocchi going for the Vandal.
Man, Nocchi feeling confident to hold this. Gets a bunch of damage in return, though. Gonna have to back right off. The paranoia in his face as well. I think Sky's on the other side, so no heal available. He just has to book it. You can see Ryu knew that if they could put pressure on that Vandal and take it out of his hands, that would give them a really good chance, because there's a lot of investment in that. It's gonna be a trade. Well, oh boy, now it is a destruction for Ryu. They did get the spike down at least. Sore wrist with a Spectre of his own now. And there is going to be the defuse attempted here. Half down. Switches over, does Chi Bop. Catches a little bit of damage into Sore wrist. Now, they just got to close it out. Going to get it done. Very nicely done here on the retake. But that almost started off as disaster for Gochugaru.
Oh, yeah, that could have been very... If Nocchi had gotten taken out, I mean, that's a free Vandal for them to pick up, and that changes everything. Thankfully, he stays alive enough to back off. Yeah, it gives the plant, but you still have the weapon advantage. They're going to take advantage of that. And Ryu, you know what, smartly going for a tactical timeout before they come into a buy round here.
I think this is a good time for Ryu to reassess their situation and, you know, make sure they're situated. Try a set play, maybe. You know, this might be one of those kind of open up the playbook and try something cheeky you've got stored in there. But I'm concerned what that's going to look like. To be frank, I'm a little bit concerned with Sore wrists. Sky play, I haven't seen anything super fantastic out of it with the guiding lights and those kind of things. And Inted, you know, he's not bad on the Reyna. He's not great. I mean, again, this is just Neelex has to open up space, but if you could shut him down, then things get desperate.
Yeah, and that's, again, this comes back to why Reyna, while a strong agent, isn't universally liked. You either look great or bad, right? There's no in-between for Reyna, because if you get kills, you're popping off. But if you don't, I mean, yeah, you have the Leer, but that's really about it, and the Leer's not the greatest blind in the world. So, you know, into just trying to hold his ground at the very least, but going even with Reyna is not where you want to be.
I like this scouting by Bright Blue. he sees a lot, even though it doesn't last for very long. He's going to get some decent information on, what Gochugaru is doing here, and he's even going to get a kill. Very nicely handled by Bright Blue to start this round. Now you've got him in complete disarray. Bayohan's going to shut down Chibop. The wall bang. Inted going to get Godko here, and the bottleneck is fantastic for Ryu. Gochugaru over-aggressing a bit. Slash is going to get Bright Blue out of it, though. So now the readjustment needs to come through. I think Ryu just needs to swing over to B. It is controlled right now by Inted.
Yeah, they've got that clear on B. They saw enough people in A, and they got the kill in Hookah, so they are safe to enter. It's going to take a little bit for the spike to get there, and they just heard the teleporter. Neil X, meanwhile, going to catch that lurk against Climax.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Slash is in a spot where he could get something done. He's going to see the head of sore wrist, not able to pull the trigger in time to really do much. Catches a bullet for his efforts. And now, they're trying to fake him out a bit. They've got plenty of time left on the clock, so they can kind of play ring around the rosy with him here. And there you go. Finally, Bayohan with the Bulldog going to get it done with the wall bang.
Yeah, that was getting a bit close, but I like what Ryu did, right? You're expecting, okay, it's the bonus round. Is this where they maybe do that push? We see Newturn do that a lot, right, just to throw off the pace a little bit on A short. So they were very, very ready for that aggression, and you take the Vandal out first thing, too. So that helps them a lot to secure that round. Now they're trying to make a comeback as they are trailing behind 7-8, but Gochugaru, of course, now they can have full buys as well.
Yeah, so a rifle versus rifle round, and it's starting to feel like one of those make-or-break rounds for Ryu. If they can get this done, then they can swing this in their favor.
And with that Vandal buy earlier, not entire full buys. We've got half armors on Slash and Nokji.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, see if that's going to make just that edge of a difference. I mean, these two teams are so close.
Oh, boy.
Inted feels bad.
Great positioning by Climax off of that Astra smoke. I mean, they're just completely caught Inted off guard. Not much of an answer for that. Here come the Seekers now as well for Climax. They're going to spot out that Neil X has gotten onto the site, and so the reinforcements are making their way through Defender's spawn. Bright Blue going to go down to Chibop. Gets him pretty low, not able to find the kill, and that's going to allow Climax to get the heal up as that Sky Spike is down in the middle of the tube. So now kind of a close quarters combat potentially coming. Nokji going to best Neil X. Chibop going to dash right on top, looking for the Omen and shuts him right down. Sore wrist there to try to do something. Doesn't matter. Slash picks him up through the wall. And there you go. Ryu not able to get it done, not able to tie it up. So it's going to be 9-7, Gochugaru.
Yeah, I mean, just good patient retake, right? You're waiting for some of that utility to finish off while the enemy team is planting the spike, and then you wait for all 5 members. I mean, had Neelix gotten that first pick against Climax, yeah, things are a little bit different. But unfortunately, not able to get the kill, and Gochugaru is just going to take their time going in. And good, I mean, kind of re-entry by Chibop as well.
Yeah, Chibop, when he's on, he's on. I mean, he does have great utilization of his tailwinds, and I know that's kind of an odd thing to say. That's kind of all, Jet's bread and butter in a way, but really it's about the angles you take and the timings with it. He's generally pretty good with those. And again, occasionally, like you said earlier, I think just a little bit over-aggressive. Now, Neil X, speaking of aggressive, they're going to see Nokji, going to get him through the wall. Great ability by Bright Blue there to suss him out. Neil X here continues to push forward. Sorich guesses Climax, but Slash going to step through, find a good timing. Catch Neil X sleeping a bit. Godko gets sore wrist, so this was looking pretty good for Ryu, but it swung right back to an even score.
And Chibop is on the lurk, so he might be able to cut them off. He hears a teleporter. He's going for it. He gets 2, and he dashes, and he gets 3! Oh my gosh.
The Chibop show there. I think Chibop's smiling underneath that mask right now.
Wow. Oh, he waited so patiently on that lurk. And I was a little afraid because I thought they were going to just rotate back on foot, but they take the teleporter, which actually gives him a better signal on where to strike.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic stuff. There you go. That's the way to do it. Long range with the left clicks, close range with the right clicks. Easy does it. Chibop looking fantastic. And, I mean, well, now you got to dig deep for Ryu. You're on an eco. Can you find some kind of magic in the hat? Nokji's just going to push forward, kind of trying to mimic what Neil X did to them the last time they were on an eco, but it's not going to be as successful. That Astra Smoke, he tried to play off of it, but it's actually kind of stalling up this push.
Yeah, you know, I really think Gochugaru, they have the right idea of starting to use their Astra smokes, right, the Nebulas, to use it to their advantage, but if they do it every round, you're going to start to expect that, oh, they're pushing through that smoke, right? They want us to aggress through this and catch us off guard. So Ryu adapting, you know, just well enough, even though they are on this eco round.
Is Neil going to use his Blade Storm? I'm kind of curious.
I think he activated
Did
it.
he
I'm
activate
not
it?
sure. We'd have to double check.
I mean, in the chaos of the beginning of that, I didn't hear it, but I'm not...
Oh, no, I don't think he did, actually.
I was...
Because he's still holding with his pistol right here.
Yeah, so I think they're maybe waiting. Not that I know, I don't have a great explanation for why. They got to check these corners before they push forward, but that's going to give Nocchi the information that they're in there, and immediately the paint shells follow. Gets the kill onto Inted with it as well. Great reaction here by Nocchi. There's the blades from Neil. Now smoke is down, and he's going to use that to push forward, try to find some kind of angles. Not going to happen. Nocchi doing a great job here, picking up 2. Slash with the follow-up, gets sore wrist. Looking for a second, going to do it. Last one in the showers. Bayon is hurt. That shock dart's going to get him from Godko. Well handled by Gochugaru. Decent attempt from Ryu, but that... I gotta say, I'm not a fan of that recon dart in the showers there. It gave away too much of what they were doing.
Yeah, I mean, you know that they're kind of, as soon as you see that coming, you know they're all stacked up in there. Nocchi's still ready to cover both angles on top of the truck. Again, Ryu, I think what we're starting to see is that their plans are just a bit one-dimensional, right? And this is what you see oftentimes from some of these newer teams or newer rosters, right? Especially if they come to the main stage. You know, they're kind of digging deep into the playbook on, all right, what do we do? We need something new, but they can't quite do it because, again, Gochugaru, the roster is new, but all these players have played here in the stage before.
Yes.
So they have seen so many diverse plays and styles from all the other teams, so they're pretty ready for it.
Exactly. They're kind of regrouping at the right times and doing a good job of it. Nocchi, again, has such good awareness, and now he's got the rocket. He has to shoot it in front of him. Little help from Slash there as well, and the bottleneck outside of showers continues. Now, Neil X did take Slash down. The site has slowly been pushed by them, but Nocchi spins and is just feeling it. Now, Neil X earlier, now it's Nocchi's turn to control the showers and shut the teams down. A 3-on-2 right now. Sore Wrist and Bright Blue not doing so hot on the scoreboard right now. Let's see if they can maybe change their fortunes, turn it around, put an 8th win on the board. Dueling with Chibop. Chibop doesn't like it. He's going to head towards Elbow. Reinforcements are coming. Climax is on the way. Chibop's going to have Elbow. That Hawk is going to catch Chibop there, so he has to stall for a second, and Climax has snuck behind this. Let's see if he can get this done. Chibop might just do it himself, and he does! The double headshot with the Vandal. Not even needed for Climax.
Okay. All right, Nocchi. Hold on here. Just hold on here. What is this? Are we back to Korean solo queue? I know friggin' Artosis would love seeing that clip.
Nocchi just said sorry to Chibop. I think Chibop fist pounded him. It's all good.
That is a bit unfortunate.
Maybe they were just trying to make sure Chibop didn't get the ult charge. They're like, you don't need it. Blade Storm isn't that good.
Just a bit. I think he might have just launched it like right as the kills
I think
came
that's
in,
actually what it was.
And he was like, "Oh shoot!" And then
oh no, don't
like,
defuse, don't defuse. Ah, forget it.
But I mean, we got to give credit to Climax. Even though he didn't get to have those kills, sneaking right in after the guiding light hits Elbow is so smart, just to be prepared for that pinch.
Exactly. It was really, really nicely done here. Well, let's see if they can close it out. It is time for the operator from Chibop, and he likes to get aggressive with it. I think they know that Inted is here. I think Inted is about to die. Great.
Man,
great
Inted
push.
just not having a good map and not able to make this Reyna work. And Climax, meanwhile, is popping off on the other side.
Yeah, well, the heartbeat is starting to fade here for Ryu in this match. And we'll see. Somehow, some way, Bayohan, Bright Blue, and Sore Wrist can get it done without Neil X. Feels like sometimes Ryu just doesn't have the firepower to compete. A lot of ults available as well. Seekers, Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide. So things looking different. But the Hunter's Fury here for Bright Blue. And I guess if things get really cheeky, you can, you know, from the shadows it.
Listen, I don't have faith in Bayohan's from the shadows, all right? I'm just going to call it out like it is. I think he should not use that ability right now. And quite frankly, it's a 3v5. they don't have much of a shot here. He has had good paranoias. I will give him that. His timings and angles have been very good, and coordination with his team as well. Scouting forward with the teleport, I like it. That's a good use from the shadows.
Oh no! Oh, Godko with a wonderful, wonderful Hunter's Fury, and that's gonna do it. Nakji cleans it up with a double at the end, and that's gonna be the win for Gochugaru. 13-7. They win it 2-0, but I'd say Ryu put up a better fight than maybe some would have expected.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, the first set, which was their map choice, they got 10 rounds, and here in Bind, they still got 7, which is, you know, it's not a terrible way to go out. It's unfortunate because it felt like they could have gotten more, right? That's where you kind of feel bad for Ryu, because they definitely had moments where they could have outperformed Gochugaru, but I think Gochugaru just had a bit more experience in staying calm and adapting round to round.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you here. But my word, I just got to point this out, everybody. NeilX's final stat line here, an ACS of 357, 26 kills, 14 deaths, 4 assists.
Oh my gosh.
Ridiculous.
Well,
absolutely ridiculous.
And that brings us back to the earlier point we had made right on the cast is also this scoreline probably would have been a bit different if NeilX wasn't popping off. So did he keep him alive and therefore as long as he could? Yes, unfortunately the rest of the team, or their teamwork quite frankly, I think just wasn't at the same par. But, you know, depending on which group they get into, they might be able to put up a fight.
Oh, yes.
For Ryu,
yes.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
I mean, they're in the 3rd seed now because they lost in this round of the seeding tournament. But going into group stage, depending on who's there, they might make an upset.
I'm with you. If NeilX can keep playing like that, then you get a little bit of better performance behind him from, like, particularly Bright Blue, I thought struggled a bit. Anisova made a few wonky decisions with some of his utility usage. If he can clean some of that up and you kind of get a little bit better play behind NeilX, then yes, these guys could upset somebody.
Yeah, it just seems like their expertise is kind of limited, right? Where they're good, they're good. Like, for instance, we were talking about Bayon's Omen. Like, his paranoias and communication, his scouting, right, with his teleports have been really good, but sometimes just makes a bit of an early call compared to his teammates. That teamwork not quite lining up, but Gochugaru will be winning at 13-7, and again, this was the expected result, but a closer game. Gochugaru, I think, probably not feeling that fantastic about how they won these matches.
I agree. I think they're probably... I mean, Split is kind of a different beast. It is.
Yeah.
Typically, the games are going to be close on Split.
That's true.
Just because of the nature of the map. But regardless, I think there was a lot of mistakes in there that they would like to clean up. Bind a little bit cleaner, but, you know, NeilX, I guess you could chalk it up. If I'm Gochugaru, the way I'm looking at this is just saying, well, NeilX just had the game of his life. Like,
that is true.
That is what it is.
I mean, that bats control, I mean, that's stuff we see from Allow on New Turn, right? It's just one player holding that side of the map entirely on his own for so many rounds. You can't really deal with that, right? You just have to rotate. Gochugaru eventually did, and they found the weak points of Ryu. So again, that's where we're seeing those advantages of having players who have this experience of, okay, how do we adapt when we're on stage, the pressure's on, and we need to get around when to turn the momentum back.
Yeah, precisely. And that veteran presence carries through for sure for Gochugaru, and they will move on. Now, Ryu is not out of the tournament yet. This just means they are out of the reseeding potential, so they have to fall into the lower pool of the seeding.
Yeah, so they don't really get to avoid. They don't have any advantages, right? They don't get to avoid anyone. They will always be the lower seed when they go into the group stage. And it looks like our MVP for the map 2 was Slash.
Heck yeah. I thought Slash, you know, he was always there to kind of follow up off of his teammates. He was there to hold the line. You know, one teammate would fall or would call somebody out, and he is right there to pick up the pieces. Some decent utilization of his utility, but really getting it done with that Vandal in particular for Slash. We have an interview coming up with Gochugaru players. Chibop and Slash should be there. As headset swapped. That means it's the Chobra show now.
I am here. I'm back. Look at that. I'm so quick. Well, here we are for the MVP interview. We're going to meet Chibop and Slash from Team Gochugaru. It was a very close match, but let's have a chat with the players and see how they feel. Well, congratulations. I mean, these were close maps. So I'm sure the adrenaline's pumping. How are you feeling right now?
세트를 안 가서 정말 기쁜 것 같아요. 이겼는데.
Yeah, you know, I think more than anything, we're just happy we didn't go to map 3. Would it have been a little difficult for you if you guys went to map 3, Slash?
힘들 수도 있긴 한데 또 이제 저희가
Well, I think it would have been tough. Sure, it could have been tough, but I think we also just want to go home as quickly as possible. So, Chibab, what about you?
힘들었는데 많이 그래도
Well, we made a lot of mistakes, so it was a bit difficult. But thanks to my teammates all performing, we were able to still get the win.
다른 팀이었던 선수들이 이렇게 모이게 된
Well,
것
Chibab,
같은데요.
looking at your roster, you guys kind of have players from all teams from before. So how did you guys get together? You know, we all kind of knew each other from before. You know, we've played together here and there, so I think we were just able to get together and create a team where we can have some fun together. Well, isn't there any difficulty, Slash, in making that work from players who have all these different experiences from different rosters? I think right now, everything's fine. I think our roster feels pretty good about where we are and how we're moving forward.
오늘 치밥 선수 같은 경우에는 경기력에 약간 좀 기복이 있었던 것
Okay,
같습니다.
well, Chibab,
2세트 초중반에
you know, for instance,
부진했던 이유가
yourself
무엇일까요?
and also just in the matches in general, it looks like there was a bit of up and down in terms of your performance in today's match. What was going on there? Especially in map 2 on Bind. I think for me personally, I kind of pushed too hard, right? I pressed the issue a bit too much, and I made some mistakes where that made me kind of fluctuate in terms of how much I was able to perform for the team. Well, today's matches were close, but that means there must also be some things you're happy about as well, how you came out with a victory. So, Slash, what might be some of those points? I think our focus was kind of proven here, and we were able to kind of upgrade how much we're able to stay in the zone despite how the match might be going. So I'm pretty happy with that. Hey, Chibab, we gotta ask you about the team kill from Nachi. What was going on there? Well, I got the last kill, so I just ran over to defuse as I would, and then I heard a paint shell coming in, and I kind of froze, and then I died. So do you think he did that on purpose, or was it a mistake? I think it might have been on purpose. Well, we were watching the camera, and it looks like Nakji apologized, so are you guys all good? I mean, yeah, it's all in good fun, and of course I forgive him. Alright, well, in the next round of the seeding tournament, you are playing against Vision Strikers. How do you expect that match to go? Slash? I mean, Vision Strikers, sure, they might be a strong team, and they might be one of the best teams in Korea, but no matter who our opponents are, we're just going to prepare our best and try to perform the best games we can on stage. Okay, Chibab, what about you? What are your thoughts looking forward to the match? We'll lose when we do lose, but our team name is Gochikaru. We'll throw that Gochikaru in their face whenever we can, even if we go out. We explained earlier in the cast, that's kind of a saying in Korea where you're playing spoilers, basically. So that's where their team name comes from. Well, thanks again to the players. Congratulations on your victory once again.
Yeah, well handled here today. Ryu really throwing a lot at them. Again, Neelex, the star of the show for Ryu, and I would definitely I recommend rewatching some of that if you're still here, but if you're just tuning in and you missed those games, go back and watch this. If not just for Neelex's performance for Ryu, what I saw today greatly impressed me. And yeah, going against Vision Strikers, of course, going to be a difficult task, but we saw that the Vision Strikers, at least on Ascent, seem to be a little bit shaky, and Gochikaru, it was banned by Ryu. Is this going to be something that they're going to be gunning for? Is my real thought.
I think it would just be great if they could really live out their team name once in this tournament, right? Just play spoiler for another team
What
just
if
once.
they actually won and then they literally ran over to the other desk and threw pepper flakes at Vision Strikers? The ultimate BM.
I was just thinking, I thought what you were going to say as we're looking at the bracket. What if TNL wins against Damwon, right? And they're so happy that they got first seed. We're going to avoid Vision Strikers. And then Gochikaru just shows up and takes down Vision Strikers 2-1. And TNL has to beat Vision Strikers again.
Oh, no. Yeah. TNL has never beat Vision Strikers if you keep it track at home.
Yeah, it's a bit of a historical matchup where...
It's never been close, to be frank.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We are still in the seeding tournament at the beginning of next week, or rather Thursday when the matches start, where we get to find out who's really going to be first seed versus second seed going into the group stage.
These are some really, really good games coming up. TNL and Damwon Kia, I said it earlier in the week that I really want to see these two square off on Breeze because they absolutely destroyed their opponents on it so far. And I want to see what Breeze is really supposed to look like because it was so one-sided between the two of them on their respective matches that I didn't know what to make of the map. It was just a blowout.
There was nothing to really take away from those matchups. But you mentioned it. I mean, these are close. Sure, on paper, Dominant and Neutron seem highly favored, but TNL looking strong once again with more roster changes, and WGS is that wildcard team that sometimes they just show up against these strong teams. They have so many good counter strats that they might have prepared against Neutron.
WGS is... Yeah, I think we talked about it a little bit earlier, but so individually talented that you never know what you're going to get out of them. They kind of remind me of F4Q a bit in that, like the old F4Q.
Yeah, the old F4Q. Okay.
That you could some days that individually they were so feeling it that they could just bulldog another team out of their way. And we'll see if that's the case, and they're really, really good. WGS is no slouch. A new turn, maybe a little shaky with 10X. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think not so much necessarily 10X, but just in general, they don't seem to have improved as much as we would have wanted to see after Iceland.
Absolutely. All right, guys, well, that's going to do it for us today. Be sure to turn in next week, Thursday, same time, same place, for more VCT Korea. We'll see you guys later. Have a wonderful day.
Either you with me or not, but you better give all you got, 'cause I break the chains. Can't control me. I got the power. I got the keys. 'Cause I break the chains. They try to hold me. I'ma push back. Just wait and you'll see.
Using those pain shells where he's going to land and then go back to that push out on Neil X. Then
Nakji, but still only a 1-for-1 in the trades. Neil X gets the headshot. Neil X finds two. Back off though. That gives him an opportunity. He dashes. One right click. Flash gets taken down though. Now it's a three that forces him off. Sora hits him. Sora wrist.
Oh no.
That's why he pushed regardless. Things going really good. Into gets one more shot. There's one. Getting it
for backup from elbow. See the tracers coming out.
That's going to be a trade. Well, now they just got to close it.
Cut them up. Here's a teleporter. He's going for it. He gets two and he dashes and he gets three.
Push for it. That's going to give Nakji the information that they're in there. And immediately the paint shells has such good awareness. And now he's got the rocket. He can get this done. Shibab might just do it himself.
Make this Reina work. Use him from the shadows.
Oh no. With a wonder. Put up a better fight than maybe.
Get ready